Hunting Hollywood greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 451: Surroundings. After the opening weekend of $27.11 million, the first week box office of Scream 3 finally reached $37.13 million. Calculated, the 4-day weekday box office of the film only accounted for 27% of the entire week. As Halloween approaches, this once again confirms the fact that the final chapter of this horror film lacks stamina. A new week has arrived, and it is also a weekend spanning Halloween. 3 new films are released in North American theaters again. The industry predicts that under the impact of the 3 new films, the box office of Scream 3 is likely to drop by 50% in the second week, and the total North American box office of this sequel may therefore stop at between $80 million and $90 million. Of course, although it is not as good as the box office performance of the first 2 films, the box office of Scream 3 exceeding $80 million is still unattainable for most horror films. After Halloween, time entered November 1991. The Scream series has been settled, and the successor project Midnight Ring has entered the production stage. Deaneries Entertainment's film distribution focus in November has also begun to shift to the 2 major schedules at the end of the year. Of the 4 films scheduled for the end of this year, the most important one is of course Toy Story. In Simon's memory, Toy Story in 1995 not only won the North American box office champion of the year, but also stepped on Batman Forever, the 3rd film in Warner's Batman series in the 1990s. However, this time, if Toy Story still maintains the box office level in Simon's memory, it will definitely be impossible to surpass Batman: The Dark Knight in this summer. After nearly 6 months of screening, Batman: The Dark Knight was officially released in North America a week before Scream 3 was released at the end of October, with a total North American box office of $373.91 million. At the same time, the overseas box office of Batman: The Dark Knight has also reached $460 million in the past 6 months. It is expected that after the overseas markets are fully rolled out at the end of this year, it will be able to earn about $50 million to $70 million. The global box office of the film is therefore expected to reach $900 million. In this era, if the global box office of a blockbuster can exceed $300 million, it will already satisfy the studio. Although the global box office of Batman: The Dark Knight did not reach the $960 million of the first Batman Begins, such box office results, together with the income from other channels such as videotapes, TV broadcasts and toys and peripherals brought by the film, still supported a large part of the film business of the 2 major media groups, Time Warner and Deaneries. Looking back on the past few years, Hollywood can't help but find that Deaneries and Time Warner, which are increasingly closely connected, are gradually leading other Hollywood film companies in the film business. Apart from Batman: The Dark Knight, Deaneries Entertainment's several blockbuster films in the summer season, Terminator 2, The Fugitive and A Few Good Men, all squeezed into the top 10 of the year-end list. Not only that, Deaneries Entertainment also independently produced 2 box office hits, The Silence of the Lambs at the beginning of the year and The Silence of the Lambs at the end of the summer season, which exceeded 100 million yuan. As for Time Warner, in addition to Batman: The Dark Knight, Warner Bros. Also cooperated with Deaneries on the hit The Fugitive and produced another hit project, Robin Hood. The 7 films mentioned above have already occupied 7 of the top 10 positions in the 1991 box office list as of early November. If divided by the distribution label, 3 of the 7 films belong to Warner Bros., which naturally means the lucrative profits behind the projects. Although Deaneries Entertainment has only released A Black Widow and The Silence of the Lambs independently, and their box office rankings are very low, no one can ignore that among these 7 films, only one, Robin Hood, has nothing to do with Deaneries Entertainment. The other 6 are either Deaneries Entertainment's sole investment projects or Deaneries Entertainment's external cooperation films. In the original time and space, probably only Disney at its peak after 2000 could reach such a level. After the successive acquisitions of Pixar, Marvel and Lucasfilm. Disney, with its three core brands of 3D animated films, Marvel Cinematic Universe and Star Wars series, and perhaps with the addition of live-action adaptations of traditional fairy tales, has produced nearly half of the annual North American box office list every year. Relying on this super content advantage, Disney's market value is close to $200 billion at its peak, which was almost the sum of the market values of Time Warner, Fox and Paramount at that time. Simon has achieved achievements comparable to those of Disney at its peak with his own prophetic advantage. If that were the case, this advantage would be difficult to sustain for a long time. Pixar is a very important layout in Simon's plan. In fact, Simon has unknowingly laid the foundation for replicating Disney's film business in recent years. Pixar is already a studio under Deaneries Entertainment, and Marvel Entertainment is more completely controlled by Simon than Simon remembered. Simon even poached the core three giants of DC. In addition, the IPs of Tolkien series, Jurassic Park, Mission Impossible, The Bourne Supremacy, Men in Black, etc., which Simon has collected based on his prophetic advantage, are also treasures waiting to be developed. Although there is no Star Wars series, just these resources in hand are enough for Deaneries Entertainment to dominate Hollywood in the next 20 years. In the traditional Hollywood film industry, everyone is gambling, and no one knows the box office prospects of a movie. Therefore, many times, the films ranked at the top of the box office list are basically owned by major studios. Now, Deaneries Entertainment is breaking this pattern and realizing in advance the feat that Simon remembered that Disney would be able to achieve many years later, and it occupies a large part of the box office list every year. The upcoming Toy Story does not expect the box office of the Batman series. As long as it can reach the box office level in Simon's memory, Deaneries Entertainment's layout in 3D animated films will be initially completed. In the original time and space, due to the huge sales of Toy Story, Pixar's valuation of $50 million before the film was released directly surged to $1 billion after the IPO, which was a full 20 times. However, at that time, Pixar only signed an OEM agreement, and the majority of the profits of the Toy Story series were still taken by Disney. This time, Pixar has become a complete whole for Deaneries Entertainment. The Toy Story in memory not only means a global box office of nearly $300 million, but also, according to Disney's subsequent statistics, the peripheral income brought by the first two Toy Story series alone reached $9 billion, an average of $4.5 billion per film. Therefore, as long as Toy Story can achieve the same successes in the original time and space, as a part of Deaneries Entertainment, the market value gain brought by this animation studio to Deaneries Entertainment Group itself is definitely not just $1 billion. As the head of Deaneries Entertainment's Consumer Products Department, Nancy Brill proposed a plan to prepare film peripherals from the beginning of the project. Toy Story is naturally the same. For this 3D animated film, which will be released on November 22, Deaneries Entertainment has not only made a $20 million publicity and promotion budget, but also spared no effort in the early layout of the project's peripheral products. It is expected that before the film is released, the distribution scale of Toy Story's peripheral toy products will reach $200 million. It can be said that this is also a gamble. Counting the film's $35 million production budget, the total cost of production and publicity for this project alone is $55 million. If the project fails, the potential losses to Deaneries Entertainment will be more than that. Deaneries Entertainment relies on the brand and reputation it has operated in recent years to allow the peripheral manufacturers cooperating with the company to complete this large-scale peripheral distribution in advance. If Toy Story fails at the box office, a large group of peripheral manufacturers may suffer losses. If the reputation is broken, it will naturally become very difficult to reshape it. Of course, if the plan succeeds, the benefits will definitely be very generous. The stage when the audience's desire to buy peripheral products is often the first few weeks after a movie is released. If the distribution is completed in advance, it can naturally make a lot of money by relying on the most popular period after the movie is released. Deaneries Studios. It is already November 15th. Scream 3, which opened on October 25th, just finished its third week of screening yesterday. After the first week of $37.13 million, the box office of this youth horror film fell by 53% in the second week, with only $17.56 million in the second week. In the third week of release from November 8 to November 14, The box office decline of Scream 3 narrowed to 32%, and it collected another $11.93 million. In the 3 weeks since its release, Scream 3 has accumulated a box office of $66.62 million. According to the box office data of nearly $10 million in the third week, the film is expected to earn another $20 million in the next few weeks. The total box office in North America is expected to be between $80 million and $90 million, as expected. In the office loft on the second floor of the studio, Simon and the Marvel animation team have just finished watching the 2D animated film Spider-Man, which was approved last year. Because it is not planned to be released in theaters, the production specifications of this animated film are naturally much lower than those of large-screen 2D animations, and the production budget is only $12 million. However, Simon is still very satisfied with this animated film, which finally lasts 91 minutes. It was already noon when he accompanied Stan Lee and other Marvel executives who came from the East Coast, as well as Nancy Brill and other executives to watch the sample film and discuss the film's publicity and distribution strategy. This animated film about the origin of Spider-Man is scheduled to be released during Easter next year. After watching the sample film with Simon, Nancy Brill agreed that Blockbuster would directly purchase the first batch of 300,000 videotapes, and if the sales are good, it will naturally be quickly added. Although it is impossible to buy the entire Blockbuster, the advantages that Deaneries Entertainment's film business brings to the largest videotape chain in North America or the world are immeasurable. You know, the sales scale of the North American videotape industry is exactly twice the total box office revenue in North America. Blockbuster already has a market share of more than 30% in this peripheral industry with twice the box office revenue, and is expected to hit a 50% market share in the future. Therefore, with such a strong retail channel, it is not surprising that the video sales of Deaneries Entertainment's films have significantly exceeded those of other studios' films of the same level in the past 2 years. In order to prevent subsidiaries from relying on the resources of the parent company and standing still, Simon actually doesn't like this kind of internal digestion. Giving equal channel resources to the films of each studio, according to the quality of the film itself, is the long-term solution. However, since it is a subsidiary of Deaneries Entertainment, resource tilt is inevitable. Simon has personally visited some Blockbuster chain stores in Los Angeles in private, and Deaneries Entertainment's films obviously account for a large proportion of the most conspicuous positions on the store shelves. Fortunately, in recent years, the films produced by Deaneries Entertainment itself, whether they are literary and artistic award-winning films or commercial blockbusters, are of excellent quality, so this resource tilt has not caused much negative impact. Otherwise, if a video chain's most conspicuous shelves are full of bad movies, and the movies that consumers want are hidden elsewhere, the result is simply unimaginable. After mentioning this to Nancy Brill, the short female executive said that she was very sensible about this, and then she made a special explanatory written document. Simon looked at the statistics made by Deaneries Analysis, which is still affiliated with Deaneries Entertainment, and no longer worried about this matter. Everyone had lunch together in the restaurant on the second floor of the cinema, and Simon and Nancy went to the Consumer Products Department office area in the number 3 office loft. These are the final batch of toys for Toy Story, a total of 37 types. Starting this weekend, these toys will be distributed to North American retail channels. Boss, do you think there's anything else to add? In a meeting room in the office area, as Nancy explained, Simon went forward to play with a pile of Toy Story peripherals that filled the conference table. Simon naturally knew about the relevant plans. The toys worth $200 million that will be distributed are only part of the Toy Story peripheral plan. Deaneries Entertainment has also signed letters of intent with McDonald's and other businesses. As long as Toy Story can achieve good box office success, companies such as McDonald's will also follow suit and launch corresponding brand licensed products. After playing with them for a while and chatting with Nancy about some details, Simon finally smiled and said, "At least, even if Toy Story doesn't sell well, there should be children who like these toys." Nancy Brill was also playing with a Buzz Lightyear in her hand and said, "Yeah, otherwise, those merchants are unlikely to take such a risk." "But, boss, I'm a little worried that you think so." Simon smiled and pointed to a pile of toys on the conference table and said, "Pack them all up and I'll take them back for my son." Nancy smiled when she heard Simon suddenly mention this and said, "You named your son Melbourne. Yeah, how do you feel about it?" "It's far worse than Deaneries, Melisandre, Ygritte and Cersei." This is a boy. Nancy asked curiously. What if it's a girl? Seattle. Nancy puzzled. Huh? Simon said, if it's a girl, she'll be called Seattle. Will it be called Los Angeles in the future? Simon shook his head and said, Los Angeles is 2 words, and I don't like this name. Nancy rolled her eyes and said, when your child grows up and finds out that his name is so special, he will definitely be very grateful to you as his father. Of course, and you are wrong. When Melbourne grows up, he will definitely find that there are a lot of companions named Melbourne around him. Why? Because this is the name Simon Westeros gave to his child. No one else in the world can become Simon Westeros. They often expect their children to have the same good luck as Simon Westeros' children. Therefore, the name Melbourne will definitely become popular. Nancy tilted her head and said, Boss, you are so arrogant. You probably don't think so in your heart. Besides, you look good when you tilt your head. Nancy immediately straightened her neck, with a little vigilance in her expression. Simon smiled and said, Don't worry, it was a real compliment just now, not flirting with you. I never flirt with women who don't want to get close to me. Boss, you should go to work. Of course, Simon nodded, pointed to the toys on the table, and said, Don't forget to pack them. Watching Simon turn around and leave the meeting room, Nancy couldn't help but pat her chest and murmured in a low voice, Dangerous guy. Suddenly she remembered that there was something she hadn't discussed with her boss. Regarding Blockbuster, Simon had talked about Blockbuster's transformation to the internet. With a rapid increase in the number of internet users in the United States, Nancy, who originally thought that Simon's idea was not very practical, couldn't help but think that she could start to make some arrangements for it. Well, this matter is not urgent. Moreover, she also has enough authority to arrange it herself, and she doesn't need to discuss everything with him. Simon's attitude of decentralization has always been a place that makes her very satisfied. Chapter 452 Thanksgiving Schedule. Thanksgiving Day this year is November 28th. With the end of the 3rd week of screening of Scream 3, on November 15th, a week before the Thanksgiving schedule, the first heavyweight film to be released in North American theaters was The Last Boy Scout, produced by Warner Bros. Pictures. This action comedy, directed by Tony Scott and starring Bruce Willis, tells the story of a hapless private detective involved in a football gambling case. Bruce Willis's summer production budget of $65 million, The Condor, was a box office failure. The current The Last Boy Scout follows the black and white dual male lead brother movie model similar to Lethal Weapon, and the budget is also at the upper middle level of $30 million, so it is crucial for Willis to maintain his status. However, after The Last Boy Scout opened on 1,823 screens, the media's film reviews were disappointing, with an overall score of only 4.6, not even passing. From November 15th to November 21st, which basically occupied a week of blank schedule, the cumulative box office of The Last Boy Scout was only $10.72 million in the first 7 days of its opening. In the original timeline, Bruce Willis became famous with the Die Hard series, and then his luck continued to decline. He starred in a series of box office failures and his career gradually fell to the bottom. The turning point was in 1994 when Pulp Fiction came out. Bruce Willis relied on the role of the unlucky boxer to squeeze into the ranks of movies that broke the $100 million box office again. After Pulp Fiction, Bruce Willis's acting career seemed to be re-blessed. In the following years, he starred in blockbusters such as The Sixth Sense and Armageddon, and returned to the ranks of first-line superstars. Simon has already filmed Pulp Fiction and The Sixth Sense in advance. This time, I don't know if there will be any projects to help Willis save the situation. Speaking of which, the status of Bruce Willis and Demi Moore has been completely reversed, with a completely different box office performances of the two summer movies, The Condor Heroes and A Few Good Men, and the box office failure of The Last Boy Scout. Of course, many things are uncertain in the future. After fulfilling the 2 film contracts signed with Daenerys Entertainment, she gave up Indecent Proposal, which was also expected to be a big hit at the box office, because of the salary issue, and rejected the invitation of Van Cleef and Arpels to be the spokesperson. Demi Moore has completely cut off contact with Daenerys Entertainment. Compared with male stars of the same status, Hollywood's first-line actresses have always been in excess. The two sides parted ways, and Simon will definitely not give this actress many resources. It is hard to say whether Demi Moore will go down the old path of decline in her original timeline. On November 22nd, the Thanksgiving season officially arrived. In addition to the other 3 independent films that opened on a very small scale, there are 2 heavyweight new films this week. The film, The Addams Family, adapted from comics and TV series by Paramount Pictures, opened on 2,411 screens, and the long-prepared Toy Story by Deaneries Entertainment opened on 2,686 screens. The Addams Family comics have been serialized in the New York Times since 1932, and have been popular since they were made into TV series in the 1960s, so they have a very deep popularity base. Although the media reviews can only be barely considered passing, many people have chosen to buy tickets to watch the movie because of the widespread popularity of this IP. In comparison, the disadvantages of Toy Story are somewhat obvious. The first big screen 3D animated film, this gimmick may attract many people. However, in the traditional concept of most people, animated films are ultimately for children. This is how Disney's traditional 2D animated films are positioned. After watching Toy Story, most of the senior executives of Deaneries Entertainment gave a very positive evaluation of this 3D animated film. However, they strongly disagreed with Simon's promotion of Toy Story as a traditional blockbuster movie. The opening scale of 2,686 screens was even more regarded as a waste. Traditional 2D animated films generally adopt a long-term screening strategy, targeting children and arrived family audiences, and the usual opening scale of screens is around 1,000. With the opening of Toy Story, the development of things was obviously beyond the expectations of the entire Hollywood. First of all, the film reviews. Compared with the barely passing The Addams Family, Toy Story was completely one-sidedly praised. None of the dozens of mainstream media counted by Deaneries Entertainment's distribution department gave a negative review. In other words, this 3D animated film, which is very alternative in this era, almost achieved a full score of 10 points. The Hollywood Reporter generously commented that Toy Story is a visually shocking and creative epic-making masterpiece. Even with the expansion of the scope of film review media, although some different voices will inevitably appear, it is conceivable that the comprehensive media score of Toy Story is destined to remain above 9.5 points. Even Batman Begins 2 years ago did not receive such one-sided media praise. Unlike the original Toy Story, which was only produced by Pixar and was not Disney's son, the current Toy Story is completely a work of Deaneries Entertainment. Therefore, whether in terms of marketing strength or opening scale, the new version of Toy Story will surpass the original version. Coupled with a phenomenal media reputation, driven by curiosity, audiences of all ages bought tickets to enter the theater, which also allowed Toy Story to quickly break the limitation that animated films are only for children. In just 3 days after opening, Toy Story easily won a box office of $31.06 million with 2,686 screens, successfully achieving an average of more than 10,000 per theater. The average number of theaters for the first 3 days of the weekend exceeded 10,000, which is obviously very different from the average number of theaters for the first 3 days of the Halloween Scream 3. The reason why Scream 3 was able to exceed 10,000 theaters in the first 3 days of the weekend was mainly due to the popularity of the first 2 films and the audience's continued viewing inertia. The box office of the film fell by more than 50% in the second week. Now, Toy Story has earned $31.06 million in the first 3 days of the weekend. Relying on the film's almost perfect review reputation and the increasing popularity of the film, this 3D animated film will definitely not see the same drop as Scream 3 in the second week of its release. With the close attention of the entire Hollywood, the 7 days from November 22nd to November 28th passed quickly. On the second day of Thanksgiving, the first week box office of Toy Story was officially released. The box office figure of $46.73 million easily topped the single-week box office champion. In comparison, the equally popular The Addams Family only earned $31.17 million in the first 7 days of its opening week. Of course, compared to the production cost of $30 million, the first week box office of The Addams Family with $31.17 million is still very successful. The third-place Bruce Willis action comedy, The Last Boy Scout, fell 37% in the second week box office under the impact of 2 strong new films, Toy Story and The Addams Family, and only received $6.75 million. According to this box office curve, the total North American box office of The Last Boy Scout is likely to stop at less than $25 million, and it cannot even reach the production budget of $30 million. The defeat is inevitable. On November 29th, North American theaters will once again log in 3 important new films for release. The crime thriller Cape Fear, taken over by Deaneries Entertainment from Universal Pictures, the new film Baby Lovers starring Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone last year, and MGM's new 007 series GoldenEye. Cape Fear is directed by Martin Scorsese and Robert De Niro is the male lead. As far as I can remember, Cape Fear was also a film that was both well received and box office successful. Simon once heard about this project and even thought about snatching it from Universal, but he gave up because the plan to acquire MCA had already been implemented. Honey Little Love was invested and produced by Columbia Pictures. In addition to Macaulay Culkin, the film also had 2 stars, Jamie Lee Curtis and Dan Aykroyd, joining. The budget cost reached $30 million, of which Macaulay Culkin took $5 million. Speaking of which, although a complete contract was signed in advance, Macaulay Culkin's salary for Home Alone 2, which will be filmed after the new year, is also $5 million, which makes this 11-year-old actor the highest-paid child star in Hollywood. After earning $10 million from 2 film contracts, some things are inevitable. For example, in order to prevent the couple's various troubles from affecting Home Alone 2, Deaneries Entertainment even sent a lawyer's letter to the two, warning the couple not to expose too many negative things to the media. As for the parties involved, this is destined to be a tragedy. Even the parents don't care, no one can be the savior. Perhaps, those who want to save will be regarded as enemies by the profit-seeking couple. Simon personally participated in the Los Angeles premiere of GoldenEye on Wednesday, before the opening of the film. The Johnston family invested in MGM and became the largest shareholder of this old film company, with a 30% stake. Of course, this matter did not cause much splash at the time. Many people know that the Johnston family's investment in MGM is actually equivalent to Simon Westeros controlling the company. Many facts over the past year have also proved this point. However, before the transaction, MGM was already an asset of Australian capital, and the investigation that someone in Washington tried to initiate was suppressed under the operation of the Westeros system. Many creditors of MGM were also happy to see this, and even secretly fueled the flames. Letting Simon Westeros control the company will definitely benefit MGM a lot, and the interests of all creditors can be guaranteed to the greatest extent. As long as it does not harm its own interests, or even benefits its own interests, capital does not care about monopoly. The other major Hollywood studios that are most likely to raise objections were not very optimistic about Simon taking over the mess of MGM. In addition, several other studios have formed close ties with Deaneries Entertainment. Even Paramount, which has some grudges, has reached a settlement in the process of Deaneries Entertainment's merger with MCA. Therefore, MGM almost naturally fell into Simon's control. In the past year, in addition to the summer blockbuster A Few Good Men, MGM has also reached a number of cooperations with Deaneries Entertainment in accordance with the original plan, such as IP image licensing and classic film videotape distribution. In addition, with the support of Deaneries Entertainment, MGM re-signed an agreement with Turner Broadcasting, which had taken away a large part of the company's film and television broadcasting rights. Turner Broadcasting's method of taking away a large number of MGM's classic film television broadcasting rights was controversial. After negotiations between the two parties, although the broadcasting rights were not taken back, the original authorization period would still be fulfilled until 2003, but Turner Broadcasting also increased the payment price and relaxed the restrictions on MGM's simultaneous sale of broadcasting rights to other TV networks. This also means that Deaneries Entertainment's TV stations can also broadcast MGM's films in the future. In short, in just this year, the whole of Hollywood can feel the signs of MGM's improved business conditions. Whether it is Cape Fear created by Martin Scorsese and Robert De Niro, Baby Lovers by Macaulay Culkin, or GoldenEye of 007 Inches which was born 4 years earlier, none of them can cover up the brilliance of Toy Story. As the Thanksgiving season continues, more information is revealed. Not only did the box office of $46.73 million in the first week, according to the Los Angeles Times, with a screening of Toy Story, the toys around this 3D animated film also sold out for a while. Toy Story, just the name of this 3D animated film, can see how much value the film's peripheral development has. Moreover, after watching the movie, the audience found that retail stores such as Toys R Us had already put a lot of toys around Toy Story on the shelves in advance. Americans have always been very willing to spend money on movie peripherals, and they are also very willing to spend money on children. Therefore, according to rough statistics, in just 1 week, the sales of toys for Toy Story reached $230 million. The retailers who originally completed the distribution of $200 million in advance, the initial best expectation also meant that these toys could be sold within a month. However, in less than a week, retailers had to start restocking. Brand partners such as McDonald's, which signed a letter of intent in advance, also responded quickly to the popularity of Toy Story and launched corresponding peripheral products one after another. Considering the even more popular Christmas, the industry predicts that the sales of Toy Story's peripheral products will steadily exceed $1 billion in the next 2 months. According to the 15% net profit Deaneries Entertainment can obtain from the sales of peripheral products, the $1 billion in peripheral sales is expected to bring Deaneries Entertainment a net profit of $150 million. Obviously, this is just the beginning. According to the data in Simon's memory, the average sales of peripheral products for the 2 Toy Story movies is $4.5 billion. When the media paid attention to the amazing profits brought by Toy Story, their eyes inevitably fell on Pixar Studios. Of course, it was not that the media had not paid attention to this animation studio before. Pixar, which won the Oscar for Best Short Film with Tin Soldier, was not unknown. However, most people thought that it was very unwise for Simon Westeros to continue to spend money on an emerging animation genre that could not prove its prospects. Now, no one will have similar ideas. With the success of Toy Story, Business Week directly increased the valuation of Deaneries Entertainment by $5 billion, including the value of Pixar itself and the strong boost that 3D animated films bring to Deaneries Entertainment's consumer products department and theme park business. In addition, Business Week also extended the topic to the strong synergy between various business departments within the comprehensive media group. The success of Toy Story has driven the growth of the performance of other major business departments of Deaneries Entertainment, which is undoubtedly the most vivid embodiment of this synergy. Business Week predicts that with the increasingly powerful synergy shown by various business departments under Deaneries Entertainment, the horizontal integration of the U.S. media industry will be further accelerated. Chapter 453 Birth. Janet's due date was December 11th, but the woman had irregular uterine contractions a few days before Thanksgiving. After Thanksgiving, after examination, it was confirmed that the little guy would be born in the first few days of December. Janet was persuaded by Simon to stay in a private hospital near Pepperdine University in Malibu. Westeros' own hospital is definitely not available now. To ensure that there is no emergency, Raymond Johnston sent the entire team of the Johnston Family Medical Center in Australia. Simon himself also stopped working completely before Thanksgiving and planned to stay with Janet throughout December. Janet's pregnancy news caused a media discussion as soon as it was announced. As the time for the birth of the little guy approached, the outside world began to pay attention to this matter again, and many paparazzi appeared near Cape Dumay Manor. Simon was very strong in this regard and asked Pat Kingsley to personally notify all media one by one that anyone who sent reporters to inquire about this matter in the near future would not be welcomed by all companies in the Westeros system in the future. This statement is a bit serious. Now, not only Deaneries Entertainment, but also the entire Westeros system, has countless things that deserve media attention every year. If a newspaper is banned by the Westeros system, it is equivalent to losing a large source of content compared to other media. In addition, the security level of Cape Dumay Manor and the private hospital where Janet was admitted to give birth have been greatly improved. Even the team inside the private hospital has been replaced by doctors and nurses from Australia. Therefore, the media has given up the idea of inquiring about this matter and only waited for the official announcement from Westeros. Of course, even without first-hand information, the discussion about the little guy in the media is still inevitable. The most eye-catching is the name of the little guy. Melbourne Westeros. Regarding the name, Simon and Janet did not deliberately conceal it from the outside world. After the last baby party, the news spread. Inevitably, some people will secretly criticize the non-mainstream name of Westeros' first child. However, most of the things that appeared in the newspapers are various interpretations of this name, as well as other meanings of Simon Westeros naming his son. Many people think that this name is more likely to be given by Janet. The Australian media reacted very enthusiastically to this name. In an interview with the media, The mayor of Melbourne excitedly said that it was an honor for the city that Simon Westeros named his son Melbourne and sent his blessings to the little guy who was about to be born. Apart from other things, the 2 consecutive Batman series shot in Melbourne have greatly increased the international reputation of the city. Because of the rise of the film industry, Melbourne has also become Australia's most popular tourist city in the past 2 years. This continued until December 6. After breakfast, Simon was walking with Janet in the garden of the private hospital. The woman suddenly felt uncomfortable. When the team of doctors and nurses on call gathered, Janet's amniotic fluid had broken. Adequate preparations were made in advance, and Janet was sent to the delivery room in an orderly manner. Simon also changed into sterile clothes and stayed by the woman's side. Because it was the first child, the doctor estimated that it might take more than 8 hours. In the multiple examinations in advance, both the woman and the child were very healthy. Although Janet was afraid of pain, she chose a natural birth. She just held Simon's hand tightly while she lay on the delivery bed, frowning and humming and laughing. Occasionally, when she felt severe pain, she would look at the man beside her with resentment. Simon was actually full of expectations and anxiety about the little one who was about to be born, and he patiently stayed by the bed. He entered the delivery room at around 8 o'clock in the morning and stayed there until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At 2:20, an 8-pound little guy finally came into this world with a loud cry. After being busy for more than half an hour, Janet saw her newborn son with her own eyes, muttered "so ugly," and fell asleep after being exhausted. She personally carried Janet to the next ward, and the little guy was also placed directly in the crib next to Janet. After settling the mother and child, Simon finally kissed Janet on the sleeping face, and then he walked out of the ward. Outside the ward, many people had already rushed over. The female assistant was still answering calls in a room, writing down the first-hand blessings from all directions. After greeting the executives of Deanery's Entertainment, Ygritte, Cisco, and AOL, everyone looked at the little guy in the crib through the glass wall outside the ward, and then everyone left. After seeing off Amy Pascal and Nancy Brill, who were the last to leave, Simon returned to Janet's ward. The female assistant came over and stood in front of the glass window with Simon to look at the little guy in the crib inside. She was envious, but she didn't forget to talk about business. In Australia, everyone has boarded the plane and will arrive around 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Simon nodded, but his eyes did not move away from the little guy in the glass window. The body of a newborn baby is very sensitive and fragile, and it is not suitable for too much contact with people. Therefore, everyone just looked at it through the glass window, and the nurses on duty in the ward had to disinfect carefully when entering and leaving. As for the matter of appearing in front of people with a baby just a few hours after birth, Simon was not so careless. The Westeros family does not need to satisfy anyone's curiosity. After Jennifer finished talking about this, she looked at her memo and continued, "Steve Ross just called personally from New York and sent someone to send a gift card, as well as my father." At this point, the female assistant smiled and skipped over it, saying, "In addition to Mr. Iger on the East Coast, Mr. Smith from Verizon, Ms. Fessy in Europe and others, the heads of several other major Hollywood studios have also called and sent gifts." After listening to the female assistant, Simon said, "You take care of these first and make a list. I'll find time to call them back in the evening." Jennifer responded, and then said, "Also, should we announce the news to the public? Ms. Kingsley just called and said that many media are waiting for news. It is something worth being happy about after all." Simon thought for a moment and nodded. "Let Jeff post an announcement on the Yahoo portal." The female assistant continued to agree, but did not leave immediately. Instead, she stood outside the glass window with Simon, continued to look at the little guy in the crib in the window for a while, and suddenly said, "How does it feel to be a father?" Simon looked at his son in the crib and told the truth, "I feel a little confused." "Huh? I don't know what will happen to him in the future." The female assistant paused and quickly understood Simon's mood at the moment. If it were an ordinary family, they would definitely worry about many things now, such as the little guy's diet, health, education, and so on. However, these would not be any problems for Simon, or for the little guy named Melbourne Westeros in the crib. This is destined to be a child born with a silver spoon in his mouth, destined to get all the best resources. Since he can give all ordinary children everything they fantasize about, Simon's confusion at this time is easy to understand. What's more, the female assistant has always known that he has never been a person with a strong sense of security. She moved closer to the man involuntarily, and stopped when she touched his arm. Jennifer whispered, "Mer will definitely become a great person like you in the future." Knowing that this was unlikely, and knowing that the female assistant was comforting herself, Simon smiled and raised his hand to pat the female assistant's waist in a soothing manner. The female assistant was born in 1962, only 2 years younger than Janet. According to the original agreement, she could have a child next year. Since he had agreed, Simon would certainly not go back on his word. Sensing the emotions of the man next to her, the female assistant smiled softly and did not mention this matter. She just said, "I'll go and prepare some food for you. You haven't eaten since this morning." Simon still patiently stayed in the hospital for the rest of the day. Outside the hospital, after careful consideration by the public relations team and finally with Simon's approval, the Egret portal issued a very brief press release with the theme, "The first child of the Westeros family was born." This was similar to the announcement when Janet was just pregnant. Of course, there were no photos. Even though it was already well known, the little guy's name was not mentioned in the press release. Immediately, a large number of mainstream media reported on the incident. Simon Westeros's first child, the heir to a huge fortune of tens of billions of dollars, just this gimmick, even without any attachment, was enough to attract a wave of strong attention. The next morning, the Johnston family finally arrived in Los Angeles. This time, the people who came were very complete. Raymond Johnston and his wife, Anthony Johnston's family, Norman Johnston's family, David Johnston who came back from the UK, Patrick Johnston and their respective girlfriends, and of course, Veronica Johnston. Simon specially asked someone to clean up the mansion in Palisade in advance for everyone to live in. The Johnston family has always been conservative and traditional in nature, and Raymond Johnston's family was not prosperous before, so they attached great importance to such things. Therefore, even Raymond Johnston, who is always old-fashioned and serious, could not hide his joy when he saw his grandson. David Johnston and Patrick Johnston are not married yet, and Janet was even more so before. The last addition to the Johnston family was 10 years ago, when Norman Johnston's son, Victor Johnston. Although the little guy's surname was Westeros, Raymond Johnston took it for granted that the child was a member of the Johnston family. If Simon's current achievements were not too dazzling, the child would probably follow his mother's surname. This tradition exists in the West. If the mother's family is too strong, the child will often follow the mother's surname, or at least add the mother's surname in the middle of the name, because this is often a symbol of honor and inheritance. Even the child himself will not feel inappropriate, and often prefers his mother's surname. For example, Lydia Hearst. Few people know what Lydia Hearst's father's surname is. Most people will just take it for granted that this is a Hearst. Simon had not forgotten the promise he made to a quirky and precocious little girl at Sophia's daughter Gemma's birthday party. Recently, he had arranged a small role for her in The Ring. The Hearst family responded, and the little girl gladly accepted it. She also talked to Simon on the phone with great interest, and seriously discussed the matter of the small role. In a private hospital, the whole family had a lively visit to the child, and then temporarily moved to Palisade to settle down. Since they came to the United States, of course they would stay for a few more days. When the old man left, he specially called David Johnston and Patrick Johnston. David and Patrick originally did not want to live in Palisade with their parents, but the old man said so, and they had to follow him obediently. I think it should be for their lifelong event. The old man has always been dissatisfied with David Johnston's girlfriend Leslie Wickett, but after seeing a certain little guy who had just been born, he was touched and would probably give in this time. Although everything was confirmed to be fine, Janet would stay in the hospital for 2 more days before returning to Cape Dumay Manor, for the sake of caution. Simon also planned to arrange a family dinner at Cape Dumay Manor after Janet was discharged from the hospital in 2 days. It was approaching noon. As everyone left one after another, no one seemed to notice that Veronica Johnston had unknowingly stayed at the end. Because of her silent and cold temperament, Veronica seemed to have no strong sense of existence. Of course, Simon and Janet must have noticed this. Carefully holding the child and feeding him milk, until the little guy started to spit bubbles, Janet looked at Veronica who was sitting quietly by the bed. Because Simon was no longer in the ward, Janet no longer pretended to call her aunt intimately, but she did not call Veronica an iceberg in front of her son. She just said with a happy face, "Do you want a hug?" Ever since she saw the little guy for the first time, Veronica showed some indescribable strange emotions. This newly born little life seemed to have some kind of magic that had always attracted her. Even though everyone had left and Janet might have noticed something, Veronica couldn't help but stay. In order to avoid revealing any flaws, Simon had just had to leave the ward under the pretext of preparing lunch. Her arm moved, and she seemed to be very hesitant. Veronica finally reached out. Janet handed the child over and reminded her, "Hold the head. The baby's neck is very fragile. Well, don't lift it too high, otherwise the baby will feel uncomfortable." Veronica silently and obediently followed Janet's reminder and carefully held the child in her arms. She seemed to be more cautious than Janet. Just like that, she found something that was lost many, many years ago and was thought to be impossible to find and make up. The memories from a long, long time ago have long been sealed. But at this moment, looking at the little guy in her arms, those fragmented memories flooded into her heart like a tide. Just at this moment, Veronica once again had an urge to almost cry, as well as some strange, strong desire to snatch this child away. Chapter 454, End of the Year. Simon accompanied Janet on maternity leave, but the year-end schedule did not stop. The day before the little guy was born, the second week of Thanksgiving officially ended. The 3 new films released on November 29th, Columbia Pictures' Baby Lovers, MGM's Golden Eye and Deanery's Entertainment's Robert De Niro starring crime thriller Cape Fear taken over from Universal, did not pose much threat to Toy Story. From November 29th to December 5th, in 7 days, Toy Story maintained a 23% drop in the second week after the first week's box office of $46.73 million, and received another $35.93 million, continuing to maintain the first place in the weekly box office list. 2 weeks after the opening, the first 3D animated film in Hollywood history has accumulated a box office of $82.66 million. According to the latter sharing rule signed by Deanery's Entertainment and the theater chain, the company can share more than 70% of the box office in the first 2 weeks of the film's opening. This means that the 2-week North American box office of $82.66 million is enough for Deanery's Entertainment to recover the entire $55 million production and publicity budget. Considering the long-term nature of animated films and the inevitable rebound in viewing during the upcoming Christmas season, the total North American box office of Toy Story is likely to reach $200 million, becoming the third film in 1991 to exceed $200 million in North American box office after Batman, The Dark Knight and Terminator 2. Not only the box office, the peripheral products of Toy Story are also continuing to sell well. With the current momentum of peripheral sales, the industry generally predicts that the North American box office of Toy Story may only be $200 million, but the comprehensive benefits brought to Deanery's Entertainment by this project may be higher than that of Batman, The Dark Knight. After all, Deanery's Entertainment and Time Warner will share the profits of Batman, The Dark Knight equally. The project of Toy Story is completely owned by Deanery's Entertainment. With the success of the film, Toy Story 2 was directly announced. The Lion King 2, which has already been put into production, has also suddenly received more attention from Hollywood. The success of the DC movie universe has just triggered a wave of trends in the discovery of comic IPs in recent years. Suddenly, Hollywood's attention has to be attracted by 3D animated films again. However, after a little investigation, many people regretfully discovered that it is even more difficult to follow Deanery's Entertainment to produce 3D animated films than to follow Disney to produce 2D animated films. For so many years in Hollywood, only Disney has gained a foothold in 2D animated films. However, when Michael Eisner just took over Disney a few years ago, he planned to lay off the declining 2D animated film department, because the Disney classic animations that have been continuously rescreened in recent years have achieved good box office results, and the Disney animation department has begun to recover under the leadership of Jeffrey Katzenberg, so Disney gave up this idea. Before Deanery's Entertainment, when it comes to animated films, the only thing that comes to mind is Disney, and only Disney has produced a series of very successful 2D animated films. Animated films, including such a big kick as Peripherals, of course other studios have been trying. MCA, which also operates theme parks, has been making similar attempts for many years to make up for its shortcomings in animation IP. In the 1980s, it produced 2D animated films such as Little Feet Walking Around the World and American Rat Tail, but there has never been a project that can compare with Disney's classic 2D animation. For 2D animated films, the long production cycle can be said to be the most critical factor affecting other studios' participation in this field. Because the 2D animated films of this era are all drawn by animators one by one. According to the length of a 90-minute animated film, 90 minutes, 5,400 seconds, and 24 frames per second, it means 24 manuscripts, which together are 129,600. This is only a theoretical number. Taking into account factors such as mistakes, scrap drafts, and modifications, the drawings that need to be drawn for each animated film actually far exceed the theoretical number. However, mature animators can only draw 10 to 20 manuscripts a day. In addition, in order to maintain the unity of the style of animated films, the number of people in an animated film team should not be too large. Therefore, before the 1980s, the production cycle of traditional Disney hand-drawn 2D animated films was at least 4 years. However, even so, if you are willing to spend money and invest patiently, the threshold for 2D animated films is still not too high, and there are still many animation film talents in the world. In comparison, the threshold for 3D animated films is obviously much higher. It's just that Deaneries Entertainment is absolutely the only one in this era in terms of the software and hardware systems for making 3D animated films. Deaneries Entertainment has led the industry for at least 5 years in 3D animation software, image rendering software, and even the world's first rendering farm and other software and hardware facilities. Even if it takes 5 years to make up for this gap, it will take at least 2 years to launch a 3D animated film, which is 7 years. Moreover, after 7 years of continuous investment and spending tens of millions of dollars, the result is that no one can guarantee whether a movie can be successful. In the original time and space, Toy Story was born in 1995, when similar 3D animation software had already appeared in the industry. Even so, after Toy Story, other companies launched successful and popular 3D animated films, such as DreamWorks' Shrek the Monsters or Fox's Ice Age, after 2000. The interval between them generally exceeded 5 years. Illumination Entertainment, which came later, did not come to the fore until more than 10 years after Toy Story was born. In 1991, due to the limited market capacity, graphics software companies such as Autodesk did not even have plans to develop 3D animation software. Not only that, even if other studios poached talents from Deaneries Entertainment with high salaries to form their own teams, in addition to the risks of time and funds, they also needed to consider technical patent issues. Deaneries Entertainment has applied for a series of patent barriers that are enough to build a modern 3D animation software, rendering software and even various hardware facilities. Some core technical talents have also signed a non-compete agreement with Deaneries Entertainment. Once they resign, they are not allowed to engage in related occupations for at least 3 years. In short, unless Deaneries Entertainment is willing to take the initiative to relax the restrictions on technology and talents, otherwise, in a short period of time, apart from Deaneries Entertainment, there will be no other Hollywood studio that can produce 3D animated films. Simon certainly will not let go of the technology in his hands easily. Therefore, as long as it is managed properly, the 3D animated film market will be monopolized by Deaneries Entertainment throughout the 1990s. After Toy Story, the second place in the box office in the second week of the Thanksgiving season was taken by GoldenEye. Although the protagonist is still Timothy Dalton, under the stable MGM management team and Simon's personal supervision, the quality of GoldenEye is obviously a level higher than the previous ones, and the production cost has reached $50 million. In the first week of its release, GoldenEye earned $32.79 million at the box office. Although this result is not as good as this year's blockbuster Batman, The Dark Knight, Terminator 2 and Toy Story in the adjacent schedule, it has also met MGM's expectations. You should know that the previous 007 License to Kill had a total box office of only $34.66 million in North America. GoldenEye has only been released for a week, and the box office accumulation is already comparable to 007 License to Kill. However, the media reputation of GoldenEye is only about 7 points, which is not too outstanding. According to the feedback from various data of the film, although the first week started well, it is still difficult for the total box office in North America to break $100 million. Considering the film's $50 million production budget and $20 million in publicity and distribution expenses, if you want to recover your costs, you can only rely on the performance of overseas markets. The third place on the list is The Addams Family, produced by Paramount Pictures. In the second week of its release, the box office of The Addams Family dropped by 33%, earning another $20.88 million, and the cumulative box office reached $52.05 million. According to this box office curve, whether the North American box office can break 100 million is still ambiguous. Columbia Pictures invited Macaulay Culkin to star in Baby Sweetheart, which had a box office of $14.27 million in the first week, ranking fourth. With a production cost of $30 million and a first-week box office of $14.27 million, it obviously did not meet Columbia Pictures' expectations, and the film's reputation was also unsatisfactory, with an overall score of only about 5.6. For a fast-moving holiday comedy, Macaulay Culkin's popularity did not attract enough audiences in the first week of the film's release, and it will be even more difficult for too many people to pay attention to the film in the future, and the box office prospects can only be said to be average. Deaneries Entertainment took over Cape Fear from Universal Pictures, and the box office in the first week of its release was $14.21 million, ranking fifth on the weekly box office list with a very narrow gap behind Baby Sweetheart. This remake of the crime thriller, directed by Martin Scorsese and starring Robert De Niro, had a budget of $35 million. The opening box office of $14.21 million was also lower than expected, but the film's reputation was very good and it is expected to have a pretty good box office curve. While the schedule of the 1980s continued, outside of Hollywood, Ygritte officially announced a list of World Wide Web patents that it planned to open for free on Monday, December 2nd. Although there were rumors flying around in advance, when Ygritte really started to implement it, it still caused a strong wave in the industry. The evaluations of the whole thing by various media are also different. In general, many media highly praised Ygritte's decision, but some media raised objections, believing that Deaneries Entertainment's move was equivalent to completely extinguishing the possibility of the birth of a wide range of internet technology standards in the second week. Moreover, although Ygritte has open core patents related to technologies such as HTTP to HTML, it still holds technologies such as browser software, email, and online payment. Therefore, latecomers in the industry are destined to be unable to compete with Deaneries Entertainment in many aspects. Simon does not intend to prevent similar companies from competing with Ygritte. In the plan, Ygritte will gradually license out patents such as email technology in the next few years. However, after the release of the patent list this time, Ygritte did not rush to announce the second phase plan because of the media's praise or doubts. As long as you carefully study the published patent list, you will find that after this batch of patents is opened, most of the businesses that Ygritte portal is involved in, including online forums, personal blogs, online games, etc., other companies can follow up without too many restrictions. This degree of openness has exceeded most people's expectations, and the industry cannot have more extravagant hopes for a while. Janet was discharged smoothly on the third day after giving birth to the little guy. The Johnston family also stayed in Los Angeles for about a week before leaving one after another. Janet hoped that her family could spend Christmas together in Los Angeles, but this was obviously not realistic. The Johnston family also had a lot of things to deal with. Just like in the ward on the first day, Veronica Johnston stayed in Los Angeles until the end. Janet originally wanted Veronica to help look after the child, hoping to rouse Veronica's desire for family through the little guy. However, during this period, Janet obviously found that things seemed to be a little off. Her aunt really loved the newly born little Melbourne. However, she always felt that something was wrong. During these days living in Los Angeles, Veronica came to see the child every day. She liked to hold the little guy the most and stared at him for a long time. Sometimes, Janet felt that her aunt seemed to want to snatch the little guy away and raise him as her own child. This is too weird. Privately, they also joked that if you like children, then find someone to give birth to one yourself. Veronica looked like she didn't hear such words at all. Therefore, it was inevitable that some doubts arose in her heart. However, no matter how smart Janet was, it was difficult for her to think of certain aspects of things. This was almost a blind spot in thinking. Unless she was personally involved, it was difficult to understand. Otherwise, Janet would not have had some misunderstandings between Simon and her aunt before. Janet has never been a person who likes to entangle. Since I can't figure it out, I won't think about it. Anyway, who cares? A little guy has been born. After this experience, I don't want to have a second child. It's a disaster. Moreover, for Janet, the happiest thing after the little guy is born is that she can sleep in any posture. Janet likes to hug Simon in bed the most. However, in the past 6 months, she feels that there is a third party between her and Simon. Of course, the matter of regaining her figure is also on the agenda. And the work before pregnancy has also begun to be picked up again. Westerners don't have the habit of sitting in confinement. A week after the birth of the child, several heads of Cersei Capital came to Los Angeles one after another to report to Janet in person on the company's operation status in the past 6 months, and also brought a lot of information. The restlessness and anxiety in the late pregnancy also disappeared. Simon found from this point that Janet's psychological quality is much stronger than his. In short, after the birth of the little guy, Janet seemed like an elf that was unsealed, and almost immediately recovered the vitality before pregnancy. As for a certain little guy, he is treated as a treasure by everyone. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as holding him in your hands for fear of dropping him, and holding him in your mouth for fear of melting him. Janet, as a mother, does not need to worry too much. Chapter 455 Christmas Season. Between the Thanksgiving and Christmas seasons, The Piano, produced by Gay-Oman Films, was screened on 21 screens in major North American cities such as Los Angeles, New York, and Chicago on December 6. After its release, this film, which won the Golden Lion Award at the Venice Film Festival in September, received unanimous praise from the media. The film's overall score was as high as 9.2 points, becoming another high-scoring masterpiece in the year-end schedule, second only to Toy Story. Roger Ebert, a well-known American film critic, generously commented that this film was the most extraordinary and unforgettable film I have ever seen. In the first week of screenings, The Piano earned $1.55 million in 7 days, with an average of $73,000 in theaters. Another award-winning film, Grand Canyon, released at the same time as The Piano, was produced by Fox Films and directed by Lawrence Kasdan, a well-known Hollywood screenwriter and director. It tells the story of a black man who mistakenly enters a white community and causes racial conflicts. Grand Canyon only had a smaller scale of 2 screens for preview, which was entirely for the purpose of obtaining the nomination qualification for the award season. In the first week, it earned a box office of $190,000 with 2 screens. However, as an award-winning film, Grand Canyon has only average critics and a comprehensive score of only 7.6 points. Compared with The Piano with a score of 9.2, it is obviously difficult to make a difference in the award season. December 13, Friday. Although theoretically this week is still a break between the 2 major schedules, if we look at the scale of the released films, the Christmas schedule is considered to be opened in advance. Because this week, Steven Spielberg's Captain Hawk was released, and Paramount Pictures' JFK was also released at the same time. Columbia Pictures has high expectations for Captain Hawk, and the final production budget of the film has reached $70 million, and the scale of the opening screen is 2,197. However, with the opening of the film, the reputation of Captain Hawk has directly collapsed, and the media score has dropped all the way to 2.8 points. Variety magazine criticized Hawk as chaotic and uncontrolled, and Newsweek even commented scathingly that watching Hawk was like watching an 80,000-pound dwarf dancing. In the first 3 days of its release, Hawk only earned $13.52 million in its first weekend, far below Columbia Pictures' expectations. In the original time and space, Hawk finally broke through $100 million in North American box office, and with a total global box office of more than $200 million in subsequent revenue, the film barely allowed Columbia Pictures to recover its costs. However, this time, this blockbuster with poor reputation will not have such good luck. Because the following week, another highly anticipated new film in the DC movie universe, The Flash, is about to be released. In the original time and space, JFK, which was released at the same time as Hawk, should have been produced by Warner, but because Warner's attention was mostly focused on The Flash at the end of this year, it gave up the project at the beginning. Compared with Captain Hawk, JFK is in a much better situation. This slightly alternative historical drama received an excellent media rating of 8.3 points after its opening. However, in terms of box office, JFK opened on 1,164 screens, and the box office in the first 3 days of the weekend finally reached $5.22 million, which is not satisfactory. Because of the success of Oliver Stone's previous films and the participation of Kevin Costner in this film, the production budget of JFK was as high as $40 million. Although it did not reach the level of Captain Hawk, a budget of $40 million was definitely a big production in this era. The box office revenue of $5.22 million in the first 3 days of the weekend was compared with a production budget of $40 million and the publicity and promotion expenses of about $20 million. If this film cannot develop an excellent long-term trend in the future, Paramount may have to fire someone again. In the original timeline, the box office of JFK was very good, and it became one of the big winners of the 1992 Oscars. However, this time, no one is sure. It is also because of The Flash, which will be released on December 20th. With such a highly anticipated heavyweight bomb in front of us, other films in the same period have a tragic feeling. The first two works of the DC movie universe are really too strong. Moreover, according to the news from Warner Brothers, the film effect of The Flash is also amazing. After 2 months of intensive carpet-style publicity, the Los Angeles premiere of The Flash was held on December 18th. Because of the confidence in the film, Warner raised the premiere to the same level as the summer season Batman, The Dark Knight, and still chose to hold it in the Los Angeles Sacred Civic Auditorium, which can accommodate 2,000 people. Point Dume Manor. At about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Janet finally took care of her makeup and walked downstairs with her skirt lifted, accompanied by Ob. Simon, who was waiting in the living room downstairs, turned his head on the sofa and looked over. The woman was wearing a wine-red silk dress that she had always liked very much, black high heels, loose fluffy blonde hair, and the skin exposed on her shoulders was white and moist because of the superiority during pregnancy, which made people feel the urge to take a bite. Ying floated to Simon's side. Janet bent down beside the sofa and said with a smile, "Little boy, do you want to take a bite?" This tone was the same as before. Simon smiled, raised his head and kissed Janet, who came over, and said, "Let's go." "Yet, I'll say goodbye to Mel first," Janet said and walked to the crib near the French window in the living room. D-girl Deborah was watching over a little guy who was sleeping soundly in the crib. Compared with the inevitable ugly appearance when he was just born, in 2 weeks, the little guy has regained the delicate appearance that a baby should have, and the shadows of Simon and Janet can be seen between his eyebrows. After looking at the baby for a while beside the crib and explaining the 3 girls of Ab, Simon and Janet drove to the city. Los Angeles was somewhat congested in the evening. It was not until 5:40 that Simon and Janet arrived outside the Sacred Citizen Auditorium in the city center. The premiere started at 6 o'clock. The hour before that was the red carpet time. Although it was not as large as the Oscars, the excitement here was no less than the Oscars ceremony. Simon and Janet had just got off the car at the red carpet entrance when they heard a pleasant cheer. Not thinking of stealing the limelight from the protagonist today, Simon smiled and nodded slightly to the media and fans on both sides, and walked into the auditorium with Janet without stopping. After taking pictures in front of the photo wall, Terry Semel, CEO of Warner Brothers Pictures, came to greet them. Everyone was invited to enter the backstage of the auditorium, which was also star-studded at this time. Clint Eastwood, Barbara Streisand, Cher, Don Johnson, Melanie Griffith and many other superstars came specially to show their support today. Of course, Adam Baldwin, Valerie Garlino, Tommy Lee Jones, Anthony Hopkins and other main creators of the Batman series will not be absent. Famke Janssen, Linda Hamilton and Joanna Cassidy of Wonder Woman also came today. In comparison, George Cosmatos, the director of The Flash, Jason Jedrick and Robin Wright, the leading actor, seemed a little inconspicuous among the big names. Of course, considering the popularity of Adam Baldwin and Valerie Garlino before the Batman series, the inconspicuousness of several main creators will completely change in the next few weeks. After a simple greeting, 6 o'clock approached and everyone began to enter the auditorium. After everyone was seated and the host gave a speech, the screening officially began. The story of the first The Flash mainly tells the origin of this superhero. Simon doesn't like the old-fashioned narrative mode that starts from childhood. Therefore, the original Batman Begins directly started the story from Bruce Wayne becoming a superhero, and the facts have proved that this is very successful. Wonder Woman, which is in post-production, also does not intend to involve Diana Prince's childhood. However, the story of this The Flash must return to a certain conventional. Similar to Bruce Wayne's parents being killed in the alley, The childhood shadow of Flash. Barry Allen witnessing his mother being killed when he was a child is also a topic that this superhero cannot bypass at all. However, out of his instinctive resistance to childhood narratives, Simon still made Barry Allen's childhood experience into a plot wedge at the beginning. When the main film begins, Barry Allen has grown up. The story continues most of the basic settings of the comics. As an adult, Barry Allen is a physical evidence technology expert in the Central City Police Department. Of course, changes are necessary to adapt to the movie version. The general plot of this origin story tells that Barry Allen, a forensic technology expert of the police station, accidentally encountered a laboratory accident during a collaboration with Professor Albert Swan. Barry Allen gained superpowers in this accident. However, Professor Swan was paralyzed because of this accident. Barry Allen told Professor Swan about his superpowers and tried to find the reason. At the same time, he had to deal with the climate wizard who also gained superpowers because of this accident. As the plot progressed, Allen successfully defeated and captured the climate wizard, but unexpectedly found that he had been caught in another conspiracy without knowing it. It turned out that Professor Swan, who was paralyzed on the surface, actually also gained superpowers. However, because of the accusations and difficulties against Professor Swan by all parties after the laboratory accident, this superpower person developed an antisocial mentality. In summary, this origin story has 3 lines. The first is Barry Allen's life experience in childhood, including the unsolved case of his mother's murder and his father who is still in prison. This part of the plot also constitutes most of the daily narrative in the film. The second is Barry Allen's awakening of his superhero attribute as the Flash, which he obtained in the confrontation with the climate wizard. The third is Barry Allen's duel with his nemesis, Professor Albert Swan, the Reverse Flash. The first and third storylines are actually closely related. Professor Swan is the murderer who killed Barry Allen's mother. In a duel with Allen, the Reverse Flash accidentally returned to the past, which caused Allen's childhood tragedy. For the audience in the Sacred Citizen Auditorium, the 3 intertwined storylines are not complicated at all, and are very clear. However, most people's attention is attracted by the special effects of this Flash. In the Superman series launched in 1978, Clark Kent flew around the Earth and reversed time. The special effects were so rough that they were horrible. However, with the technical support of Dean Ree's special effects, this Flash not only perfectly shows Barry Allen's high-speed movement scenes, but also makes slow-motion shots similar to the Quicksilver in the X-Men series in the original time and space. Of course, the specific effect cannot reach the level of 20 years later. However, in the eyes of the audience of this era, the degree of surprise is no less than the visual impact brought to the audience by the previous 2 Batman series. When the last battle on the big screen ended and the subtitles rose, suddenly, thousands of audiences in the Sacred Citizen Auditorium realized that the 2-hour screening was over. Simon has always felt that the most important criterion for evaluating the quality of a movie is to see whether the audience feels the passage of time during the viewing process. If a movie allows the audience to watch it from beginning to end without knowing it, and even forget the Coke and popcorn in their hands, then this project is unlikely to fail. On the contrary, if a movie always makes the audience lose interest, and other thoughts pop up in their minds, or even give up watching the movie, then the box office prospects of this movie can be seen. This Flash may not reach the height of the 2 Batman films, but in terms of plot, the smoothness of the whole film is definitely better than that of the 2. In addition, the IP of Flash itself is not less famous than Superman and Batman, and the film has excellent high-speed special effects, so there is basically no possibility of failure. The only question is how high the box office of the film can reach in the end. At the end of the subtitles, there is the usual plot Easter egg. This time, the Easter egg is played by Catwoman, played by Valeria Golino. This female superhero, who is both good and evil, looks dusty on the big screen. It seems that she has experienced battles, and Catwoman's uniform is damaged. In Barry Allen's surprised and puzzled eyes, Catwoman did not say too much nonsense, and said very bluntly, "Hey, work, I know you are special, so now some guys need your help." After the words ended, the big screen was completely dark. For comic fans, just this simple interaction is enough to make people excited. The Flash and Catwoman in the comics have certainly met, but on the big screen, Catwoman, played by Valeria Golino, has become the goddess of DC. The encounter between this female superhero and the Flash Barry Allen, and thinking about the subsequent story development, is so exciting. Some core comic fans have even been sorting out other information revealed in this short Easter egg. Why did Catwoman come to Central City? What kind of battles has she experienced? How will Barry Allen respond to the appearance of Catwoman? And so on. Moreover, even those who don't know much about the original comic plot, after watching the first two Batman, are inevitably full of expectations for the combination of DC superheroes. Chapter 456 Big Event. The day after the premiere of The Flash, the film's media reputation was officially lifted. The quality of this superhero blockbuster itself is beyond doubt. In addition, Warner Bros. Pictures not only invested $50 million in the publicity and promotion budget for The Flash, but also spared no effort in media public relations. Driven by comprehensive factors, although it is a standard popcorn commercial film, The Flash has received very positive reviews on various mainstream media platforms in North America. After statistics, according to the 10-point rating system, The Flash's media comprehensive rating reached an astonishing 9.1 points. Simon himself thinks that with the film standards of this era and the quality of The Flash itself, the film's 8-point review rating is very reasonable, and the 9.1-point rating is obviously due to Warner's public relations operations. Although American film critics claim to be objective and fair, they are not incapable of influence. Under normal circumstances, major studios do not interfere too much with the media's evaluation of a movie, but occasionally they make efforts on a key project like The Flash that is related to some important layouts, and film critics are also very happy to sell face. In the final analysis, film critics survive by relying on the entire Hollywood film industry. Almost all the Marvel Cinematic Universe series in the original time and space can get high scores. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is definitely not just because of the quality of the film itself. In any case, the excellent media reputation of 9.1 points, the overwhelming publicity offensive, the number of opening screens of more than 3,000, and the blessing of the well-known superhero IP itself, the right time, right place and right people all add up to the box office success of this superhero blockbuster. On December 20th, just the first day of opening, The Flash successfully won a box office of $16.12 million, including the box office of the advance and midnight shows. In comparison, Spielberg's Captain Hawk, which also had a production budget of $70 million and opened on December 13th, just experienced its first week of screening, and the cumulative box office in 7 days was only $17.55 million. The Flash only opened on the first day, with a box office of $16.12 million, which is already comparable to the box office data of Captain Hawk in the first 7 days of the week. Apart from other things, this comparison alone is enough to show the unstoppable momentum of The Flash. From December 20th to December 22nd, in the first 3 days of the weekend, The Flash quickly earned $49.31 million at the box office. This box office performance is only behind the two previous Batman movies, and it is invincible in Hollywood. So much so that when the box office of The Flash on the first weekend was released, an article in The Hollywood Reporter could not help but sigh that Hollywood movies can now be divided into two types at the box office: DC Movie Universe movies, and other movies. Affected by the strong impact of The Flash, a number of old movies that were supposed to rebound at the box office during this period spanning Christmas actually saw box office figures decline to varying degrees. Perhaps due to the strong comparison by the media, the reputation of Captain Hawk in the media and the audience has further declined, which has also led to a 28% drop in the box office of the film in the second weekend. In such a period that should have rebounded, the 28% box office drop is already very serious. What's more, the starting point of the opening box office of Captain Hawk was very low. Therefore, compared with the $49.31 million box office of The Flash in the first 3 days, the box office of Captain Hawk in the second weekend was only $9.68 million. In 10 days, this blockbuster that Columbia Pictures had high hopes for only earned a total of $27.23 million. On the original timeline, when the reputation of Captain Hawk collapsed, the North American box office could still achieve a box office of over $100 million, mainly because the film had no other competing films in the same period, and it happened to be Christmas, and the lively Captain Hawk was indeed more suitable for family audiences to watch the movie, which achieved a box office accumulation of over $100 million in North America. Now, with the popularity of the IP The Flash no less than Peter Pan, coupled with the huge contrast between the two films in terms of quality and media reputation, it is self-evident how the audience will choose. What's more, before The Flash, Toy Story, which was released during the Thanksgiving period, is also a 3D animated film suitable for family audiences and still maintains good stamina. Therefore, based on the cumulative box office figures of Captain Hawk in 10 days and the subsequent box office trends under the impact of films such as The Flash, the media generally predicts that the total North American box office of this blockbuster is likely to stop at $60 million. This figure is more than 40% lower than the box office of Captain Hawk in Simon's memory. The North American box office of $60 million, if it were other films, might still be called a hit. However, for Captain Hawk, the production cost of this film alone is as high as $70 million. Even if the total production and publicity budget does not reach the level of $120 million of The Flash, it exceeds $100 million. In the original time and space, Captain Hawk, which had a box office of over $100 million in North America, was released through various channels, and it took several years to barely recover all the costs of the film. Now, the expected box office has plummeted by 40% compared with the original time and space. Even through the subsequent overseas distribution and even peripheral products such as videotapes, it will be very difficult for Captain Hawk to recover all the budget costs. In fact, not only Captain Hawk, but also JFK, which opened at the same time as Captain Hawk last week, and a series of films released during the Thanksgiving period, have suffered a very obvious impact on the box office data. After all, the first weekend of $49.31 million, plus the reputation of the film, can almost ensure that The Flash will have a North American box office of $250 million. $250 million is equivalent to cutting a very large piece of the cake in this year-end period. The Flash cuts too much, and the share of other films will naturally be greatly reduced. A new week begins, and Christmas is approaching. However, the eyes of the whole world are attracted by every move of Moscow. The turmoil in Europe, which has lasted for more than 2 years, has reached its peak in recent months with the failure of Gorbachev's reforms. In the past 2 years, East and West Germany have achieved unification, Eastern European countries have announced their withdrawal from the Warsaw Pact, and some republics have declared independence. The Soviet regime, which has been confronting the Western world for half a century, has entered its final moments. Finally, Christmas Eve has just passed. On Christmas Day, Soviet leader Gorbachev announced his resignation from all personal positions, and all political, economic and military assets of the Soviet Union will be inherited by Russia. The next day, after the last meeting of the Supreme Soviet, the Soviet Union was officially declared dissolved. Simon just watched this great change coldly in the overwhelming reports of the world's media. The Russians seem to have gained the freedom they want. However, they don't know that they are about to usher in a colder winter. Then, Simon discovered how lucky the United States is. They have George Washington, power division, and a bottom-up power structure. In the 200 years since the founding of the country, except for the Civil War, the country has never experienced a big disaster. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, this country will become the only superpower on the planet. In the many, many years to come, as the only superpower, the United States will only be able to bully others. While the whole world was cheering for the arrival of the era of peace, Simon knew that peace was always temporary. War has never changed. The selfishness and aggression rooted in the genes of all creatures on this planet destined too many things to end in tragedy. This world, of course, will not change because of Simon's pessimism. While countries around the world were planning how to deal with the world situation after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the entire Westeros system also began to discuss the next expansion plan. After the merger with MCA, Simon had already launched a plan to develop emerging markets within Deanery's entertainment group. With the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the further opening of the Eastern European market will be the next business focus of Deanery's entertainment. In addition, Westeros Company as a whole is also formulating a plan to expand to the entire Eastern Europe, and Cersei E Capital is already looking to raise a fund dedicated to investing in Eastern European countries. Even the Johnston family of Australia, Anthony Johnston, plans to fly to Moscow in the near future. After all, Russia is a well-known resource-rich country. Since the family fortune accumulated during the Soviet era was destined to be squandered by Yeltsin, Simon did not mind taking a share of it, so he began to consider some plans while continuing to accompany Janet on maternity leave. On the other hand, The changes in the world pattern did not affect the Christmas season in North America. After the first weekend's box office of $49.31 million, the box office of The Flash in the first 7 days of the week finally reached $72.86 million. It was not only the champion of the single-week box office chart without suspense, but also left the subsequent films on the weekly box office chart far behind. From December 20th to December 26th, the second place on the list was neither Captain Hawk, which opened last week, nor JFK, co-produced by Oliver Stone and Kevin Costner, but Deaneries Entertainment's 3D animated film Toy Story, released during the Thanksgiving period. Because of a Christmas, Toy Story did not achieve a box office decline under the strength of The Flash, but it also maintained a slight box office decline of only 7%, collecting another $16.71 million. After 5 weeks of release, the 3D animated film has accumulated a box office of $140.69 million. Considering that the single-week box office is still at a high level of $16.71 million, and the long-term nature of animated films, Toy Story is enough to hit the $200 million mark very smoothly in the next screening, which is better than the $190 million of the 1995 version of Toy Story in the original time and space. However, considering the resources Deaneries Entertainment has invested in this project, the box office of $200 million is also logical. In fact, if it were not for the impact of The Flash, the box office of this version of Toy Story should be even higher. Although Toy Story lags behind the first place, The Flash, by more than $50 million, it is still much luckier than Captain Hawk and JFK. In the second week of opening, the overall box office of Captain Hawk fell by 26%, and collected another $12.98 million. After 2 weeks of release, this blockbuster with an investment of $70 million has only a cumulative box office of $30.53 million, and the loss of the project has almost become a foregone conclusion. Including the $65 million film The Condor Heroes starring Bruce Willis in the summer, the two key projects operated by Columbia Pictures this year all ended in a very bleak situation. The Japanese economy is still in a downward trend. With the huge losses of 2 consecutive films, there have even been rumors in the industry that Sony is planning to withdraw from Hollywood. Although Sony immediately clarified that such arguments were just rumors, since the acquisition of Columbia Pictures, Sony has paid several large tuition fees in succession, and it is obviously a bit overwhelmed. It has also questioned the 2 professional managers of Columbia Pictures, Peter Guber and John Peters. In addition, after some media with good intentions combed through, it was unexpectedly discovered that the films with the best returns of Columbia Pictures in recent years are precisely the 2 films A League of Pink and Dangerous Days that were cooperated with Deaneries Entertainment last year. Although it has to share profits with Deaneries Entertainment, the production costs of these 2 films last year are not as high as any of this year's 2 blockbusters. However, the box office performance of either of these 2 films exceeded that of this year's The Condor Heroes and Captain Hawk, 2 blockbuster films that were not worthy of their names. Because of this report, the media once again focused on Deaneries Entertainment, which has become a Hollywood giant in just a few years. Therefore, it is also found that in recent years, the closer the company cooperates with Deaneries Entertainment, the more benefits it has gained. Simon Westeros's first film Lola Run directly saved Orion from possible bankruptcy at the time. Several films in cooperation with Fox also made this big studio a lot of money. The 2 series The Butterfly Effect and Final Destination are still ongoing. Subsequently, the 10-film plan, each of which brought very rich returns to the partners. Then, there was the DC Movie Universe plan. If the rise of the DC Movie Universe had not brought a lot of profits to Time Warner, and even greatly increased Time Warner's stock price, it would definitely not be too easy for this large media group that just completed the merger last year to survive the economic downturn after the collapse of the U.S. bond market. The fierce power struggle within Time Warner is almost well known. If it weren't for his full efforts to promote the cooperation between Time Warner and Deaneries on the DC Movie Universe and other projects, Steve Ross, who has been criticized for the merger and subsequent corporate difficulties, would definitely not have a stable position within Time Warner. Because of this trend of public opinion, even Peter Guber and John Peters, who were facing pressure from Sony and might lose their positions, privately contacted Amy Pascal again to test whether the 2 sides had the opportunity to continue cooperation. Chapter 457 Resetting 007 December 27th, 3 new films were released in North American theaters, namely Fried Green Tomatoes released by Universal Pictures, For the Boys released by Fox, and The Silence of the Lambs by Warner Brothers. However, neither Fried Green Tomatoes, which Deaneries Entertainment took over from Universal, For the Boys, a musical film produced by Fox Pictures, nor The Silence of the Lambs produced by Warner Brothers and directed and starred by Barbra Streisand, posed a threat to The Flash. After the first week of box office of $72.86 million, The Flash only dropped 27% compared with the first weekend in the 3 days of the second weekend, earning another $36.01 million. In 10 days, the cumulative box office of this superhero blockbuster successfully exceeded $100 million, reaching $108.87 million. After The Flash, The Silence of the Lambs, with a production budget of $30 million, ranked second. This drama film earned $10.03 million in the first 3 days of opening. Although it cannot be compared with The Flash, it also met Warner's expectations. However, the film's comprehensive media rating is only 6.8 points. Even if Deaneries Entertainment takes the initiative to retreat, it will be difficult for Warner Brothers Pictures to impact the Oscars with this film. After all, not to mention other things, Gaiman Pictures' previous The Piano has received a media rating of 9.2 points. For the Boys produced by Fox Film is an old-school musical film, starring Hollywood actor James Caan, who was nominated for the Best Supporting Actor Oscar for The Godfather, and director Mark Rydell was nominated for the Best Director for On Golden Pond. As a packaged project of CAA, the budget of this musical film reached $40 million. However, after the film opened on 1,308 screens, the box office results were a complete disaster for Fox. With a production budget of $40 million, the box office only collected $4.53 million in the first 3 days of opening. As a genre film with Oscar ambitions, For the Boys has a media rating of only a pitiful 4.3 points. According to such media reputation and box office opening, the total North American box office of For the Boys is likely to stop at less than $20 million, and Fox will suffer a huge loss of tens of millions of dollars. The last new film, Fried Green Tomatoes, is starred by actresses such as Kathy Bates and Mary Louise Parker. It tells the story of a pair of girls growing up together and establishing a deep friendship in a small town in Alabama, southern United States in the early 20th century. The theme of Fried Green Tomatoes is very similar to the stage play adaptation movie Steel Magnolias produced by Deaneries Entertainment 2 years ago. It is also a conservative southern town and a female theme, and it also conveys warm elements such as family, friendship and love. In addition, Fried Green Tomatoes has the lowest budget among the 3 new films this week, only $11 million. Universal originally planned to use Fried Green Tomatoes as an award-winning film, but Deaneries Entertainment already has enough award-winning projects this year, not to mention that it does not really intend to impact the Oscars. Simon remembered that the box office of Fried Green Tomatoes was also very good, so the film was directly released as a commercial film, with a screen size of 1,021. In the 3 days since its release, Fried Green Tomatoes not only achieved a media rating of 7.4 points, which is better than that of True Thing, but also successfully earned $9.63 million, ranking third on the weekend's box office list, slightly behind True Thing. Toy Story fell 17% this weekend compared to the same period last week, earning another $9.15 million, ranking fourth on the weekly box office list behind The Flash, True Thing and Fried Green Tomatoes. At the same time, the cumulative box office of Toy Story also reached $154.51 million, steadily heading towards $200 million. Captain Hawk continued to earn $7.87 million in its third weekend, a 19% drop from the same period last week, ranking fifth on the list, with a cumulative box office of $40.05 million. Oliver Stone's JFK narrowly led Fox Films' new film, For the Boys, with a third weekend box office of $4.69 million. This historical drama with a good reputation and a lot of gimmicks was unlucky, and the cumulative box office in the third weekend was only $23.68 million. According to the film's continued slight decline of 13% last week and 19% this week, JFK is still expected to hit the $50 million box office after a long run. Of course, compared with a $40 million production budget, The producer Paramount Pictures is under considerable pressure to recoup its investment. Moreover, with Daenerys Entertainment voluntarily withdrawing from the Oscar competition this year, JFK will undoubtedly become the strongest competitor of the Legend of the Condor Heroes. In addition, The Piano, produced by Gay-Omen Films, is also worth mentioning on the list this week. This art film with excellent reputation has not occupied a very prominent position on the list since its opening because of its small-scale long-term screening strategy. However, after opening on December 6, the cumulative box office of The Piano has been steadily increasing. After the scale of the screens increased to 335 last week, the film earned $5.69 million in box office revenue in the 7 days from December 20 to December 26, with an average of $17,000 per theater. Including the previous small-scale previews, the cumulative box office revenue reached $9.1 million. In the new week starting on December 27, the scale of the screening of The Piano continued to increase to 556 theaters, and it earned another $4.76 million in the 3 days of the weekend, with a cumulative box office revenue of $13.86 million. Not only that, in the new American Film and Television Golden Globe Awards nominations announced on December 23, The Piano also won 6 major awards nominations, including Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Actress in a Drama. Considering that The Piano only had a production budget of $7 million, this niche art film is expected to bring more profits to Daenerys Entertainment than many big-budget movies at the end of the year. After the last weekend of 1991, New Year's Day 1992 is approaching. The disturbances in the outside world, including the great changes in Eastern Europe, did not affect the Simon family of 3 to spend a lively and warm Christmas. December 31st, the last day of 1991, was a Tuesday. Seagirl Claire Gain arrived outside the Cape Dumay Manor at around 10:30 in the morning. Because she was no longer a maid of the Westeros family, the security guard checked the appointment when she entered the door. After confirming that it was correct, Seagirl was allowed to drive into the manor. This detail made Seagirl feel a little lost inexplicably. The car was driving on the manor corridor. Looking out through the car window, the whole manor was obviously still immersed in the festive atmosphere. The surroundings were decorated like a colorful fairy tale world, which was obviously different from the atmosphere of last Christmas. I know in my heart that this is obviously because of the birth of a little guy. The car stopped in front of the Shell Villa. As soon as Claire got off the car, she saw a pair of girls changing the colorful decorations on the lampposts beside the corridor. Christmas has passed. Ordinary people obviously won't do this, but here they seem to want to continue the festive atmosphere. This is the girl in the team led by the housekeeper Alice Ferguson. Claire knows her, too. One of them is called Zoe Parks. She has big eyes and a baby face. It seems that she is a little unclear with Alice. The girls actually know the housekeeper's sexual orientation. Another one is Isabel Dunn. The most obvious feature of Isabel is that she has the hottest figure among the girls. Even women can't help but be moved by the trembling and undulating of her chest during her movements. As time goes by, Claire understands more and more that the hostess obviously deliberately puts a group of beautiful and exquisite faces around the male owner. Anything, if you see it too much and it is too easy to get it, you will develop resistance. Thinking about the stars in the Hollywood circle who obviously have beautiful wives and relatives but have sex scandals with the ugly maids at home, Claire thinks Janet is really smart. Of course, the premise is that the male owner must have enough self-control. Even Claire couldn't help but sigh at this. There are many rumors that the boss of the family has a lot of women, but in fact it is far from the case. The girls all knew privately that there were a large group of vases around them, and they all had the idea of not minding a little ambiguity with the male owner. However, until now, a certain guy had not touched any of them, not even when the hostess was pregnant. It seemed that collecting them around was purely for the sake of pleasing the eyes. It seemed that it was really like this. After greeting Zoe and Isabel, Claire entered the Shell Villa. There were also girls busy in the spacious hall. She walked straight to the housekeeper who was holding a folder and directing other girls to tidy up the huge Christmas tree in the middle of the hall. After greeting her, Alice pointed to the west side of the hall and said, "The lady is in the gym." Claire nodded to the other girls and walked towards the gym with a smile, but she felt a little sympathy for the housekeeper who had been pressed by Simon. Alice Ferguson is in charge of the ISTOR team, which is very important in Ygritte. Recently, she is also preparing for the Amazon online store, which will be opened after the new year. However, unlike Claire, who can switch to full-time work, Alice still has to take on the duties of Westeros's housekeeper. This decision was made by Simon. The thoughts of one's own boss are often difficult to figure out. However, when returning to this home, the first person to pay respect to is the hostess. Coming to the gym on the west side of the hall, she gently knocked on the door frame and greeted Janet, who was wearing pink yoga clothes and practicing yoga under the guidance of a girl who was obviously of Indian appearance. She caught a glimpse of her and just made a look, and Claire walked in obediently. Sitting casually on the mat next to her, Claire couldn't help but look at the Indian girl who was instructing Janet. Although she had an obvious Indian appearance, her skin color was quite white. She was wearing a two-piece flesh-colored training suit, and her waist looked charming and soft, which could easily make a man's heart beat. With her limited knowledge of India, she knew that judging from her skin color, this girl should be of a high caste. Looking at her, Claire couldn't help but think of an Asian model that her boss had promoted a few months ago, Yasmin Gary. She also graffitied a waist beauty on her waist. Claire roughly knew that it was just a casual move by her boss, but it made the popularity of the two models who were just starting their careers rise sharply. At this time, the Indian girl in front of her seemed to be more in line with the characteristics of the waist beauty. Janet was very focused when practicing yoga, and she didn't interrupt her, waiting quietly by the side. This continued until 11 o'clock, when she saw Janet stop practicing. She skillfully handed the towel to the hostess. Janet wiped the sweat off her forehead with a towel and casually introduced the Indian girl next to her. "See, this is Alia." Janet spoke, and the Indian girl took the initiative to extend her hand and introduced herself in obviously non-standard English. "Hello, I'm Alia Makiji." "Claire Gain." "Girl," she said, and reached out to shake hands with the Indian girl, but she was not sure how to spell Makiji. However, it was non-standard English, and the boss liked women with accents the most. Janet had stood up and walked out while saying, "Alia is from India. She is very good at yoga." Claire and Alia both stood up and followed her naturally. They walked through the hall to the east side of the villa. Janet gestured to Claire and said, "I'm going to take a shower upstairs. Simon is looking after the baby. Let Alia take you there." Girl C took the initiative to say, "Madam, do you need my help?" Janet glanced at her and smiled and shook her head. "No, the upstairs is ready." After watching the hostess turn to the stairs and disappear, the two girls looked at each other together. Alia Mukherjee seemed to look at Claire again and said, "You are, C." Claire noticed the slight contempt in Alia's tone and understood it after thinking about it. The four girls A, B, C, and D, A, B, and D are still here. This Indian beauty obviously regarded her as a maid. Well, it seems that this is also true. Just now, Claire was moved by the calm and gentle feeling of this Indian beauty when she was watching the hostess practicing yoga. Now she realized that the hostess never looked for a real vase around her. At least, this Indian girl definitely has the necessary tricks. It's obvious. Looking at the flesh-colored training clothes that reveal her waist, it is definitely not used to seduce the hostess. Claire simply did not answer the Indian girl's slightly provocative question, and said directly, "Where's the boss? Take me there." Alia frowned slightly, but still walked to the corridor next to her. Claire walked side by side with her and was silent for a moment, then she couldn't help but ask, "Mukherjee, what caste is this in India?" "It's Mukherjee," the Indian girl corrected seriously, then raised her chin slightly and said, "Brahmin." Claire didn't know how the castes in India were divided, but after hearing Alia's tone, she understood a little and continued, "Oh, I heard that Indians like to eat curry very much. Do you like it?" Alia glanced at Claire and obviously guessed what she was thinking. People who don't understand India always have the old-fashioned idea that Indians who like to eat curry will smell like curry. Frowning slightly, Arya said, "I am a strict vegetarian and I won't eat anything with a strong taste." Seagirl could actually smell the pleasant body fragrance of the Indian girl next to her. Of course, she was deliberately picking faults, so she asked again, "What if the boss asked you to eat meat?" Mr. Westeros is a very good person and won't force me to do such a thing. I mean, if... Arya continued to raise her chin slightly, "You are not qualified to say such ifs on behalf of Mr. Westeros." Claire didn't continue after losing the argument. They came to the door of a room together with a little depression. This was a living room. In addition to Simon, who was feeding a little kid on the sofa, there were also D-Girl Deborah and MGM Pictures CEO Shirley Lansing who were watching over him. When the two girls came in, Alia lost all her arrogance in front of Miss C. She said respectfully, "Sir, my lady asked me to bring this lady over." Simon put away the bottle and handed it to Deborah next to him. He also wiped the little one's mouth before greeting Claire. "See, it's just right. Let's have lunch together later." Claire smiled and glanced at the Indian girl. When Janet was there, the maids in the house had no chance to have lunch with a master. She is no longer a maid now. Claire did not forget to exchange a few words with Shirley Lansing and Deborah, and carefully went up to look at a little girl and complimented her. Then she sat down on the sofa next to Simon. Seeing that Simon did not ask her to stay, the Indian girl took the initiative to leave. After greeting her, Simon continued to tell Shirley Lansing what had just happened. "That's all for now. The 007 series must be reset. Tell the Broccoli family that there is no room for negotiation on this matter. In addition, MGM also needs to gain more control over this series. If they don't agree, then the next project will be put on hold for the time being." Chapter 458 New Year's Eve Party. As of the weekend just past, the new version of GoldenEye has accumulated a box office of $71.86 million in 4.5 weeks since its opening. Considering that the schedule will end at the end of next week, the box office of the film last weekend has also slipped to a low of $5.06 million. The total North American box office of this classic spy series sequel is expected to be between $80 million and $90 million. The North American box office of more than $80 million is more than enough compared to the previous 007 License to Kill. However, compared with the film's production budget of $50 million and the publicity and distribution cost of $20 million, the North American box office performance of GoldenEye is not satisfactory. Even if overseas is included, according to the global total box office of $200 million, the entire project has just recovered. For a classic IP with greater potential, this result is definitely not what Simon wants. The reset of the 007 series was a plan that Simon had determined before GoldenEye. However, Simon did not completely control MGM at the time, so he did not force this matter. After Johnston became the largest shareholder of MGM, Simon actually controlled the company. After all, Australia has no energy to manage Hollywood business, and the reason why it agreed to buy MGM shares was mainly Simon's request. If it were not for antitrust factors, Simon would be very happy to take over this batch of shares. After buying 30% of MGM shares, the old man also said that Simon would be allowed to operate the affairs here, so Simon now has enough authority to adjust the 007 series according to his own ideas. On the other hand, with the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the 007 series, which has been using the Soviet Union as an imaginary enemy for 30 years, must also make changes in the plot. During the Cold War, the confrontation between the United States and the Soviet Union has always been a very popular theme in Hollywood. In addition to the 007 series, last year's hit The Hunt for Red October is like this. However, with the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the United States has become the only superpower in the world. Continuing to confront the Soviet Union on the big screen will hardly resonate with audiences in the United States and other major overseas ticket-banking countries. In Simon's memory, the famous supermodel Cindy Crawford tried to enter Hollywood in a big-screen work, Fair Game, which tells a story about KGB agents. However, it was already 1995, and the Soviet Union had long ceased to exist, so the untimely film ended up being a box office failure. The new version of GoldenEye that is still being released has a lot of changes in the plot because it was released 4 years earlier, but the core is still not out of the rut of fighting against the evil Soviet Union. In addition, as the earliest long-term blockbuster series, the 007 series has always attracted audiences because each one involves many fixed routines and big scenes. With the emergence of more and more blockbuster films in recent years, especially the rise of CG special effects, the 007 series continues to use the traditional old-fashioned production route, which is destined to be difficult to achieve a breakthrough in business. In the original Time and Space, several 007s in which Pierce Brosnan participated inherited the style of the old-school 007, with beautiful women and elegant demeanor, and he was cool all over the world. As a result, the global box office of the 4 films in which Brosnan participated in a role was only between $300 million and $400 million. Compared with a huge cost of over $100 million, Such box office results just exceeded the cost line and made a small profit. It was not until Daniel Craig took over 007 that the style of the film was boldly innovated, and this classic spy series once achieved a good result of breaking through $1 billion in the global box office. In short, change is necessary. Since the copyright of the Spectre Party was still obtained before Golden Eyes of 007 inches, Simon plans to create a reboot series with a coherent plot around the Spectre Party according to the version of Daniel Craig in his memory. To do this, the first thing to do is to strive for control of the 007 series. After the birth of 007, the copyright has changed several times. It is now shared by United Artists under MGM and the Broccoli family in the UK. Unless both parties agree, no one can start the production of the film alone. In the original time and space, due to the decline of MGM, the 007 series was basically a work that helped MGM survive. Even if each film could not make a lot of money, the cash flow it brought was enough to barely keep MGM going. For this reason, MGM had to give up the initiative of too many projects and let the Broccoli family completely manage the series. Now that he has mastered MGM, Simon will certainly not allow this situation to continue. The worst-case scenario is that it will be shelved. Simon has enough IP resources in his hands, and even without 007, he can support the recovery of MGM. In comparison, the Broccoli family only has 007 as a card. Without 007, Hollywood will not have any place for the other party. Seagull came to Los Angeles to attend the Westeros System New Year's Eve party to be held at Deanery Studios tonight. Of course, because the companies are scattered on the East and West Coasts, tonight is mainly attended by executives from various companies on the West Coast. Unlike other professional managers in the system, Claire was able to visit Simon in advance because of her previous identity. After Shirley Lansing said goodbye and left, Claire took out the latest ICOM prototype that Tinkober was developing from her bag. After leaving the little guy to Deborah's care, Simon took over the second-generation prototype, which was significantly smaller than the first generation. Judging from the appearance, this prototype can only use a smaller 2.5-inch floppy disk. Claire watched Simon playing with the prototype and said, "This is just an alternative plan for the second-generation machine. Neil and I haven't decided whether to replace the 3.5-inch floppy disk with a 2.5-inch one. I suggest you do this. Pocket-sized is an inevitable trend. The smaller and more portable this kind of card camera is, the easier it is to promote." Simon asked Deborah to pick up the little guy, casually raised the camera to take a photo, and continued, "In fact, if you can really make a digital camera into a card, it will be considered the ultimate. Today's card camera does not mean that the camera itself looks like a card, but is just a concept relative to the more professional SLR camera. The actual size of the first-generation ICOM is like a small dictionary. Even the second-generation prototype in Simon's hand was about 15 cm, 10 cm, 5 cm in size, still looking larger and bulkier than the card camera in Simon's memory. Claire had already accumulated enough professional knowledge. After listening to what Simon said, she thought for a while and said, "If you want to make a real card, floppy disk storage will definitely not work. You may need to use the latest flash media. In addition, sensors and batteries are big problems. There is also operation. If it really becomes a card, the existing physical buttons also need to be replaced." Simon listened to C's random thoughts and smiled and said, "According to Moore's law, electronic components will become more and more integrated in the future. Components will become smaller and smaller, but the functions will be more powerful. Therefore, it is feasible for electronic products to be extremely miniaturized. Did I ask you to apply for many I-series trademarks? These will definitely be useful in the future." Claire remembered that Tinkerbell also held iPlayer, iPhone and other trademarks in addition to ICOM. It seems that her boss has thought far into the future from the beginning. However, her current focus is to make ICOM better. In the past few months since the official launch of the product, ICOM has confirmed that it has sufficient market capacity, and the continued explosive growth of the internet industry is constantly improving the business prospects of ICOM. In the short term, as long as this product is done well and a foothold is established in this fiercely competitive market where more and more established manufacturers are joining, she will be satisfied. Simon does have a big plan, but he does not mean to force the issue. I continued to chat with Claire about some details, and before I knew it, it was already lunchtime. Although Simon invited her to have dinner together, Claire still did not feel comfortable sitting with Simon and his wife after seeing the sisters going back and forth between the kitchen and the dining room in the past. It would be too hateful to do so. After diligently helping to set up lunch, Claire found an excuse to run to the small dining room where the maids had dinner. The New Year's Eve party in the evening started at 7 o'clock, and the venue was still at the activity center on the second floor of Deanery's studios. In addition to a number of executives from the Westeros system, many politicians and celebrities from Los Angeles were invited to attend. Just after 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the north and south entrances to Deanery's studios were full of traffic. Many people have unknowingly discovered that in Hollywood today, only Deanery's Entertainment has enough strength and appeal to hold such a grand New Year's Eve event. In 1991, which is about to pass, Hollywood seemed to be thriving, with the annual box office setting a new high, and surrounding industries such as videotapes booming. However, after careful analysis, most of the glory was created by Deanery's Entertainment. This can be seen just by referring to the North American movie box office list in 1991. According to the latest box office data last weekend, the top 10 movies in the North American box office list in 1991 are temporarily as follows. Number 1, Batman: The Dark Knight, $373 million. Number 2, Terminator 2, $204 million. Number 3, The Fugitive, $183 million. Number 4, Toy Story, $154 million, now in theaters, expected to be $200 million. Number 5, Robin Hood, $151 million. Number 6, The Silence of the Lambs, $131 million. Number 7, City Slickers, $123 million. Number 8, The Silence of the Lambs, $121. Number 9, A Few Good Men, $117 million. Number 10, The Flash, $108 million, now in theaters, expected to be $250 million. Obviously, in the top 10 list, only Robin Hood produced by Warner Brothers Pictures and City Slickers produced by Columbia Pictures have nothing to do with Deanery's Entertainment. Of the other 8 films, 4 are co-productions of Deanery's Entertainment with other studios, 3 are produced by Deanery's Entertainment alone, and the last one is The Flash. Simon also controls the leading rights of this project and enjoys 10% of the North American box office revenue of the project as the first producer. Because Simon's involvement in The Flash was not very high, other factions within Time Warner raised objections before the film was released, believing that Simon did too little and took too much, hoping to change this unfair profit-sharing contract in the next The Flash sequel and Cyborg. When The Flash opened with the second highest score of the year and was expected to break through the North American box office of $250 million, it meant that Simon could easily take $25 million, but the result was that no one raised too many objections. After all, no one in Hollywood can ensure that a project will achieve a domestic box office of $250 million. Moreover, judging from the box office feedback from overseas markets that have already opened, The Flash is expected to reach $400 million in overseas box office, which at least ensures a global box office of $600 million. Even though it cannot be compared with the Batman series, even though it invested a huge amount of $1.20, the global box office of $600 million, including the sales revenue of peripheral products during the same period and the income from various channels in the later period, is enough for Time Warner to make a lot of money. Who else in Hollywood can have this ability to turn stones into gold? Even if it is foreseen that the continued expansion of Deanery's Entertainment will threaten the traditional power ecology of the entire Hollywood, however, in the face of such temptation of interests, there is really no one who can really stop the expansion of Deanery's Entertainment. Most people expect to cooperate with Deanery's Entertainment. On the other hand, Deanery's Entertainment has also shown enough cooperation and has not greedily eaten all the benefits into its own stomach. When Simon and his wife rushed to the activity center of the studio, the hall was already crowded with people. At 7 o'clock, the party was about to start. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, when Simon took the stage to deliver a New Year's speech, he couldn't help but look back on the year that was about to pass. In 1991, at the beginning of the last decade of the 20th century, too many things happened both in the Westeros system and in this world. This year, which began with a devastating Gulf War and ended with a thrilling collapse of the Empire, fundamentally changed the world. This year, the Westeros system successively merged MCA and Bell Atlantic, becoming one of the largest media giants in Hollywood while successfully entering the traditional telecommunications industry. This year, the first heir of the Westeros family was born. This year, due to the influence and promotion of Simon, the Big Butterfly, the internet industry began to explode ahead of schedule. This year, the other two projects of the DC movie universe, Batman, The Dark Knight and The Flash, were successful again, completely confirming the formation of a new film business model. This year, Simon Westeros' personal wealth reached $35 billion, far exceeding anyone on the wealth list, and he was far ahead of the others. This year, Simon Westeros, 23 years old. In the event hall. Looking at the handsome, calm but sharp young man who delivered the New Year's speech, all the guests in the hall were filled with various emotions. Too many people always don't believe in miracles because they have never encountered them. However, at this moment, everyone had to admit that the miracle happened around them, to the treacherous young man who had risen rapidly at the age of 18. In this atmosphere filled with various emotions, Simon ended his speech smoothly. Finally, I hope everyone has a good night, and I wish everyone good work, happiness and health in the coming year. Thank you. Simon walked down the podium amid warm applause. Tonight's celebration officially began. The carnival lasted until late at night, and at 12 o'clock, everyone began to count down. When the New Year's bell rang, 1992 officially arrived. After New Year's Day, when many people were still immersed in the holidays, Simon, who had rested for a whole month because of Janet's childbirth, began to work again. At the beginning of the new year, the entire Westeros system had too many things that Simon needed to deal with personally. In addition to a large number of film projects under Deanery's Entertainment that Simon needed to sort out personally, the long-prepared Westeros building in New York will be launched after the new year. The first thing to do is to demolish the 6 buildings in the entire block. Before starting construction, many details still need to be finalized by Simon himself. This is one. During Simon's vacation in December, Deanery's Entertainment successfully completed the acquisition of AI at a total transaction price of $1.25 billion. The video game industry will be a very important business branch of Deanery's Entertainment. Even if Nancy Brill is responsible for most of the work, Simon cannot completely ignore it. This is the second. After a year of sorting out and running in, according to the original plan, Deanery's Entertainment will also carry out a second round of layoffs in order to reduce the bloated phenomenon of some departments after the merger with MCA. This is the third. Finally, there is the Osaka Universal Studios plan in Japan. After a long negotiation with the Japanese government, the site of Osaka Universal Studios has been basically determined, and Simon also needs to fly to Japan in person in the near future. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459 Visit. 1992, Friday. It was a new box office week. When people started to work after the holidays, the box office of a series of films in the year-end schedule that had just passed showed a very obvious decline. From January 3rd to January 9th, the box office of The Flash fell by 49%. Compared with a box office of $53.18 million in the previous week, the revenue this week shrank to $27.12 million. However, in 3 weeks, the cumulative box office of The Flash quickly reached $153.16 million. With a box office base of $27.12 million in the third week, it would not be a problem for The Flash to continue to earn $100 million in the future. The total box office in North America could easily exceed $250 million, becoming the runner-up of the North American box office in 1991. Toy Story, which has always been very stable in the box office, also fell by 43% in the week after the new year, and the single-week box office fell to $7.79 million, with a cumulative box office of $166.83 million. Following closely, the box office of Captain Hawk, JFK, GoldenEye and other films this week fell by about 40% to 50%. Of course, according to the previous box office rules, after this week's deep drop, based on these films' media reputation and audience popularity, the box office decline next week will be readjusted to a level similar to the popular period at the end of the year. Overall, This is just a shrinkage of the box office scale during the unpopular period. After dealing with some work accumulated by Deanery's Entertainment at the end of last year, Simon flew to New York on January 6 and was busy with the final preparations before the construction of Westeros building in the following days. The specific design of Westeros building is undertaken by the famous SOM architectural design firm in North America, and the design firm of David Johnston's girlfriend Leslie Wickett's family has also thought about it. However, Simon could not hand over the design of such an important building to a medium-sized company with little experience in super high-rise building design for personal reasons. The design of super high-rise buildings is definitely not as simple as the appearance seen by ordinary people, but also involves a series of complex professional issues such as structure, load-bearing, earthquake resistance, ventilation, etc. In comparison, SOM architectural design firm, founded in 1936, has a very deep experience in high-rise building design. At the same time, the construction of Westeros building was also contracted by the historic Tishman Speyer Real Estate Construction Company. For ordinary people, Tishman Speyer is not so famous. However, the series of projects that this engineering and construction company has undertaken are well known. The Twin Towers of the World Trade Center were built by Tishman Speyer. In addition, Tishman Speyer has also built Disney World in Florida and a large number of Hilton hotel projects around the world. The selection of SOM architectural design firm was entirely Simon's personal wish, but Tishman Speyer's choice was also due to other factors. Simply put, Tishman Speyer is equivalent to a local snake in the New York real estate industry. This engineering and construction company, founded at the end of the last century, has established a complex network of relationships in the political and business circles of New York under the management of the Speyer family, the behind-the-scenes controller. There's even a Rockefeller family behind Tishman Speyer. The current and former heads of Tishman Speyer have also served as chairman of the New York Real Estate Union. The final design plan for Westeros building is 622 meters high and 139 floors. This includes 135 floors above ground and 4 floors underground. Simon and Janet's residence will occupy the entire 10 floors of the building, 50 meters at the top. The helipad platform of the original Avengers building has also been retained in this building, which is also the most difficult part of the Westeros building. The height of 622 meters is 200 meters higher than the 443 meters of the Empire State Building and the 417 meters of the Twin Towers. Once completed, the Westeros building will become the world's tallest building. Such a skyscraper, which is destined to become a landmark building, can make any architectural design firm famous, and any engineering and construction company that takes over can become famous overnight. As a veteran engineering and construction local snake in New York, Tishman Speyer will naturally not let such an important project fall into the hands of other contractors. When the news of the Westeros building project just came out, Tishman Speyer took the initiative to contact Simon. Simon did not intend to make enemies with such a local snake, not to mention that Tishman Speyer also had enough qualifications to build this building. After several rounds of consultations between the two parties, the contract was officially signed last year. In return, Tishman Speyer also provided a lot of help in the construction approval of Westeros building. However, although the main construction task was handed over to Tishman Speyer, Simon would not completely trust the other party just because of the old qualifications of this engineering and construction company. Similar to buildings such as the Empire State Building, Simon hopes that Westeros building can also stand for 100 years. Therefore, all details of the project cannot be lost. Westeros Company has organized a special financial supervision team for this purpose to monitor all expenses of the Westeros building project in real time during the next 5-year construction period. At the same time, Simon also organized a technical expert team in Australia from building materials to structural engineering through the Johnston family's connections. In the next 5 years, this group of people will be stationed in New York and keep a close eye on all construction details of Westeros building. The two teams work together to ensure that the construction party will not have any chance to take advantage of loopholes. After a busy week, Simon reviewed all the details of the planned building and signed a series of contracts from building material procurement to accident insurance. The preliminary preparations for the project were finally finalized. The demolition of the 6 buildings between 59th Street and 60th Street east of Madison Avenue in the Upper East Side will officially begin next week. It is estimated that it will take 2 months to demolish the original 6 buildings and complete the subsequent cleanup. including the expenses of purchasing the land in the early stage, SOM's design fees, Tishman Spires construction deposit and building material procurement contracts. Simon has invested more than $400 million in total to complete this building. Because Simon has put forward the highest requirements for all the details of the Westeros building, the 5-year construction cycle, and the subsequent annual expenditure will not be less than $200 million. After the completion of the building, the internal water and electricity decoration, etc., are also a considerable expense. Overall, the total budget of the Westeros building is likely to reach more than $1.6 billion, which is undoubtedly the highest budget cost of a single building in history. In the original time and space, the New World Trade Center, which was rebuilt with the highest standards, had an overall expenditure of only $3.1 billion. The construction of that building started in 2006, 14 years later. Now it is 1992, the US dollar is very valuable, and most of the rich people in the United States have a net worth of less than $5 billion. January 11th, Saturday. After a busy workday, Simon rushed from Manhattan to East Hampton, Long Island to visit Steve Ross in the morning. At the end of last year, Steve Ross had been fighting prostate cancer for 5 years in private, and recently began chemotherapy. Simon also knew that this media tycoon, who is the same age as Rupert Murdoch and Sam Redstone, would die this year if nothing unexpected happened. Ross is 65 years old this year. For those who have reached the top of the social pyramid, 65 years old is not really old. Murdoch and Redstone, who are of similar age, are still in control of their media empires even after nearly 30 years. For an ambitious person, losing to time is undoubtedly a great regret. Ross was very happy about Simon's visit. He had already told his family to prepare a sumptuous lunch in advance and invited some guests to come and accompany him. After the lively lunch, Steve Ross sent others away and strolled in the East Hampton estate with Simon. As one of the best summer resorts for the wealthy class in New York, East Hampton, which is still in the coldest season of the year, is not so eye-catching. It happened to snow recently, covering the weeds and dead trees, and everything inside was a white scene of decay. With his hands casually in his windbreaker pockets, Simon talked about some things about the DC movie universe. He looked around again and said, "It's quiet enough here, but it seems a little too cold. Steve, I still suggest you go to Los Angeles. The climate there is more suitable for recuperation." Steve Ross also wore a thick black windbreaker and a hat. Chemical treatment has left him with very little hair. "I still prefer the East Coast, and Time Warner's headquarters is also here. You know, Simon, I can't leave recently." Simon certainly knew. Just after the new year, the news that Ross will earn $79 million in annual salary for his work in 1991 has once again become a hot topic of media controversy. Moreover, after the merger last year, Ross also drafted a 10-year salary agreement for himself, which will continue to be fulfilled even after his death. Simon can feel that Ross is obviously arranging his funeral after receiving a cumulative annual salary of more than $100 million for 2 consecutive years and a 10-year salary contract. The various drawbacks caused by the merger of Time Warner have not been completely eliminated. Ross's huge annual salary has undoubtedly caused strong dissatisfaction among other factions within Time Warner. With too many memories in his mind, Simon certainly knows the horror of cancer. Huge wealth can ensure that a person will not have a financial burden after suffering from cancer. However, cancer is difficult to cure after all, and this disease varies from person to person. Some people can continue to live for decades after suffering from cancer, which is completely the same as normal people, while some people are aggressive and walk to the lens of life in a blink of an eye. Ross's current situation, changing to a more comfortable environment, is actually of no help. Simon and Ross actually didn't have a very deep friendship, but this self-made media tycoon who was well connected to both the black and white worlds did have a strong personal charm and was very good at winning over and making someone like him. Clint Eastwood has only been scheduling films for Warner Brothers in the past 10 years, influenced by Ross. Spielberg even regarded Ross as his father, and the original Schindler's List was specially dedicated to Ross. Although they didn't meet many times, Ross also gave Simon a feeling that he was very worthy of being associated with. The two continued to stroll for a while, and Ross's wife came over to call her husband and Simon back to the villa. Ross's current body was not suitable for staying in the cold outdoors for a long time. Back in the warm living room, The two sat down on the sofa in front of the fireplace, and Ross said again, "There is one more thing, Simon, I hope you can help." Simon nodded and motioned Ross to speak. "That's right. I hope that next, well, Terry and Bob can take over my current CEO position together. I have already said hello to Stephen and the others. Of course, if they can get your support, it will definitely be easier for them to take over Time Warner." The Terry and Bob that Ross mentioned are Terry Semel and Robert Daly, two confidants that Ross has cultivated over the years. Terry Semel has been the CEO of Warner Brothers Pictures in recent years, and Robert Daly is responsible for the communications business under Warner Brothers. In Simon's memory, after Ross passed away, the CEO of Time Warner was indeed Terry Semel and Robert Daly. Deaneries Entertainment is now cooperating very closely with Time Warner. In the stock issuance last year, Simon also bought 1 million shares of Time Warner stock. Although the proportion is very low and there is no voting right, Simon Westeros holds shares in Time Warner, which in itself means too much. Therefore, Simon now does have the strength to support the heir that Ross wants to promote to take the position. Moreover, helping Terry Semel and Robert Daly to take the position will definitely help the subsequent cooperation between Deaneries Entertainment and Time Warner. At least, the DC movie universe will not have unexpected changes. Since Terry Semel and Robert Daly have served as co-CEOs of Time Warner in memory, Simon certainly doesn't mind doing this favor, so he nodded seriously and said, "No problem, Steve, I will support them when the time comes." "So, what about the chairman?" Ross smiled helplessly when he heard this question. At the current Time Warner, Ross personally serves as the chairman and CEO. Pushing Terry Semel and Robert Daly to the position of co-CEO is probably the limit of Ross's layout. The chairman will probably be Levin. Gerald Levin, a co-executive of the original Time Company system, is also an important shareholder of Time Warner. In the original merger, Gerald Levin was one of the important promoters of the opposite side of Time. However, because of Paramount Communications interference, Time Incorporated's merger with Warner Brothers was actually almost reversed. Many executives of the Time Incorporated system did not gain much power and benefits after the merger. Ross and Levin's originally good personal relationship also deteriorated. Because of Ross's suppression, Levin now only has a vice chairman position with little real power. However, once Ross died, Gerald Levin, in conjunction with the forces of the original Time Incorporated system, and perhaps the senior executives of Warner who had long been dissatisfied with Ross, wanted to get the position of chairman, which was indeed more advantageous than Terry Semel and Robert Daly. Simon actually had some bolder ideas, such as merging the entire Time Warner. However, this idea was just a thought. Controlling MGM by holding shares in a marginal manner is already the limit that the current antitrust regulations and media industry regulations in the United States can tolerate. Even if the regulation of the media industry is further liberalized, it will be difficult for Deaneries Entertainment to merge with Time Warner with its current size. What's more, Deaneries Entertainment itself also needs competitors. Time Warner is just right to be such a competitor in the future. Of course, it is more likely to be superficial. Time Warner, which is constantly in internal disputes, is unlikely to compete with Deaneries Entertainment. Steve Ross took the initiative to compromise this time and planned to give the chairman position to Gerald Levin, which just happened to create some excuses for Deaneries Entertainment to confront Time Warner. Chapter 460 Shelved. After visiting Steve Ross, Simon went straight from Long Island to Kennedy International Airport to return to Los Angeles. Back to Cape Dumay Manor, it was just after 2 o'clock on Saturday afternoon on the West Coast. Entering the villa, a girl Allison Norris came to greet Simon and told him that Janet was out shopping and not in the villa. However, Ms. Veronica Johnston had just come in the morning. Simon came to the baby room on the first floor of the villa. Veronica was holding Melbourne in front of the glass window of the baby room facing the sea, and seemed to be whispering something to the little guy. Seeing Simon, Veronica was a little surprised. She paused in her action of holding the child, and then greeted, "You, Jenny said you might come back on Monday. Things over there are done." Simon responded, walked to the sofa next to him and sat down, looking at Veronica, who was wearing a very homely light green knitted dress today, but didn't say anything else. Just as he sat down, the girl walked in with a bottle in her hand. Seeing Simon sitting on the sofa in the room, Deborah was also a little surprised, but she quickly greeted him with a smile, handed the bottle to Veronica, and asked, "Boss, do you want something to drink?" Simon shook his head. "Go and get busy." Girl D nodded, as if nothing had happened, and patted her chest gently after she walked out of the room. I always feel that the atmosphere is so weird when my boss and his wife's aunt are together. After Girl D left, Veronica hesitated, and came to the single sofa next to Simon with the child in her arms, and carefully dripped some milk on the back of her hand to test the temperature. She seemed a little worried, and tasted it herself before feeding it to the little guy. I came here this morning, I have something to do, so I just came to see Mel, and I will go back tomorrow. Veronica's voice sounded again beside her, explaining to herself. Simon hummed slightly and continued to look at Veronica, who was feeding the little guy. Veronica put the bottle aside until the little guy finished drinking most of the bottle of milk. She gently wiped the corner of the little guy's mouth, then looked at the child in her arms, with a little more astonishment in her gentle eyes. After a moment, Simon suddenly said, "In a few months, when the child can take a plane, you can take him to Australia." Veronica raised her head, and seemed to be a little confused about what Simon was talking about. Simon paused and explained, "Jenny and I have a lot of things to do, and it just so happens that you can help take care of him for a while." As the chief financial officer of Johnston Holdings, Veronica is not idle at all. However, after listening to Simon's explanation, Veronica nodded without hesitation, "Okay." Then, she added as if to cover up, "Everyone is looking forward to little Mel going to Australia for a while." Janet came back more than half an hour later. When she heard Simon talk about this, she did not object. After being sealed by the little guy for a year, she was more looking forward to having some free space. Although it always feels a bit strange, she is not worried at all about leaving the child to her aunt to take care of, not to mention that there is a big family in Australia. If the child is not too young, she would like to let Veronica take the annoying little one away tomorrow. This year's Golden Globe Awards ceremony is on Saturday, January 18th. After the weekend, the 49th American Film and Television Golden Globe Awards ceremony is approaching. Compared with the information in memory, the changes in the nominated films of this year's Golden Globe Awards are becoming more and more obvious. In the original memory, the winner of the Best Picture in the Drama category of this year's Golden Globe Awards should be Bugsy, a biographical crime thriller similar to Scarface directed by Barry Levinson. However, this time, Simon did not see Bugsy in North American theaters last year. After a dispute with Deaneries Entertainment, the last film Avalon directed by him failed at the box office. Although Deaneries Entertainment did not show obvious targeting of several filmmakers at the time, no studio in Hollywood dared to cooperate with Barry Levinson easily. Not only that, CAA, which should have reached the peak of influence in recent years, has completely lost its original strength in recent years under the balance of the two major brokerage companies WMA and ICM, deliberately supported by Simon. Talent agencies are, after all, just vassals of the Hollywood film industry. Simon didn't care too much about Bugsy, but when he was browsing the list of Golden Globe nominees in the new week, he unexpectedly found that another very important movie had also disappeared from the list of nominees. Disney's 2D animated film, Beauty and the Beast. In the original time and space, the 2D animated film Beauty and the Beast, released at the end of 1991, not only accumulated more than $200 million in North American theaters, but also successfully won the Golden Globe Award for Best Picture in the musical comedy category, and became the first animated film nominated for the Best Picture at the Oscars. Now, this movie has disappeared. It is natural for Simon to understand some things in Hollywood at the moment. He casually gave a few instructions, and the results he got, combined with the information in his memory, finally found that the matter was still related to Pixar. The project of Beauty and the Beast was indeed fanned away by Simon's Big Butterfly. The story starts with a production process of 2D animated films. Traditional 2D animated films are all hand-drawn by animators one by one. For a 2D animated film, even if it is calculated based on a 90-minute duration, the film is a total of 5,400 seconds, 24 frames per second, and 129,600 drawings are required, and this is still a theoretical data. In the actual operation process, the workload is much greater due to the inevitable scrapping of drafts. However, a skilled animator can only draw 10 to 20 drawings a day. Any animator often has his own painting style. In order to ensure the unity of the style of the animated film, it is not advisable to have too many animators involved in a project. Therefore, the production cycle of Disney's animated films in the past can usually reach 4 to 7 years. In the original time and space, Pixar launched a professional graphics computer, which completely changed the production process of traditional animated films and greatly improved the drawing and coloring speed of 2D animated films, so that in the early 1990s, Disney could launch a 2D animated film almost every year. It was this graphics computer that led to the cooperation between Pixar and Disney on Toy Story, and many other things that followed. However, this time, Simon bought Pixar in advance. Pixar's graphics computer still exists, but it is no longer sold. As a result, Disney's animation film department still maintains the old and slow hand-painted production process until now. Because of the success of the rescreening of classic 2D animated films in recent years, Disney executives have re-emphasized the animation film department. However, this kind of attention cannot increase the production speed of animated films. With limited production capacity, various projects must be screened. Among the materials Simon collected, the script of Beauty and the Beast was indeed proposed, but after several choices, Disney retained another more well-known Aladdin project. According to information from Disney, Aladdin will be released in this summer, which is half a year earlier than the original time and space. However, the price of Aladdin being released half a year earlier is that Beauty and the Beast was completely abandoned. Simon also knew that it was not only this Beauty and the Beast that became a classic, but many years later, the live-action version of Beauty and the Beast sold more than $1.2 billion worldwide, making it one of the top box office charts in history. Under the control of Michael Eisner and Jeffrey Katzenberg, Disney had long since emerged from its decline in the early 1980s. Even though Simon took away Pretty Woman, Disney has produced hit movies such as Good Morning, Vietnam, Three Dads and a Baby, and T.C. Dick in recent years. The rescreening and videotape distribution of classic 2D animations have brought Disney very lucrative income. However, compared with the Disney of this period in the original time and space, the current Disney is still much worse. One thing is certain. If the media industry regulation was relaxed in recent years, Disney would not have the strength to compete with Deaneries Entertainment for the Metropolitan ABC Group this time. All of this is obviously because of Simon and the emergence of Deaneries Entertainment. In recent years, the overall scale of Hollywood's film and television industry has been increasing rapidly. However, for a period of time, the market capacity is ultimately limited. Simon also has a foresight advantage that other studio heads cannot achieve. Deaneries Entertainment has divided too much, and other studios will naturally fall into a situation where one grows while the other declines. Among the major Hollywood studios now, except for Deaneries Entertainment, only Warner Bros. Pictures is stronger than in the original time and space. Next, perhaps we can also count MGM, which is slowly recovering from the bottom. Jurassic Park will officially start shooting on Kauai, Hawaii on January 21st. In the week before the Golden Globe Awards, Simon put a lot of energy on the final preparations for Jurassic Park, and even flew to Hawaii for 2 days. The flight from Los Angeles to Hawaii is similar to that from Los Angeles to New York, both of which only take 4 hours. Returned from Hawaii on Saturday morning, and the Golden Globe Awards ceremony will be held in the evening. Deaneries Entertainment has no demands for the major awards in the awards season this year, but Simon can easily take Janet to the evening awards ceremony. Among the nominated films this time, Deaneries Entertainment's The Piano and Thelma and Louise both made it into the Best Picture nominations for drama, and Kathryn also won the Golden Globe Best Director nomination with Thelma and Louise. Not only that, 3 of the 5 Best Director nominations for the Golden Globe Awards this year are women, namely Barbra Streisand for Young and Dangerous, Jane Campion for The Piano and Kathryn Bigelow for Thelma and Louise. It is the first time in the history of the Golden Globe Awards that 3 women have been nominated for Best Director. In order to pave the way for the Oscars in March, Time Warner began to build momentum after the nominations for this year's awards were announced, hoping to push Barbra Streisand to the first female Oscar Best Director in Hollywood history. Although, among the 3 films Young and Dangerous, The Piano and Thelma and Louise, the media rating of Young and Dangerous is actually the lowest. However, Barbra Streisand has accumulated connections in Hollywood for decades, which is not comparable to Campion and Kathryn. Of course, the most important reason is that Deaneries Entertainment took the initiative to withdraw from this year's award competition. Because of this withdrawal, The Silence of the Lambs, which should have shined in this year's award season, only received 2 nominations for Best Screenplay and Best Actress in a Drama at the Golden Globe Awards this time. Sandra has no intention of even being nominated for the next Oscar. The final result of the Golden Globe Awards on Saturday night was that in the competition for the Best Picture in the drama category, the Golden Globe Award was won by Oliver Stone's JFK, and the Best Director was also won by Oliver Stone. This is certainly not a bad public relations for Time Warner, but in fact it is still a strategy. After all, the reputation of The Silence of the Lambs is not as good as The Piano and Thelma and Louise. If Barbra Streisand wins the award, it will definitely cause controversy in the media. It is very politically correct for women to win awards. However, with 3 women nominated at the same time, and Barbra Streisand's work ranked last, if this veteran actress wins, it will still cause controversy, and this controversy will undoubtedly affect the results of the Oscars. The value of the Golden Globe Awards is obviously far less than that of the Oscars. In comparison, if the Golden Globe Awards still stubbornly maintains discrimination against women and awards the award to male directors when 3 female directors are nominated at the same time, the public opinion will definitely turn to sympathy for the 3 female directors and condemnation of discrimination against women in Hollywood in the next 2 months until the Oscars. In such a public opinion environment, the Oscars, which has always been known for political correctness, have almost no second choice. At this time, Deaneries Entertainment's 2 films took the initiative to withdraw from the award public relations, and Barbra Streisand has sufficient resources and connections in Hollywood to support her, so the result is self-evident. As for The Silence of the Dragon after winning the award, winners take all. In the original Time and Space, Gwyneth Paltrow won the Oscar for Best Actress. Even if she was criticized by the media for being too watery and without gold content, she was still the best actress after all. In most media reports, she would be called Gwyneth Paltrow, the best actress of the Oscar. Those who did not win the Little Golden Man, even if their acting skills were 10 times better than Gwyneth Paltrow, could not be given the title of Best Actress in the media. This is the winner takes all. As expected, after the Golden Globe Awards ceremony, many media outlets really attacked the Golden Globe judges for discriminating against women. Public opinion was so rampant for a while that the Golden Globe officials had to publicly stand up and make an explanation. Then, after the Golden Globe Awards ceremony, the Oscar nomination list was announced. In the 64th Academy Awards nomination list, Barbra Streisand, Jane Campion and Kathryn Bigelow continue to be on the list. Everyone in the circle knows that among the 3, Barbra Streisand's public relations traces are the most obvious, and Jane Campion is the most deserving. As for Kathryn Bigelow, Thelma and Louise is indeed excellent, but most people can't help but think of Simon Westeros. You can't compare people. The public opinion storm caused by the Golden Globe Awards ceremony has not yet dissipated, and another heavyweight Hollywood entertainment news broke out. MGM publicly announced that it would temporarily shelve the development of the next 007 series due to irreconcilable disputes. The importance of 007 to MGM is self-evident, so this news immediately attracted strong attention from a large number of media. Chapter 461 Online Mall. Broccoli means broccoli in English. Coincidentally, the Broccoli family, which holds half of the copyright of the 007 series, also started out by selling vegetables. Albert Broccoli, who discovered the 007 IP, is a strong-willed person. In order to show his absolute control over the 007 series, Albert has declared in media interviews more than once that if the price could not be negotiated during the vegetable sales process, he would rather throw away all the vegetables than sell them. As for 007, until MGM was controlled by Simon, the Broccoli family never made concessions to MGM. The fundamental reason is that for decades, as a large-scale production series, every 007 has made a profit, and no one has ever suffered a loss. Hollywood is actually very conservative in nature. Westerns are popular, and everyone flocks to shit westerns. Buddy movies are popular, and a large number of buddy movies are born. Youth horror movies are popular, and a bunch of youth horror movies immediately appear on the market. In the final analysis, it is because the risks in the film industry are too great. Before any studio decides on a project that costs millions of dollars, it is far from as easy as the outside world imagines. Therefore, following the successful film model has become the best choice for most studios. In fact, it is just following the trend. Just like Hong Kong films on the other side of the ocean, it is just that Hollywood's following the trend is relatively benign, and Hollywood has the most solid backing of the North American market, which is why it has always survived and remained strong. Because of its conservatism, 007, which has never made a loss, has become the broccoli that MGM values the most. However, Simon is the one who has the least shortage of fresh vegetables, so he doesn't mind if the seller throws away his vegetables when the price cannot be negotiated. When Shirley Lansing contacted the broccoli family according to the conditions set by Simon, the broccoli family, who are already accustomed to being strong, naturally could not compromise. Simon did not drag his feet and directly asked Shirley Lansing to announce that the 007 series would be shelved indefinitely. After MGM's announcement was issued, not to mention the reaction of the broccoli family, the only other MGM shareholders who could check and balance Simon, did not react much after some concern. Let's not talk about other things, just MGM's two hit films last year, A Few Good Men and GoldenEye. The North American box office of A Few Good Men was $117 million, and the global expectation was $200 million. The estimated North American box office of GoldenEye was only more than $80 million, and the global expectation was still $200 million. However, even with the participation of Tom Hanks, Robert De Niro, and Demi Moore, the overall production and distribution budget of A Few Good Men is still less than half of GoldenEye. Although it is a project of cooperation between Deaneries Entertainment and MGM, due to the cost advantage, the revenue brought to MGM by A Few Good Men is actually far more than that of GoldenEye. After all, for the 007 series, MGM is responsible for raising the production and publicity budgets, and the broccoli family only undertakes production, but at the same time, because of controlling half of the copyright and participating in the production, the broccoli family will take a large part of the film's revenue. If it was the turbulent MGM in the past, the 007 series could definitely be used as a stable project to support its performance. Now, MGM is turning to recovery under Simon's control, and the series that is used to survive is indeed not indispensable. You know, after A Few Good Men, the second project that Deaneries Entertainment cooperated with MGM, A Time to Kill, was launched last year and the release date has been confirmed for this summer. Since it has been decided to revive MGM, the two sides will definitely have more cooperation later. Comparing the revenue of A Few Good Men and GoldenEye's of 007 inches, as well as the obvious changes in MGM in the past year, it is completely self-evident which side MGM shareholders will stand on after Simon made the decision. When MGM announced that 007 was shelved, Simon himself was not in Los Angeles, but in San Francisco. Thursday, January 23rd. The long-prepared Amazon online store was officially launched on the Egret portal. This is also the first subsidiary brand launched by Egret. Before this, all business departments were named Egret. In 1991, the number of American World Wide Web users reached 13.17 million, of which 7.68 million were AOL users. With 13.17 million World Wide Web accounts, and an average of 1.6 active individual users per account, the number of American World Wide Web users reached 21.07 million, which is equivalent to 10% of the total population of the United States at that time, and it happens to be the 10% of the most educated and most powerful Americans. With more than 20 million Internet users, and the most powerful consumer group in the United States, the entire United States and the entire information industry can no longer ignore the rise of the World Wide Web. In fact, from the capital and enterprises that have flocked to the Internet industry since the second half of last year, and even the attention paid to the development of the Internet industry by the federal government, it is not difficult to see the overall explosive development trend of this emerging field. Affected by the explosion of the Internet industry, even the personal computer industry has benefited a lot. In the past year, due to the economic downturn, the industry predicted that global PC shipments would remain at the level of about 20 million units in 1990. But in fact, the annual PC shipments in 1991 finally reached 23.87 million units, an increase of more than 19%. A large part of the users purchased computers to experience Internet surfing, and some users replaced their old DOS system computers with the latest high-configuration graphics operating system PCs in pursuit of a better Internet experience. In short, the rise of the Internet industry is an inevitable trend. Although it was launched 3 years earlier than the original Amazon, the new Amazon, backed by the Egret portal, almost has more than 20 million potential users just after it went online. Not only that, Egret's increasingly improved online payment tool ePay also provides a mature payment tool for Amazon's online mall. In Simon's plan, Amazon will focus on book sales in the next 3 years. At this stage, choosing online book sales as the beginning of physical e-commerce undoubtedly has too many advantages. The current internet users have a high level of education, so they often have more needs to purchase books. Unlike other daily necessities, online shopping malls happen to provide too many types of books compared to physical bookstores, which is enough to ensure the psychological motivation of users to try online book shopping. In addition, simplifying the types of physical goods sold can simplify the complexity of e-commerce operations to the greatest extent. At the same time, Amazon Online Shopping Mall can help the IGRA team accumulate experience from e-commerce website operations to actual warehousing and logistics. Although there was no special press conference this time, before the online shopping mall was opened, IGRA had already launched advertising marketing on various media platforms such as the internet, television, radio, and newspapers. Simon arrived in San Francisco on the morning of January 23rd. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Amazon Online Shopping Mall was officially opened. Although in the short term, the distribution area of Amazon Online Shopping Mall is limited to the 2 core metropolitan areas on the east and west coasts, and the Great Lakes region in the north, the vast central and southern regions of the United States cannot be involved, but starting from 9 o'clock in the morning, driven by the online shopping mall's vigorous promotional activities, the number of orders in the online shopping mall exceeded 100,000 in just 31 minutes. As of 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the online shopping mall was open for 8 hours, and the total number of orders reached 870,000. However, as we all know, evening is the peak time for online consumption. Simon flew back to Los Angeles as usual after get off work that afternoon. At 9 o'clock the next morning, after opening for 24 hours, after statistics, the number of orders achieved by Amazon Online Mall finally reached 1.32 million, the number of books sold was 1.56 million, and the transaction volume reached $32.76 million. This seemingly simple set of data is no less than a miracle for too many people. Not to mention selling more than 1 million books in a single day, there is probably no physical bookstore in the world that can even sell more than 100,000 books in a single day. Therefore, the emergence of Amazon Online Mall, like ePay and iStore launched by IGRA last year, proved the feasibility of internet physical e-commerce in almost one day. With the announcement of the first-day sales results of Amazon Online Mall, not only traditional physical book retailers, but even comprehensive retail chain giants such as Walmart had to quickly turn their attention to the internet platform and held emergency meetings to discuss the necessity of launching online stores. Traditional media have clearly felt the strong threat of internet media platforms in the past year or so they can't help but have many nitpicks about the internet in terms of public opinion. However, even so, after the sales data of the first day of Amazon's online mall was released, most media still began to promote the coming of the e-commerce era. On the other hand, for IGRA, the seemingly bright data on the first day of Amazon's online mall also means too many challenges. In order to make the online mall famous as soon as possible, IGRA has invested $20 million in publicity costs in just the past half month. Facts have proved that such publicity efforts are obviously excessive. The 1.32 million orders on the first day mean the strong computing pressure of Amazon's online mall server. According to the statistics of IGRA portal, although the online mall only achieved a transaction volume of 1.32 million orders on the day of its opening, the actual maximum number of simultaneous visitors exceeded 5 million in the evening of the same day. After the continuous expansion of the data center in the past 2 years, the IGRA portal is able to carry such user access at the same time. However, the access limit set in advance by Amazon Online Mall is exactly 5 million. If some emergency plans were not prepared in advance, the Amazon Online Mall might have experienced a downtime accident on the first day of opening. The cloud computing project secretly developed by IGRA has entered the substantive testing stage, but if it is to be officially applied on a large scale, it will take at least the next year to continuously adjust and improve. Lacking a flexible data computing environment, in the short term, Amazon Online Mall still needs to use the traditional fixed volume data computing and storage mode, which will undoubtedly cause great cost pressure. Of course, as long as the online mall can have a good start, these efforts will definitely be worth it. The most critical thing is the logistics and distribution pressure involved behind these orders. The best prediction of the mall team in advance was only to achieve 1 million orders on the first day of opening. In fact, it was overloaded by 30%. to deliver all the books involved in the 1.32 million orders one by one. Even with the extremely developed postal system in the United States, the business area itself is temporarily limited. However, for the Amazon warehousing and logistics system, which is still in the exploratory stage, it is definitely a more arduous challenge. Therefore, after the first day, the first decision made by the mall team was to remove all the advertisements on various platforms that could be withdrawn. It is really impossible to promote it anymore. At the same time, the mall team began to contact other express delivery teams outside the USPS, United States Postal Service, almost intending to complete the first batch of huge orders at all costs. Everyone knows that the first impression is very important. If a user waits for half a month to get the book he wants when shopping online for the first time, it will definitely seriously affect the user's enthusiasm for subsequent online consumption. Finally, in order to help the mall team overcome the difficulties, Simon also sent Nancy Brill over. Blockbuster's rich experience in warehousing and logistics can still provide great help to the mall team. The short female executive was not polite and directly asked Simon for a special consultant title of agreed, of course, with salary. As for logistics and distribution, it was the first time that 1.32 million online shopping orders were placed in a single day, and Alice Ferguson, the housekeeper in charge of the mall operation, had to figure it out on her own. Of course, the entire Grit senior team was making suggestions on how to deal with this matter. Simon also said bluntly that if he messed up, he would have to come back and be his housekeeper. The Westeros system was already in the final critical stage of the early layout of the internet industry, and e-commerce was the top priority in Simon's plan. He didn't have much patience to tolerate a loser. In the busyness, it was another weekend. This year's 8th Sundance Film Festival opened on January 16th. After Lola Run, even if there has been no super-selling dark horse, Sundance has been thriving in recent years. The development of Hollywood independent films has also become more and more prosperous under the impetus of a series of successful films by Gay Omen Pictures. Before the opening of this Sundance, Robert Redford hoped that Simon, the biggest star from Sundance, would be able to attend. Redford would not mention the idea of Simon being a Sundance judge. Simon certainly does not have the time now, and Sundance really cannot afford it. However, the chairman of the jury this year is Kathryn. He was too busy to spare time during the opening ceremony, and the closing ceremony happened to be Sunday, January 26th. Simon quietly rushed to Park City, Utah on Saturday. Janet had to take care of the children and did not come with him. Because Kathryn was already here, the female assistant who was personally responsible for building several wooden houses in Park City and hoped to use them as dating nests, although she felt a little resentful, did not follow. It was still January, and Los Angeles was as usual with 4 seasons like spring, but Park City was covered with ice and snow. Such a closed atmosphere is indeed very suitable for spending time with a person you like. Chapter 462 Sundance. The cabin where Simon lives is located on a hill southeast of Park City. There are 4 cabins in total, one of which is the owner's residence, and the 3 surrounding cabins are occupied by bodyguards and other followers. I don't know when it started, but Simon has never been without a bodyguard. With Simon's current wealth and status, he is destined to pay close attention to his own safety. The world these days is definitely not as peaceful as ordinary people imagine. I arrived in Park City at noon on Saturday, followed by a series of schedules. In the evening, I accompanied Kathryn to a film party organized by Robert Redford, and returned to the residence on the hill after 10 o'clock. The SUV, which is very suitable for driving in Park City, stopped quietly in front of the cabin on the hill. Simon and Kathryn got out of the car together and were immediately surrounded by the strong chill of the night. However, at the foot of the mountain, Park City is still a lively scene with bright lights because of the popularity brought by the Sundance Film Festival. In recent years, not only filmmakers, but also every Sundance Film Festival has gradually developed into a comprehensive gathering of the entertainment industry. Not only filmmakers, but also music and fashion circles have begun to join in the fun. Without staying too much in the cold outdoors, Simon and Kathryn entered the cabin together. The 2 maids, Zoe Parks and Isabel Dunn, who followed them this time, had already lit the fireplace in advance and prepared hot coffee, making the cabin warm. The 3 AB girls had received training in baby care in advance. Because they had to help Janet take care of the children, they basically would not leave Cape Du May Manor now. If Simon wanted someone to take care of him, He could only choose someone from the maid team brought by the housekeeper. Speaking of which, after the last spy incident, Simon asked Janet to recheck the background of the girls around him, and the results were not bad. Probably because the time was too short, there was nothing wrong with these girls. As for those around Simon, they have basically been checked out now. It was just because Simon was worried that if he sent away a group, there would definitely be another group, so he didn't touch these guys who had been exposed. Kathryn did not ask Zoe Parks to help her. She took off her thick down coat and hung it on the hanger beside her. Finally, she did not forget to glare at Simon. She clearly saw that the girl with a prominent chest rubbed her body against Simon's clothes when she took his clothes. Simon pretended not to notice the woman's gaze. After Isabel hung up the windbreaker, he said, "You go to rest. Besides, you don't need to get up too early tomorrow morning. Kathryn and I will prepare breakfast ourselves." The two women sensed the aura emanating from Kathryn and knew that they would definitely not have any chance tonight. They responded obediently and took the initiative to withdraw. Simon brought the coffee prepared by the two maids to the coffee table in front of the fireplace, poured a cup himself and handed it to Kathryn, who was sitting on the sofa, and smiled. "Don't blame me. In fact, Jenny was jealous and deliberately sent 2 light bulbs to disturb us." Kathryn took the coffee in her hand, but just rolled her eyes at Simon. In fact, Janet's original words were that she felt Simon's life skills had deteriorated greatly in the past 2 years, and he might starve to death without anyone to take care of him, so she asked Zoe and Isabel to come with her. Of course, there must be some jealousy in the woman's mind. Think about it, she has to take care of the children at home, but the man goes out to date her best friend. Even if she really doesn't care, she still has to express her attitude. Kathryn didn't answer. Simon just smiled, poured himself a cup of coffee, and sat down next to the woman. If she was really angry, Kathryn should be sitting on the single sofa next to her. Just now, the woman took the initiative to sit on the double sofa facing the fireplace. This kind of small detail is still easy to notice. Simon came over, as if he felt that his thoughts were seen through. Kathryn's face flashed with embarrassment, and she deliberately hid to the side, as if she wanted to draw a clear line with Simon. Of course, she couldn't let her succeed. The woman stepped back, and Simon shamelessly squeezed her, and then rolled his eyes again. Taking a sip of the hot coffee in his hand, Simon tried to find a topic. "You clearly knew that Reservoir Dogs was a project of Highgate Pictures, but you didn't give it any awards this time. That's too much?" Reservoir Dogs is Quentin's famous work. Although Pulp Fiction was taken away in advance, some things have not changed. In recent years, Highgate Pictures has maintained a very close cooperative relationship with Sundance, and Quentin happened to attend a training course held by the Sundance Institute last year. Therefore, the script of Reservoir Dogs appeared in Simon's hands as early as last year. Highgate Pictures naturally won the project, and also facilitated the cooperation between Harvey Keitel, who had just finished filming The Piano, and Quentin. Because of the participation of Deaneries Entertainment, a large studio, the budget cost of the film also increased from $1.2 million in Simon's memory to $2.5 million US. Reservoir Dogs also became the main hit of Highgate Pictures in the main competition unit of the Sundance Film Festival this year. Of course, Simon would not personally inquire about the small-scale production project of $2.5 million, so he only took a brief look at the finished film before the film festival. Although the closing ceremony is tomorrow, the results of the Sundance Awards have been announced 2 days ago. The organizers also specially sent a notice to the winning crews to remind them to attend tomorrow's closing ceremony. Although she knew that the little man next to her was not really blaming her, Kathryn still explained seriously, "Everyone doesn't like the display of violence in this film." Simon smiled and asked, "What do you think of this movie? The narrative structure is very unique, but I don't quite understand what the director wants to express through this story." Simon changed to a more comfortable posture and leaned on the sofa, looking at Kathryn, who was wearing a black turtleneck sweater and jeans next to him, and said, "So, you are still not a real filmmaker?" Kathryn was puzzled, and she couldn't help but show some dissatisfaction from a woman's instinct, and glared at the little man next to her. After all, she has received an Oscar nomination for Best Director. Not a filmmaker. Well, then what is it? Simon did not continue the previous topic immediately. He pointed at the lady's leather boots on Kathryn's feet and said, "You are still wearing these in the house. Are your feet cold? Take them off and warm them up." Kathryn looked at the leather boots on her feet, tapped them on the floor twice, and her calves slightly tilted. "Help me take them off." "No problem." Simon was very straightforward. He put the coffee cup on the coffee table and reached out to grab the woman's long legs and brought them over. Kathryn's body was tilted by Simon's lead. She carefully protected the coffee in her hand so that it would not spill. She looked at the little man with a frown as he took off her leather boots and threw them aside in a few seconds, and even took off his socks. The shoes and socks were new. Kathryn was also a very clean person. There was no smell on her feet, and she was not worried about giving Simon a bad impression. However, after the shoes and socks were taken off, she immediately pulled back the man's feet that were placed on her knees, but she did not step on the floor again. Instead, she sat sideways and buried her feet next to the man. After he got his coffee back, he asked, "Why am I not considered a filmmaker?" "In my personal opinion, a real filmmaker should express what he wants to express. The director of Reservoir Dogs did this very well. You don't understand what his film wants to express. You are just bound by traditional thinking and think that a film should show some point of view and social significance. This is a serious misunderstanding." Kathryn listened carefully and wanted to refute, but found that Simon's words actually made sense. She studied fine arts. Take painting as an example. Many outstanding artists' paintings are indeed purely showing their inner thoughts and ideas, and they have no intention of instilling a certain point of view into outsiders. However, doing so has not affected many works from becoming classics. Movies should be the same. Think about yourself again. The first feature film in the theater, Bloody Night, tells an alternative vampire love story, which is really not a subject she likes too much. But a woman who wants to be a director does not have much choice in Hollywood. In the subsequent Blue Angel, Point Break and even the recent Thelma and Louise, she actually instilled her own will into the film. However, this kind of display is actually not successful. For example, in this Thelma and Louise, she thinks that she has her own style. However, the core concept of feminist awakening in the film comes more from the screenwriter of the story, rather than her as a director. Thinking of this, Kathryn couldn't help but look at Simon beside her. Not to mention the screenwriter's works, he personally directed Run Lola Run, Pulp Fiction and even the highly commercial Batman Begins. Although the styles and themes are different, the film itself carries a strong personal will. After watching these films, the audience will easily remember this movie. Every time it is mentioned in the future, everyone will say that this is a Simon Westeros movie. Let's look back at The Dark Knight and other films. If it weren't for the fact that she is a rare female director in Hollywood, it would probably be difficult for the audience to remember who the director is after watching the film. Simon looked at Kathryn's understanding expression and smiled. "Are you frustrated? Do you feel that life is a failure and you have no desire to live? Come, I'll lend you my shoulder to lean on." He decisively kicked him again. After thinking for a moment, Kathryn said, "Then, what should I do?" "Find some topics that you really want to shoot. Even if you don't write the script yourself, you can conceive the outline yourself and make something that really belongs to you." Kathryn fell into thought again. Then she was a little terrified to find that she didn't even know what she wanted to shoot. Her age. She didn't even want to think about this question in front of Simon. However, being washed too much by the real social environment, it was destined that she would hardly have many naive and simple ideas like young people who had just entered society. Why did she switch from art to studying film? Because she was enlightened by a mentor. She felt that compared with painting, film could show many things in a more three-dimensional way. Then she threw herself into it with great interest. Reality is always unsatisfactory. Most Hollywood directors often have to wait until they are 30 years old before they can direct their first movie, not to mention that she is a woman. 10 years before Bloody Night, she had only completed her feature film debut, Ruthless, in 1981 with the help of some film funds. The film did not cause much waves, and then there was a lot of wasted time. In this world, how many dreams and original intentions can withstand the erosion of time? How many people can be like this little man next to him, suddenly born, amazing talent? When many of his peers have not yet sorted out their future, he has left the whole world far behind. Thinking of this, Kathryn looked at Simon and couldn't help shaking her head. She said with some frustration in her tone, I don't know what to do." Simon looked at Kathryn's somewhat dejected appearance, and also turned his body to pick up the woman's feet hidden beside him, put a pair of calves on his thighs and hugged them, saying, "No one knows what they should do from the beginning. Only those who have experienced and seen the shortcomings of this world and are willing to change will work hard in the direction they want to change. So, next, you can take a serious look at this world. Kathryn didn't answer, as if waiting for Simon to continue. Simon continued, "What do you think my life goal is?" Kathryn smiled slightly and said, "Jenny told me that you want to rule the world." "Did Jenny tell you about her dream?" "Yes, to destroy the world." "Well, you can endure until now and haven't killed me to protect mankind. It seems that you really like me." Kathryn kicked Simon again embarrassedly. Simon pressed the woman's calf, stroking the rough fabric of jeans, and continued, "In fact, I am very pessimistic about the world. I think mankind will eventually go to self-destruction, and the time limit will not be too long. Therefore, ruling the world is a very boring thing. Even if you can do it on the surface, you can't control all the hearts of people after all. Controlling people's hearts, you are more dangerous than Jenny said. When you have enough ability and get used to it, you will think that some things are actually boring." "Huh?" Realizing that Kathryn seemed to be more confused by him, Simon smiled and said, "You are different from me and Jenny, two potential antisocial elements. You should hope that the world, at least this country, will become better. This is the common concept of ordinary people like you who have lived in a social environment for a long time." Kathryn paused and nodded. Although it felt a little strange. Simon just used the word human. This word can be translated as person or human. Kathryn inexplicably felt that the word Simon used seemed more appropriate to be translated as human. Isn't the counterpart of human non-human? In fact, I have seen him do too many things that only non-human can accomplish. Simon certainly couldn't guess what the woman was thinking, and continued, "So, you can spend 1 to 2 years, no longer need to rush to shoot a new film, carefully observe the world, find out what you think people need to remember or change, and what resonates with you personally. Then use this as the subject matter to prepare your next film." Chapter 463 Replacement. The next day, another Sundance Film Festival closed. The grand jury prize was given to a low-cost black and white drama film, Deep Water and Fire, which tells the story of a down-and-out screenwriter and a failed producer who tried every means to raise funds to shoot a movie. In previous media reviews, although Reservoir Dogs was controversial, it had a good reputation and was highly favored for awards. However, because the jury judges did not like this film that showed violence too nakedly, Reservoir Dogs ultimately won nothing. Deaneries Entertainment has purchased films or scripts from Sundance almost every year in recent years, and the relationship between the two parties has become very close. However, it is precisely for this reason that in order to maintain the fairness of the Sundance Award review as much as possible, Deaneries Entertainment will not easily interfere with the award review unless necessary. Simon returned directly to Los Angeles after attending the closing ceremony of the film festival. As for the follow-up of Reservoir Dogs, the $2.5 million project is not enough to make him pay too much attention. In the original time and space, the North American release of Reservoir Dogs ended in failure, but it also established a long-term cooperative relationship between Miramax and Quentin Tarantino, which finally ended when the Weinstein scandal broke out. After a long talk that night, Kathryn went to New York. She didn't have many choices before and had to shoot topics that she was not very interested in. Now, with the accumulation of several films with good box office results and the support of Simon, Kathryn no longer has the troubles of many filmmakers who are just starting their careers. After being enlightened by Simon, she decided to spend the next 1 or 2 years to carefully sort out and explore some projects. She also planned to go to Europe. The great changes in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, as well as the subsequent trends of these countries, made Kathryn curious, and she also had the idea of shooting 1 or 2 documentaries first. From Gucci Imprint to True and Brave to last year's Snow World, the box office success of 3 consecutive documentaries has made documentaries a category that Hollywood pays close attention to. Simon himself shoots whatever Kathryn wants to shoot. He is not short of money. Even if the original film Widowmaker was made, it didn't matter. What Deaneries Entertainment needed most was a huge loss-making project. Of course, in the whole Hollywood, Simon would only indulge Kathryn in this way. Even he himself would not be so laissez-faire. After the closing of Sundance, it was already the end of January. Back in Los Angeles, the first thing to deal with was the second layoff of Deaneries Entertainment. In this month, after repeated review and evaluation by the company's Human Resources Department, a preliminary list of 800 layoffs was drawn up. This number was less than Simon had imagined, but after the announcement of the news, it still caused controversy in the media. The overall U.S. economy is still at the bottom. In 1991, the federal unemployment rate hit a new high. If it were other companies, there would be nothing wrong with layoffs at this time. The survival of the enterprise is the most important thing. However, the layoffs of Deanery's Entertainment made it difficult for many people to accept. Just looking at the box office data of a series of hit films from Deanery's Entertainment last year, the company's performance in 1991 can be seen. A company with such excellent business conditions still insists on layoffs. In the eyes of the outside world, it is really a manifestation of a lack of social responsibility and an act of unscrupulous capitalists. In fact, the layoffs of 800 people, taking into account all aspects of the cost, can only save Deanery's Entertainment less than $200 million in expenses each year. However, Simon insisted on layoffs. The fundamental purpose is not to save costs, but to keep Deanery's Entertainment able to operate efficiently. Many corporate giants' big company diseases start with bloated personnel. If Deanery's Entertainment wants to maintain its high-speed development momentum for as long as possible, it must always keep its employees in a sense of crisis. No matter how well the company develops, if you don't work hard, you will still lose your job. Therefore, without paying too much attention to the outside world's doubts, after the layoff list was drawn up, Deanery's Entertainment began to implement it quickly, and all 800 employees were fired neatly within the next week. Some unwilling employees also tried to organize and initiate class action lawsuits, and Deanery's Entertainment was naturally not afraid of this. The layoff process was strictly carried out in accordance with the provisions of the U.S. labor law. It may be morally deficient, but there is no legal overstep. Of course, allowing these people to initiate a lawsuit will certainly damage the reputation of Deanery's Entertainment. Therefore, the news soon spread in Hollywood. If these employees who left Deanery's Entertainment continue to make trouble, the doors of all Hollywood studios will be tightly closed to them. To be more straightforward, those who are restless will never be able to get along in Hollywood in the future. With the current influence of Deanery's Entertainment, many people will not doubt that the company has such strength. You know, even big names like Dustin Hoffman and Tom Cruise have suffered career losses under the targeting of Deanery's Entertainment, let alone these small fish and shrimps. Moreover, even if you really don't plan to get along in Hollywood, you still have to make a living. However, probably no boss would like such an employee who keeps entangled with the employer after being fired. What's more, Deanery's Entertainment did not violate any regulations. It is difficult to predict the result of forcing a lawsuit. As a result, the so-called class action lawsuit soon came to nothing. After completing another round of layoffs, Deanery's Entertainment subsequently announced a salary increase plan. The employees who were merged from MCA to Deanery's Entertainment last year originally maintained a relatively low salary level during the MCA period. In this salary increase plan, most of the employees from MCA have their salaries raised to the same level as the employees of Deanery's Entertainment. After careful calculations by the media, it was found that such a salary increase basically offset the labor costs that Deanery's Entertainment had just saved from layoffs. The announcement of the news also greatly reduced the negative impact of the layoff plan. There is never a shortage of discerning people in this world. The salary increase immediately after the layoffs made many people understand that Deanery's Entertainment's layoffs were not for the pursuit of profits, but more likely for the consideration of the company's own development. After the salary adjustment, Deanery's Entertainment as a whole is still the company with the highest average salary in Hollywood. This also makes Deanery's Entertainment's employees cherish their jobs to a large extent, thus improving the vitality of the entire company. Time entered February 1992. In the last box office week of January, the total North American box office of The Flash, which has been released for exactly 6 weeks, officially exceeded $200 million, reaching $211.81 million. At the same time, from January 23 to January 30, the single-week box office of The Flash still reached $10.77 million. With a long-term box office trend of this movie, it will not be a problem to earn another $40 million in the future. The Flash will definitely exceed the total North American box office of $250 million. The box office of The Flash has been a great success, and the implementation of the DC movie universe plan has become smoother. The post-production of Wonder Woman, which is scheduled to be released this summer, is nearing completion, and the pre-production preparations for projects such as Superman, Cyborg and The Dark Knight Rises are continuing to advance. When Simon returned to Los Angeles from Sundance, Warner began to ask about the sequel to The Flash. The copyright of The Flash is completely held by Warner, and even if Simon is put aside, Warner can develop the second part according to its own ideas. However, the first part of The Flash has achieved such outstanding results that even those who are at odds with Steve Ross dare not easily destroy such a good situation. Therefore, the actual control of this series is in the hands of Simon, a strong producer. Because last year, in addition to Batman, The Dark Knight and The Flash, Warner Bros. Also released box office hits such as Robin Hood and The Fugitive, and Warner's original resentment towards Simon's lengthening of the production cycle of the DC movie universe project has also been reduced. Malibu, Deanery Studios. The time is February 5th. Disney CEO Michael Eisner rushed to the administrative area from the north entrance of the studio and learned that Simon was at the Deanery's special effects company on the second floor of the studio, so he was brought here again. The appointment time is 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and now the time is just right. Simon has just spent 2 hours checking the post-production progress of Wonder Woman, and is now in the model special effects department of Deanery's special effects. Although CG is the general trend of Hollywood special effects, the demand for model special effects will be greatly reduced in the future, but it will never disappear. The model special effects department of Deanery's special effects is more than just making monster models as ordinary people imagine. The superhero cars in the Batman series, the large dinosaur props in the Jurassic Park that has just started shooting, and the props required for the scenes such as the flying car explosion involved in the big-budget film are all in the charge of the model special effects department. Taking advantage of the gap between the meeting with Eisner, Simon wanted to see the shape of Poison Ivy. The last Batman, The Dark Knight, has the Joker and Poison Ivy as the two villains. According to the basically completed plot setting, the Joker will also shine in this final chapter of the Batman opening trilogy, but for Simon, he actually looks forward to the performance of Poison Ivy. The actor who plays Poison Ivy has also been determined. Simon gave the role to Nicole Kidman. There is a small coincidence in this. In the original timeline, the role of Maya in Pulp Fiction was played by Uma Thurman, who then played Poison Ivy in Batman and Robin in 1997. Now, Nicole has got the role of Maya in the new version of Pulp Fiction, and she was also chosen by Simon to play Poison Ivy. Simon certainly did not deliberately create this coincidence, but compared with several other actresses of the same age, Nicole is indeed very suitable for this role in terms of acting skills, fame, and even figure and temperament. In comparison, Simon thinks that Uma Thurman's Poison Ivy can no longer be described as bad. It is completely nonsense. It's just that the green tights that look very cheap make people completely lose their fantasy of Poison Ivy. Poison Ivy should be green, not just a green tights. Simon's original setting was to refer to the setting of Poison Ivy in the game version of Batman, Arkham Knight. However, after testing, the shirt with only one button fastened and exposed style is obviously not suitable for actual shooting. After repeated adjustments by the stylist, the long sleeves and hem of the shirt were cut off. After another attempt, the modified shirt became a more textured dark red leather jacket. Of course, it was still short-sleeved, and the hem length was just below the breasts, which was somewhat similar to the feeling of a female sports vest. In fact, they also considered wrapping it with plants. This is more in line with many comic settings of Poison Ivy, but Simon really finds it difficult to accept the false feeling brought by plastic plants. If it were many years later, the actors could wear motion capture suits and directly CG a layer of real plants on their bodies. Although the current technology can do this, the effect is not very good and the cost is too high. Therefore, the sexy burgundy half-length jacket was finally chosen. The triangle shorts setting of Poison Ivy was also modified to more conservative hot pants based on the game version. This was also done for actual shooting considerations. Once the character modeling in the game is completed, it will definitely not be exposed, but it is not necessarily the case in reality. Moreover, the actual effect of triangle shorts is not as good as hot pants. The most critical skin of Poison Ivy, Simon certainly will not let the character wear a cheap green tights like Uma Thurman, but will really paint the skin green. This is also the most complicated part of the design of Poison Ivy's image. Just simply painting a layer of green will definitely look very fake. Simon hopes for a very natural green, a feeling that the audience will instinctively feel that this person should be green after seeing it. Therefore, the skin makeup of Poison Ivy needs to show a natural chlorophyll texture, and even the details of the natural skin texture and blemishes must be involved. In short, it is to give people a sense of reality. In order to achieve the effect Simon wants, Deanery's Special Effects specially mobilized a team of special effects artists and makeup artists to be responsible for this matter. After several months of repeated attempts, they recently came up with a makeup effect that gradually satisfied Simon. Michael Eisner entered the office area of the model special effects department, and his eyes were immediately attracted by several hot and slender poison ivy. If he didn't understand where he was, he would even think that he might have seen another race. This is the final effect produced by Deanery's special effects team for poison ivy. Nicole Kidman definitely didn't have time to follow up on the styling design herself, so several poison ivy girls were stand-ins hired by Deanery's special effects. Eisner was a little dissatisfied with Simon's multitasking during the meeting, but he didn't show it. He enthusiastically commented on it. At the same time, as a filmmaker, Michael Eisner couldn't help but envy the technical level of Deanery's special effects. After a while, after sending away several girls who spent 4 hours putting on makeup but were only glanced at by a man, Simon and Eisner talked about business. The matter was about the incidental film contract that Simon signed with Disney for the release of When Harry and Sally. Seeing that Simon's status in Hollywood was getting higher and higher, there were more than one rumors that Simon might no longer direct films in person from now on. Disney didn't plan to wait any longer. After several communications in advance, Disney's intention was to exchange this film contract for a cooperative project with Deanery's Entertainment. Simon would definitely not direct a film in person in the short term, so he did not reject Disney's suggestion. Moreover, as the original 10-film plan was completed one after another, Deanery's Entertainment also needed to continue to develop some external cooperation projects to ensure close ties with other Hollywood studios. So Simon made an appointment with Eisner to talk in person today. Chapter 464, Sleepless Night in Seattle. May, have you read the script for the recent project that Deanery's and Disney are working on together? Of course, Sleepless in Seattle? Melanie Griffith nodded, then said disappointedly, but I asked Joe, and he said that the heroine Simone has been decided, so I have no chance. What a pity, I've read the script and think the heroine is quite suitable for you. Beverly Hills. Jonathan Friedman's mansion in the Coldwater Canyon community is a very ordinary party among the countless awards season parties. Melanie Griffith also showed a regretful expression when she heard Joanna Cassidy say this. After giving birth to Dakota Johnson, Melanie Griffith only took a short break for a few months and started to take on movies again. However, the few movies she starred in the past 2 years have been tepid. In fact, only Working Girl, which was the year before Dakota was born, had a decent box office performance. In comparison, her husband Don Johnson, who was originally only in the TV drama circle, began to rise in his career after Dangerous Days, and the original situation of female superior to male inferior is obviously reversing. Perhaps because of a young man who suddenly appeared, Melanie Griffith, who came from a film family, clearly felt the rapid changes in Hollywood in recent years, which also made her feel a strong sense of crisis. If she can't get 1 or 2 hit projects to support her popularity, her already not very stable first-line status may fall back to the second line. Hollywood is a circle that attaches great importance to human relations, and it is often the most unhuman. If you are not popular, it will be even more difficult to get high-quality projects. Then it is a vicious cycle all the way down. While chatting, a couple came over to say hello. They are Hollywood actress Ellen Barkin and her husband Gabriel Byrne. The reason for this is that this is also a female superior to male inferior match. Of course, even if the female is superior to the male, Ellen Barkin, who has starred in many movies in his 30s this year, is only a second line. Melanie Griffith and Joanna Cassidy stopped talking and politely responded to the couple's greetings. The two were originally not eligible to attend such a party. However, Highgate Pictures recently happened to take a fancy to the copyright of Gabriel Byrne's memoir Proven Innocence. Gabriel Byrne bought a copyright of this book a few years ago. He originally planned to play the leading role himself and make it into an independent film with a budget of $2 to $3 million, hoping to hit some awards. After Highgate Pictures expressed interest in Proven Innocence, after several communications, Byrne gave up the copyright and only served as a nominal executive producer. The project has recently been finalized and named in the name of the father. Highgate Pictures intends to let Daniel Day-Lewis star in this project after The Last of the Mohicans. After this transaction, this second-tier couple also attracted the attention of the circle. The two parties were not familiar with each other and only needed to nod and greet each other. However, after chatting for a few words, Melanie Griffith suddenly became enthusiastic towards Ellen Barkin, and asked in a slightly lowered voice, "Ellen, your lip liner is so beautiful. Did you just get it done recently?" Gabriel Byrne, who was next to Ellen Barkin, noticed that Melanie had started a conversation between women, smiled and raised the cocktail in his hand, and walked away tactfully. Although he didn't understand why Griffith suddenly became enthusiastic about him, and even had some slight vigilance in his heart, it would definitely not be bad if he could make friends with him. Hollywood is not too shy about plastic surgery. In this circle, from first-line superstars to young actors who have just debuted, in order to make their image more outstanding, hundreds of millions of dollars are spent on plastic surgery every year. In fact, there are very few Hollywood stars that the audience sees on the big screen who have never had plastic surgery. Carefully brushing the line of her plump lips, Ellen Barkin smiled and said, "I did it at a clinic in Orange County. May, if you are interested, I can leave you a phone number." "Of course, give it to me now." Melanie Griffith was a little impatient and took out a pen and paper from her handbag, while saying, "I just happened to have a lip augmentation recently. I contacted several doctors, but none of them were very satisfactory." Joanna Cassidy smiled and listened to the conversation between the two women. Finally, she saw Ellen Barkin looking at her, obviously asking if she was interested, but she just shook her head with an unchanged smile. When Ellen Barkin left a little dazed, Joanna Cassidy said, "You are so mean, May, you actually encouraged her to do it again." In recent years, many Hollywood actresses have gradually realized a rule: Simon Westeros does not like lip augmentation. The news was first revealed by Simon's exclusive casting director Linda Vargas. This young man, who is becoming more and more powerful in Hollywood, has more than once directly eliminated those actresses who have undergone lip augmentation surgery during the casting process. It is said that Westeros' original words were, "Lip augmentation looks very deformed and completely destroys the natural beauty of women's lips." For this reason, the trend of lip augmentation, which has been popular in Hollywood for many years, is rapidly fading. However, the spread of news is not fast. The competition in Hollywood is very fierce. Stars who know this inside story will not take the initiative to reveal the news to other competitors. Even, of course, there is no shortage of people like Melanie Griffith who actively encourage others to self-destruct their image. Because personal preferences change the aesthetic trend of the entire circle, only Simon has been able to achieve such influence in Hollywood for more than half a century. For most ordinary actors, countless people have spent their entire careers waiting for just one opportunity, an opportunity to become famous in one fell swoop. Simon Westeros just happens to have the opportunity to make an actor soar to the sky. Therefore, even if you feel that the chance of cooperating with Simon Westeros is slim, as long as you know the other party's preferences, it is right to do it according to the exact. Even in Hollywood today, even those who have already achieved success and fame are obviously no longer like the 1980s, when the first-line celebrities were flattered and coaxed by the studios to do whatever they want. If you don't follow the mind of a young person, you will only be squeezed out by others. Relying on a series of cooperative projects in recent years, Simon Westeros has a significant influence on all major Hollywood studios, not just Deaneries Entertainment. Melanie Griffith just didn't like the couple just now, so she played a prank on them. Of course, she also wanted to push Ellen Barkin, an actress of the same age and similar acting style, further away. As for the other party's reaction after knowing that they were misled, she didn't care at all. Anyway, she didn't really mean to make friends. Ignoring Joanna Cassidy's ridicule, Melanie Griffith looked at her husband Don Johnson, who was chatting and laughing with Brian De Palma not far away, and said, "I wonder if Simon will come over tonight." Joanna Cassidy subconsciously looked in the direction of the entrance to the backyard of the villa. After taking on the role of Queen Hippolyta in Wonder Woman, although the film will not be released until this summer, her career, which had been gradually declining and had to work in the TV circle, has regained its vitality due to the increase in exposure. At present, she has 2 film contracts that have not yet started shooting. In comparison, she remembers one of the last candidates who competed for this role, the most threatening Sansa Bergman, who had starred in the famous Jazz Spring and Autumn and Schwarzenegger's early Conan the Barbarian. Because of her image, Sansa Bergman was originally one of the actresses with the most hope of getting the role of Queen Hippolyta. The two used to have similar status, and the other party deliberately seduced Westeros during the audition. However, After missing Queen Hippolyta, the other party can only mix in some low-cost thriller erotic films in the near future. Life is full of ups and downs, and too many times, because of one or two misses, they will go in the opposite direction. After Basic Instinct, Hollywood horror porn movies have been very popular in recent years. Although it is difficult to enter the theaters, cable TV stations and the videotape market are very fond of this type of subject matter. If it sells well, a large number of people will naturally flock to it. To be precise, this trend was initiated by a young man. Thinking of this, Joanna Cassidy retracted her gaze and said, "Isn't Simon in Japan? It seems to be about Universal Studios Japan. I saw in the newspaper yesterday that his visit to Japan triggered the Westeros effect. It's really interesting." During the economic turmoil in Japan 2 years ago, because of Simon's pioneering work in the 1987 stock market crash and the leak of the news that Cersei Capital entered the Japanese market, the financial market paid close attention to Simon's every move. Simon's trip to Australia was interpreted by the market and even caused the Japanese stock market to fall, so it was called the Westeros effect. At the beginning, some media joked that Simon Westeros might be denied a visa if he wanted to go to Japan. Coincidentally, Simon went to Japan for Universal Studios Osaka. On the day of his arrival, the Tokyo stock market fell by nearly 3%, which shocked many people. The Westeros effect was brought up again. Melanie Griffith also knew about this, and she chatted with him for a few words, and then said, "I heard that he has returned yesterday." Today is February 15th, Saturday. Simon went to Osaka on Monday and only stayed there for a few working days. Joanna Cassidy didn't know much about this. If Westeros could come, it would be the best, so she looked towards the entrance again. Then she really saw someone. Melanie Griffith also caught Simon's figure at the first time. It was not because she had sharp eyes, but because the guests who were originally chatting in groups in the backyard turned their attention when Simon Westeros appeared. However, Westeros was talking to Jonathan Friedman, and everyone didn't get too rude to go over together. "This time we only signed a letter of intent for 100 acres of land to ensure that the preliminary design work of the movie park can start. However, the Osaka municipal government does not want cash, but hopes to invest in land. I do not want to introduce another shareholder, so this matter needs further discussion." Under the gaze of everyone, Simon, who had just arrived, took a cocktail from the waiter and stood casually in the courtyard chatting with Jonathan Friedman about the results of his recent trip to Japan. Jonathan also held a cocktail and analyzed with a smile, "The land price in Japan has fallen a lot, and the Osaka city government should understand the role of Universal Studios in promoting the entire city's economy. They won't ask for too high a price, right?" Simon nodded and said, "If they insist on using land as a stake, the shareholding ratio can be negotiated to about 10%. However, maybe there will be some turnaround after a month or two. You know, the Euro Disneyland in Paris will open in April." Jonathan keenly grasped the subtext in Simon's words. "Are you not optimistic about the prospects of Euro Disneyland?" "It's hard to say. At least the cost of Euro Disneyland is seriously out of control, and the cultural conflict is also very obvious. Unlike Japan's recognition of American culture, everyone knows that France is very anti-American." Jonathan also understood the joints. If the operating conditions of Paris Disneyland are not as expected, and the Japanese economy is in a downward state, the Osaka city government will probably give up its insistence on holding shares and directly choose to sell land for cash for risk considerations. After all, if you insist on holding shares, once the theme park fails in the future, this part of the shares will not only not receive profit dividends, but will also continue to depreciate. "Let's not talk about this, Simon. Meg is here tonight. Do you want to talk to her about Sleepless in Seattle?" Jonathan said this, and without waiting for Simon's response, he glanced at Meg Ryan not far away. Although it was transferred to WMA, Meg Ryan was not represented by Jonathan himself. However, WMA has been trying to transform to the CAA model in recent years, and it emphasizes internal cooperation. Jonathan naturally has to lead by example. "Good evening, Simon." After a series of encounters before, Meg Ryan was like a well-behaved little quail in front of Simon. Simon looked at Meg Ryan, who was wearing a black suspendered dress tonight, and his eyes flashed with satisfaction. He said, "Hanks is very interested in the script. The male lead will basically be him. You can talk to Tom about the script in private." Meg Ryan nodded seriously to indicate that she had taken note. Seeing the man raise the glass in his hand and take a sip of wine, he walked away tactfully. Jonathan next to him was also helpless when he saw this scene. Simon always seemed to have a hard time getting interested in this Hollywood sweetheart who was regarded as a dream lover by countless fans. After sending Meg Ryan away, Melanie Griffith, who had been watching from the side, came over with her husband, followed by Joanna Cassidy. Everyone chatted for a few words, and Melanie Griffith even specifically mentioned Dakota's recent situation. Because Simon named her himself, and rumors kept spreading in the circle, Dakota Johnson has become Simon Westeros' goddaughter in the impression of many people. I don't know if the Johnsons did it deliberately, and Simon didn't care about these details. I came here tonight mainly to discuss with Brian De Palma his new project Dawn of the Dead. After chatting and laughing with the Johnsons for a while, Simon, Palma and Jonathan hid back in the villa. Now Simon, if he doesn't want to socialize, most people will just take it for granted. Dawn of the Dead is another biographical gangster film. Universal Pictures bought the script 2 years ago and began to slowly prepare. In Simon's memory, the box office of this film was barely okay. In addition, because of Brian De Palma, the project was directly included in Deanery's Entertainment's film list for next year. However, Al Pacino, the male lead that Brian De Palma has set his sights on, has another scent of a woman to shoot, so Dawn of the Dead can only wait until the second half of the year. The schedule for next year will also depend on the specific results of the film. Simon, Palma and Jonathan chatted on the terrace on the second floor for more than 10 minutes, and most of the details were basically determined. Knowing that many people at the party tonight were looking forward to more contact with Simon, Brian De Palma didn't want to be hated by others. After finishing the business and chatting about some trivial matters, he took the initiative to stand up and said he wanted to say hello to others. Palma left, and Jonathan took the initiative to say, "Simon, the Byrne couple who bought a copyright of Proven Innocence are also here tonight. Do you want them to come up?" The In the Name of the Father project, adapted from Proven Innocence, was actually selected by Simon himself. This biographical drama about Jerry Connellan, who was accidentally charged with a bombing case and spent more than 10 years to prove his innocence, is a popular Oscar nomination in Simon's memory, and its commercial performance is also very good. Simon shook his head and looked down from the balcony. He unexpectedly found a woman's figure, but it was Kris Jenner. Kris Jenner probably had been paying attention to this side. When she saw Simon looking over, she immediately looked up and smiled with a bit of seduction. Jonathan noticed this and took the initiative to stand up and said, "Okay, I'll go downstairs first." Simon just nodded. Kris Jenner also came upstairs at Simon's beckoning. For some reason, every time Simon saw this woman who claimed to be very familiar with him, he couldn't help but have some teasing thoughts. This terrace has a closed fence, and there is a living room inside. Noticing that Kris Jenner locked the door when she entered the living room, Simon smiled. This woman is quite tactful, or she doesn't want others to disturb her again. "Hi, Simon." Kris Jenner greeted and wanted to explain why she was here tonight. As soon as she walked into the terrace, she saw the young man in front of her slowly empty a plate of candy on the round table in front of him, put it on the floor at his feet, and then poured some drinks into it. He immediately thought of the experience on the plane. Although a long time has passed, facing this man who is becoming more and more powerful in Hollywood, thinking about everything she has gained from the Real Housewives of New York series in the past 6 months, Kris Jenner can't have the slightest thought of resistance. She glanced at a plate of wine at the man's feet, and then looked at the man pitifully, with begging eyes. Simon was indifferent and insisted, "Come." After hesitating for a few seconds, Kris Jenner glanced around, reconfirmed that no one could see this side, and then slowly bent down. Chapter 465 Desperate Housewives. After washing and putting on makeup, Kris Jenner walked out of the bathroom and saw that Simon had returned to the round table on the terrace. She felt a little bit dissatisfied in her heart, saying that you didn't have to bother with anything. Of course, she didn't dare to show it on her face. In the courtyard, the music and laughter of the party continued. It seemed that no one noticed what had happened in the past half an hour. After adjusting the hem of her red local dress again, the woman walked over carefully and sat down next to him after getting the man's eye permission. She had just observed the angle and was sitting farthest from the fence, so she would not be seen by people downstairs. Although she didn't mind and even hoped to be seen, the smart woman obviously knew what she could do and what she couldn't do. The crew arranged an interactive crossover episode of The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills and The Real Housewives of New York City, which was filmed here in the past few days. After explaining why she was here, seeing that the man was just leaning back in his chair and looking downstairs quietly, with no intention of chatting with her, Kris Jenner shut up tactfully. Anyway, having this tiger skin is enough. At least Jonathan Friedman must have known that she was here. After sitting for only a short while, Kris Jenner heard the man tell her to send a glass of wine up. Knowing that he was going to chase her away, she got up and left the terrace. Because of this woman, Simon just thought of the USA TV network. After the merger last year, the two series of The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills and The Real Housewives of New York launched by USA's transformation into a female TV station was very smooth. However, this is still not enough. In the past year, two large acquisitions and various other things have consumed most of Simon's energy. He does not have much time to take care of the development of USA, even including MCA Records, which he values very much. These can only be handed over to a group of executives under the company. The new year has just begun, and there are still a lot of things going on. Until now. After several years of personal follow-up, Deaneries Entertainment's position in the film industry has been very stable, and it is probably time to turn its attention to other businesses. Cable TV can still thrive for at least another 30 years, which is an area that Deaneries Entertainment must expand. In terms of music, although with the rise of the internet, the sales of physical records will decline rapidly, but in the West where the copyright protection system is very complete, the record industry will never disappear. It is nothing more than transformation. In my memory, several major record giants that survived after several mergers and reorganizations always claimed that life was not easy, but in fact they were always making money. In addition, the record industry happened to be on the eve of the last boom of the 1990s. Old big names such as Michael Jackson and Madonna still dominated the music scene, but the 1990s was the era of the rise of teenage pop music. During this period, a large number of teenage pop singers such as Backstreet Boys, Britney Spears, and even the British Spice Girls supported most of the performance of the Western record industry and spread this trend around the world. Until many years later, the Korean entertainment industry was still continuing the group model that emerged in Europe and the United States in the 1990s. In Simon's view, the biggest feature of teenage pop is that it can create stars in batches. The rise of traditional superstars, such as Michael Jackson and Madonna, is largely due to strength and luck. For teenage pop singers, as long as they have a good appearance and the performance quality is not too bad, it is enough. The next step is to package according to the fixed routine. In addition, there are some more direct and quick methods, such as talent shows. Of course, all of this cannot be achieved overnight, and it needs to be done step by step. After careful consideration, Simon decided to start with the USA. With too much experience and two lives, Simon can easily sort out some rules. For example, the rise of a TV network or media platform often requires a phenomenal TV program. For example, HBO's The Sopranos in the late 1990s, the phenomenal ratings boom pushed this pay cable network to the peak. Later, because of House of Cards, Netflix's development also entered the fast lane. At this stage, there has not been a trend of American TV classics. Cable TV networks have invested far less energy in TV series than in movies. This has to start from the 1970s. When Barry Diller was working at ABC TV, he found that it was often too expensive for TV networks to purchase movie broadcasting rights from Hollywood, so he created the TV movie model. Compared with the films produced by Hollywood studios, TV movies have advantages such as low budget and short production cycle. Moreover, TV networks invest in TV movie production themselves and have the characteristics of exclusive premiere, which will attract more audiences to a great extent. Again, Hollywood is very conservative. Once a business model emerges and proves successful, everyone will flock to it. Especially in recent years, with the rise of cable TV, in order to compete for audience resources, TV movies with many advantages have become more prosperous, including USA TV Network, which invested in the production of several TV movies while focusing on the Delighted Wife series last year. However, in Simon's view, TV movies also have disadvantages that cannot be ignored. The unsustainability of popularity. After a TV movie is played a few times, the audience almost loses interest, and then turns to the syndicate platform and videotape channel. After the surplus value is excavated, it will gradually be forgotten. The popularity cycle can be said to be very short. However, phenomenal TV series are different. For example, The Sopranos. For example, House of Cards. In my memory, The Sopranos was filmed for 6 seasons. Relying on the popularity of The Sopranos, HBO's user base has been expanding rapidly over the past 6 years. Similarly, Netflix's House of Cards has also brought similar effects. These are difficult for TV movies to achieve. Based on the information in his mind, Simon roughly judged that it was the emergence of excellent American dramas such as The Sopranos in the late 1990s that squeezed the living space of TV movies, leading to the decline of this business model. After the new century, the screen space of TV movies was completely replaced by the continuous emergence of classic American dramas. As for now, Hollywood, or the entire American media industry, obviously has not realized this. Hollywood has actually been developing all the time. The American media industry in 1992 was not what many people saw a dozen or 20 years later. Even in Simon's view, before the rise of blockbuster and CG special effects in the 1990s, Hollywood's film industry, even after decades of development, was not stable, and everyone was just trying their luck. Whether it was Jaws or The Alien back then, or even Ben-Hur and Gone with the Wind before that, they were all the result of luck. After the era of blockbuster and CG special effects began, Hollywood entered its most prosperous era. The same is true for the television industry. Before the 1990s, there was already a business model for TV movies, and the TV network had a strong platform monopoly, so it did not need to invest too much in TV programs to attract audiences, so it seemed unenterprising. After the 1990s, cable TV completely rose, and competition in the TV industry began to become fierce. At the same time, the rise of the internet also posed a threat to the TV industry, which made major TV manufacturers pay more attention to content development, and the production of TV series often even reached the level of movies. Now, if you want to make USA TV network develop rapidly, the best way is to subvert the traditional business model in advance. Simon has actually subverted the traditional American TV industry once through TV reality shows. This is only the second time. Women's TV stations naturally need women's programs to match them. When it comes to TV series related to women, the first thing Simon thinks of is the phenomenal Desperate Housewives. In my memory, ABC TV network even showed a trend of being called a women's TV network because of the American TV series Desperate Housewives, which shows how great the influence of this American TV series is. The reason why Desperate Housewives can be so popular is that it is close to life on the one hand, and beyond life on the other hand. The background positioning of this TV series is a very common middle-class community in various parts of the United States, and the images of several housewives are also typical enough, covering most types of traditional American housewives. However, the bizarre and tortuous plot is an experience that many traditional American housewives may not encounter in their lifetime. Because he has the memories of more than a dozen people in his mind, and Desperate Housewives is really classic enough, Simon basically remembers most of the plots of this American TV series. As for details, Hollywood has never lacked screenwriters. It was still 1992, and Mark Cherry, the core screenwriter of the original version of Desperate Housewives, was just an unknown little person. Simon was not in the mood to look for him, so he simply wrote it himself. In the following days, every night after dinner, he chatted with Janet and the little guy while typing on his notebook. A week passed like this, with Janet occasionally adding some details with interest, and the story outline and brief script for the first season were basically completed. It's a very interesting story, but it still feels not exciting enough. In the villa of Cape Dumay Manor, Janet commented while rocking the small cradle in Melbourne after finishing the script for the first season. Simon sent an electronic copy of the script to Robert Egger in New York and said, "I do have a more exciting story, but I'm just worried that today's housewives can't accept it." Janet immediately became interested. "Tell me about it, I'm also a housewife now." Simon briefly sorted it out and said, "This is also a story about a woman, but compared to the housewives of Wisteria Lane, this woman is simply a mess. First of all, she is a drug dealer." Janet clapped her little hand on the cradle. "I like it, I must film it." Simon saw that his son's eyes suddenly widened because of his mother's sudden clapping, and he looked like he was about to cry, so he quickly reached out and picked up his son. Janet also noticed this detail, and of course she would not admit her mistake, and she pouted and said, I will send this annoying little thing to Australia in a few days. Simon gently comforted his son in his arms and just smiled. It was his decision to let Veronica take care of Melbourne, and he couldn't contradict himself now. Janet obviously noticed Simon's thoughts. She hummed twice, but did not ask any more questions. She did not pursue the story any further. She walked to the coffee table at the side, took out a document from the shelf under the coffee table and said, "A case has just been sent in from New York. Leon Black and his team are planning to do something big." Feeling that the little guy had almost fallen asleep with his head on his shoulder, Simon continued to hold his son, walk gently beside the cradle, and ask casually, "What?" "A comprehensive clothing company called Limited Brands Incorporated. It focuses on sportswear and underwear for teenagers and women. It is a listed company with a recent market value of $1.31 billion. Due to the continuous expansion in the 1980s and the economic downturn in the past 2 years, Limited's operations have also fallen into trouble. However, Leon and his team are very optimistic about the Victoria's Secret underwear brand owned by this company, so they plan to initiate a privatization acquisition." Simon had not reacted at first, but when he heard Victoria's Secret, he remembered it. Victoria's Secret. Many years later, every year's Victoria's Secret fashion show is equivalent to a Super Bowl in the fashion industry. It was also Victoria's Secret that brought up the top supermodel in the first decade of the new century. After a brief surprise, Simon was not too surprised that Apollo Management, headed by Leon Black under Cersei Capital, chose Victoria's Secret's parent company. Wall Street private equity firms all have their own areas of expertise. Because of its relationship with Melisandre and Daenerys Entertainment, Apollo Management, which focuses on private equity investment, in addition to its expertise in real estate investment, focuses a large part of its attention on industries such as clothing and cosmetics, such as the previous acquisition of Simmons and the investment in Estee Lauder. Now, it is reasonable for Leon Black to lead the team to target Victoria's Secret's parent company. It has high-quality brand assets, tight cash flow has led to temporarily poor operating conditions, and the stock price is in a position state. These are also the main conditions for a company to be targeted by private equity. Thinking about this, Simon asked, "For a full acquisition of $1.31 billion, how much premium would be needed?" Janet rolled on the sofa like a kitten, flipping through the documents in her hand, and said, "Leon and his team are in contact with the management of Limited. If a friendly acquisition can be achieved, the premium will be within 30%. The competition in the clothing industry is very fierce, unlike the emerging new technology companies now, so even if an open invitation is made, the premium will not be too high. If it is too high, Leon and his team will give up on their own initiative." Limited is obviously the abbreviation of Limited Brands Incorporated. Simon calculated in his mind that with a 30% premium, a full acquisition would cost about $1.7 billion, and Apollo Management Company could come up with such a large sum of money. Of course, this would undoubtedly mean a great risk. What will Leon and his team do after the acquisition? Janet said, "Like Simmons, after a few years of operation, when the company recovers, it will be relisted, or a second private placement operation will be conducted and sold directly to other private equity companies." Simon nodded. The federal economy is now at the bottom. If Leon and his team confirm that this company has enough high-quality assets, it will indeed appreciate in value if it is held for a few years. Janet heard other meanings in her husband's words. She jumped up from the sofa with her soft body, leaned on the armrest of the sofa and looked over and said, "You don't have any other ideas, do you?" Simon smiled and said, "You should buy this company first." Victoria's Secret's current fashion show is basically still in the display stage of Fashion Week. According to the original timeline, it was not until the late 1990s that Victoria's Secret began to gradually build the Victoria's Secret Show into an entertaining commercial event. If Cersei Capital can take Limited into its pocket, perhaps this very eye-catching fashion show can be produced in advance. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466 Graphics Card. At the beginning of the year, they look for projects and prepare pilot episodes. In the promotion season in May, they sell them to TV networks and start broadcasting in the fall. This is the project operation process of most TV programs in the United States. Simon used his spare time to complete the story outline and general script of the first season of Desperate Housewives. Many details still need to be revised, so that the signature rights can be transferred. It is actually very strange that Simon personally wrote the screenwriter for such a female TV series. He does not need to rely on a TV series to accumulate anything. Of course, this does not prevent Hollywood from quickly spreading the news that Simon Westeros personally created a new project. Although it is a TV series, the reality shows that have been popular in recent years have long proved that Simon can create miracles in the field of television, as well as in the field of movies. You know, popular reality shows such as Survivor and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire have not only created billions of industrial value, but also made a large number of TV reality show stars popular. Take Who Wants to Be a Millionaire for example. Although the popularity of this quiz reality show has been declining after the initial boom, the annual salary of the host Regis Fair has reached tens of millions of dollars, which is already the annual income level of Hollywood's top stars. Although the ratings of the first 4 reality shows launched in 1988, The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills were the lowest. Several housewives have become household names in TV. Even if the income from participating in this reality show itself is not high, relying on other TV shows, advertising endorsements and personal careers developed outside of TV, they have also gained fame and fortune. This is why Kris Jenner is so obedient in front of Simon. The more people are in the game, the more they can deeply understand the real power and energy of those at the top of the pyramid of a circle, so it is easier to have awe and submission. Now, a TV series project created by Simon himself, even if it will only be broadcast on cable TV networks such as USA, after learning some details of the project, it is enough to attract many Hollywood actresses who are already at the tail end of their personal careers. In the Hollywood circle, especially for female stars, if they cannot make a name for themselves before the age of 30, they will either get married, have children and become housewives, or just hang around on the edge of the circle. Only a handful of people can really make a name for themselves after the age of 30. It is now February 1992, and the spring season has already begun. The schedule of Desperate Housewives will definitely only be the prime time of this autumn, so there is still enough time for preparation and production. Simon took out a brief story and script and handed the preliminary preparation of the project to Robert Iger, who had many more important things to deal with. On February 18, after more than a month of financial audits, the financial report of Deanery's Entertainment Group for 1991 was finally released. Throughout 1991, Deanery's Entertainment, which completed the merger with MCA, achieved a total revenue of $9.3 billion for the whole year. Because a large amount of cash flow needed to be drawn to repay the debts incurred by the MCA acquisition and the company's layoffs, asset write-downs and other expenses, the company's net profit for the whole year was finally $270 million. However, due to the continuous large-scale debt repayment, even after the full acquisition of AI at a cost of more than $800 million, the total debt of Deanery's Entertainment Group is only $7.8 billion. Due to the great success of Toy Story, the industry generally values Deanery's Entertainment Group at $20 billion. According to this valuation level, the debt of $7.8 billion is roughly equivalent to a debt ratio of 39%. After completing a multi-billion-dollar merger and acquisition, Deanery's Entertainment's debt ratio can be controlled within 40%, which is already a pioneering work. After Time Warner Group has taken a series of measures to reduce debt in the past 2 years, coupled with a continuous rebound of the U.S. stock market for more than a year, the company's current debt ratio is still over 70%. The reason why the assets of media tycoons such as Redstone and Murdoch have shrunk rapidly in recent years is mainly due to the high debt of their companies after the outbreak of the U.S. bond crisis. Such a comparison further reflects the excellent operating conditions of Deanery's Entertainment. In addition, Deanery's Entertainment's annual revenue of $9.3 billion also means that this media company, which was established only 6 years ago, has squeezed into the top 50 of the Fortune 500 list of the United States, and its revenue volume is comparable to that of the famous old industry giants such as Lockheed Martin and Coca-Cola. In the entire media industry, Deanery's Entertainment's revenue scale is second only to Time Warner Group. However, due to the completely out-of-control merger 2 years ago and the long-term fierce internal struggle of the management, although Time Warner has a revenue of more than $10 billion, its actual operating conditions are far worse than Deanery's Entertainment, which is still thriving. Since it has planned to go public, Deaneries Entertainment did not continue to keep a low profile on the company's financial data this time, and took the initiative to contact some financial media to publish the data. Most corporate giants often suffer huge losses in the first few years after completing mergers and acquisitions. Although Deaneries Entertainment's net profit margin in the past year was only 3%, anyone can see that such financial data clearly proves that Deaneries Entertainment is at ease in finance. After the initial turmoil after the merger and acquisition, the business operation will be stable. As long as it is willing, relying on its own abundant cash flow, the debt ratio of Deaneries Entertainment will continue to decline rapidly. As the media discussed the financial report of Deaneries Entertainment for the new year, Simon's 24th birthday also came unknowingly. February 22nd this year happened to be a Saturday. Although he did not plan to make a big fanfare like his 20th birthday, it was not easy for Simon to have a low-key birthday now. Since January, many people have been asking about Simon's 24th birthday party. Janet wanted everyone to forget her birthday, but she also attached great importance to Simon's birthday and started preparing a month in advance. The party venue is still the mansion on the hillside of Palisades. After being together for so long, most people around him can feel the primitive territorial consciousness of Simon. He doesn't like his private space to be touched by others. Therefore, many people do not have much expectations for holding a birthday party at Cape Dumay Manor. Perhaps in the future, few people will be able to enter the top floor of Westeros Mansion. Of course, not everyone can participate in the birthday party in the Palisades Mansion. Although the threshold is high, compared with the slightly boring business parties in the past, Simon's birthday party was very enjoyable under Janet's arrangement, with singing, dancing, fine wine and beautiful women. The party lasted from 7 o'clock on Saturday night to 2 o'clock in the morning. If it were not for the fear that some unpredictable things would happen if the guests stayed in the Palisades Mansion, it would be inevitable to stay all night. After leaving the party, no matter how ridiculous it was, it had nothing to do with the Westeros family. Simon and his wife did not leave the Palisades until 12 o'clock that night, but flew to Panama at night. A little kid was temporarily handed over to Kathryn to take care of. Kathryn obviously had no experience in taking care of children, but what a woman needs to do is actually just to watch. The three Ab girls stayed in the Cape Dumay Manor. They were nannies trained by Janet herself. After playing in Panama for 3 days, the couple did not return to Los Angeles until Wednesday of the new week. Simon dropped Janet off at the airport, but flew directly to San Francisco. After investing in graphics chip company ADI last year, ADI has recently completed the development of its first consumer graphics chip for the PC market. Westeros bought 25% of ADI's shares for $50 million. Simon then suggested that Intel acquire ADI in full and devote all its efforts to the promotion of graphics cards. However, although Intel accepted Simon's suggestion, ADI did not accept Intel's acquisition offer. This is obvious. With Westeros as its supporter, ADI already has a strong enough backing and does not need to sell itself to Intel, at least not for the time being. Anyone who is not a fool should understand the principle of waiting for a good price. However, ADI is also aware of Intel's strong influence in the semiconductor industry. Although it rejected the offer for a full acquisition, it also accepted Intel's investment and transferred 10% of its shares. The semiconductor industry is very money-burning, so it is destined that ADI, which has been raising funds since its establishment, cannot have shareholders with a large shareholding ratio. Westeros and Intel jointly hold a total of 35% of ADI's shares, and basically have control over the company. ADI's graphics chip is completed, and the next step is naturally promotion. Many years later, it was difficult for most PC users to truly appreciate the benefits of graphics cards, because at that time, ordinary users had become accustomed to the convenience brought by graphics cards. Unless they were professional image processing personnel and game enthusiasts, integrated graphics cards alone were enough to meet the daily needs of most users. Of course, in the subsequent smartphone era, the role of GPUs became obvious. Smartphones of different price levels can support different mobile games, and the difference is largely the difference in the GPU of smartphones. At this stage, graphics cards specifically used for image processing have been launched, replacing the corresponding operations supported by the CPU, and the display effect is almost immediate. Simon had experienced the effectiveness of independent graphics cards before he came to San Francisco. Under the same other configurations, personal computers equipped with graphics cards, whether browsing the web or playing electronic games, are smoother than computers of the same type without graphics cards. After comprehensive evaluation, everyone also found one thing. Once graphics cards are popularized, they will not only not increase the burden on consumers, but can reduce the overall cost of PCs. Because before this, in order to get a better internet surfing and gaming experience, users had to choose very expensive models. Now, just increase the graphics card expenses by a few $100s, and perhaps save an overall budget of $1,000 or $2,000. Moreover, this change will undoubtedly further accelerate the popularization of personal computers. Traditional PC manufacturers are certainly inclined to keep the price of personal computers higher. However, once this trend is formed, no one can stop it. Either follow the trend or be eliminated. On the other hand, the further popularization of personal computers will naturally promote the explosion of the internet industry. In this era, assembled computers have not yet emerged. Users basically buy a complete set of personal computers, including monitors. Therefore, the promotion of graphics cards must be coordinated by OEM manufacturers such as IBM and Compaq. ATI was originally one of the suppliers of professional graphics card chips for IBM's graphics workstations. This time, after seeing the effect of the consumer-grade graphics card developed by ATI, IBM, which has always been the most difficult bone to chew in the industry, did not stick to its own opinion and quickly decided to launch the corresponding model. Of course, IBM has the final say in pricing. IBM took the lead, and companies such as Compaq and HP also joined in. As for Microsoft, under the promotion of Westeros, it began to invest in the development of graphics card support programs last year. The Windows 3.1 system to be released in March will support graphics card chips, and the previous 3.0 system will also be upgraded with corresponding functions. Apple is not the one that will be considered when it comes to the changes promoted by the Wintel Alliance. Silicon Valley has always been a place where it is hard to keep secrets, but Apple has also shown enough slowness in this matter. After its market value broke through $7 billion last year and hit a new high, Apple's self-esteem was obviously too good. Simon rushed to Intel's headquarters to attend a meeting related to the promotion of graphics cards, and then stayed here until Friday, mainly to arrange for AI. The promotion of graphics cards will undoubtedly promote the gaming industry the most. Today's computer games are generally still 2D, but with the promotion of graphics cards, 3D games will not be far away. Deanery's technical accumulation in 3D animation can also provide a lot of support for the development of 3D games. At the same time, AI has positioned itself as a PC game manufacturer from the beginning, and it has sufficient experience in game development. With so many advantages, if AI fails to seize this opportunity, it will be a huge mistake for the management. Simon will definitely not allow this to happen. After personally finalizing some of AI's layouts in 3D games, Simon returned to Los Angeles, and it was already February 28. In the past 2 months of 1992, Deanery's Entertainment's series of film projects were operating rapidly in various stages of production, and the same was true for film distribution. In 2 months, the 3 labels under Deanery's Entertainment have released a total of 7 films in this off-season. At this frequency of release, the annual release volume is enough to reach 40 films. It is expected that the annual release scale of 40 films will exceed that of any major Hollywood studio. However, with the current strength of Deanery's Entertainment, it is not too much. In the original time and space, Disney, which acquired Miramax, and Time Warner, which acquired New Line, released about 40 films in their main and secondary labels during their heyday. However, Miramax is now like many third-tier small production companies in Hollywood, with nothing special. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles series was taken away by Simon, and the popularity of the Nightmare on Elm Street series declined. New Line has also fallen into a similar downturn as many second-tier companies in the 1980s. The 2 major labels of Deanery's Entertainment, Highgate Pictures and New World Pictures, have replaced the original positions of New Line and Miramax in Hollywood. If calculated in this way, the 3 labels have a total of 40 films released, which is even a little less. Highgate Pictures and New World Pictures have proven their strength in their respective fields, and other Hollywood studios will naturally not let go of these 2 markets. However, in recent years, under the strong expansion of Deanery's Pictures, the main labels of other studios have been lackluster. It is unlikely that they will compete with Highgate Pictures and New World Pictures in the fields of art films and horror films in the short term. Chapter 467 Box Office Data. Veronica rushed to Los Angeles to pick up Melbourne on March 1st. Janet had completely lost her initial expectations when she was halfway through her pregnancy. After sending away the little annoying person who often talked about her, she was finally free and flew to New York the next day. Neither Simon nor Janet worried that Veronica would take good care of Melbourne. Because in February, Veronica suddenly decided to quit her job as the chief financial officer of Johnston Holdings. The Johnston family did not block this too much. In fact, Raymond Johnston had hoped that his little sister would get rid of her long-term workaholic state and return to normal life. Veronica controls the family finances, on the one hand because of her ability, and on the other hand, it is also the arrangement of Janet's grandfather when he was alive. The chief financial officers of many companies are often key candidates for CEOs, so the importance of this position can be seen. The Johnston family does not have the complicated family infighting of other wealthy families, but Veronica's initiative to give up the power in her hands is what Anthony Johnston, the next generation of the family head, wants to see. As for Veronica giving up her job to help Simon and his wife take care of the children, this matter made the entire Johnston family very puzzled. The reason finally found was probably that Veronica had always been very partial to Janet. Although this reason was hard to justify, no one, including Raymond Johnston, wanted to investigate further. Of course, the old man still called in person and severely criticized Simon and his wife for their irresponsible behavior of dumping the little one to Veronica. Simon was very interested in Limited Brands, the parent company of Victoria's Secret. Janet, who had always been almost blindly following Simon's judgment, identified this company as the key acquisition project of Cersei Capital this year, so she personally rushed to New York to take charge. After sending Janet to the airport, Simon came to Deanery's studios to start a new week of work. Today is Monday, March 2nd. As soon as he arrived at the office, the female assistant followed him in. Reporting today's schedule and various matters that Simon needed to know, the female assistant handed over several documents. The first thing Simon saw was a box office report of all the films released by the three labels under Deanery's Entertainment in the first 2 months of 1992. In the morning, there was also a summary meeting of the heads of the three labels on the film distribution work in January and February. Without rushing to open the report, Simon deliberately lowered his voice and whispered to the female assistant, "Jenny is not at home tonight, do you want to come to my place?" Jennifer heard Simon's obviously deliberate tone of affair. Her face slightly blushed and she glanced at him, pointing to a stack of documents in Simon's hand and said, "There is also a rendering of Wisteria Street planned according to your draft." Simon just nodded and winked at the female assistant in a relentless way. The blush on Jennifer's fair face became more obvious. After hesitating for a while, she said, "Let's go to San Francisco." "Then you arrange it," Simon said with a smile on his face. "However, the 767 is sending the little guy to Australia, so we can only take other planes. In addition, since we are going to San Francisco, let's arrange a regular meeting of Igrit's senior management tomorrow morning. I want to know more about the recent operating data of Amazon's online mall and the application of cloud computing." The female assistant nodded, took out a memo and made a few simple notes. She looked at the small notebook in her hand and asked casually, "Why send Mel to Australia? He is so young." Simon did not feel too strange about the female assistant's question, and of course he would not tell the truth. He took out the reason he had prepared long ago and said, "This involves some privacy of the Johnston family. It is not convenient to tell you." The female assistant nodded slightly, raised her head, glanced at Simon with her bright eyes, and suddenly said with certainty, "My Seattle will not let you send it away casually." Simon said without hesitation, "Of course, you are my mother, you have the final say." Jennifer's face turned slightly red when she heard Simon say "you are my mother." She put away the memo in her hand and said, "The meeting will start at 9:15. I will come to call you later." Then she left the office. Simon smiled and watched the female assistant leave before opening the box office report in his hand. In the first 2 months of 1992, the three labels under Deanery's Entertainment released 7 movies in a row, which is equivalent to the annual release of some second and third tier film companies. In fact, even MGM only released 8 movies in the past year. Therefore, even if he didn't say anything on the surface, Simon was still a little nervous about this obviously aggressive release rhythm. There were also objections within Deanery's Entertainment to Simon's decision to release 40 movies for the three labels throughout the year. Amy expressed her concerns in front of Simon more than once. The reason why Simon insisted on doing so was, on the one hand, to further expand Deanery's entertainment and occupy more markets, and on the other hand, to accumulate more content copyrights in a short period of time, and at the same time, to further explore the development potential of Deanery's entertainment in the theater market and videotape market with this content advantage. Having enough content copyrights can also lay a content foundation for Deanery's entertainment to continue to enter the television industry and even the longer-term streaming media market. Whether it is the cable TV era of the next 20 years, the streaming media era in the future, or even the videotape market that has already prospered at this stage, the demand for content resources is very strong. After the merger of MCA and the control of MGM, Simon can nominally use thousands of film and television copyright resources, but one thing that must be admitted is that a large part of these film and television works are too old. Unless it is a classic such as Gone with the Wind and The Wizard of Oz, most people will not be very interested in watching an old movie from decades ago. Of course, if the facts really prove that this rhythm is not feasible, Simon will not be stubborn. The key point for any company to prosper for a long time is that it must face up to its mistakes and change in time, rather than standing still. Turning over the report in his hand, the data of 7 films in the previous 2 months appeared in front of him. In the first 2 months of 1992, Deanery's Entertainment's Deanery's Pictures, New World Pictures and Highgate Pictures released 7 films, namely Scream, Dancing Heroes, New Bridge Lovers, Reservoir Dogs, Hellraiser 4, Double Dragon and Stilettos. Scream and Dancing Heroes were released by Deanery's Pictures, New Bridge Lovers, Reservoir Dogs and Stilettos were released by Highgate Pictures, and Hellraiser 4 and Double Dragon were released by New World Pictures. Scream is a musical starring John Travolta and Heather Graham. It is also a project taken over from Universal Pictures. Musical films are the type of film that Travolta became famous for. After participating in Pulp Fiction, Travolta's popularity has also risen again in recent years, so the budget of this film reached $15 million. However, after the film opened on 1,107 screens on January 17, this old-fashioned musical film, which was already somewhat outdated, only grossed $1.98 million in its first week. The poor opening performance caused the film to be basically closed in just 2 weeks, with a total box office of $3.51 million. All the money was lost. Fortunately, with a budget of $15 million, the loss was not too tragic after all. Hit by the failure of this film, Travolta will probably have to completely transform next. After reading the information and data of the film, Simon casually circled the name of Heather Graham, the heroine of Scream, with a pencil. This sexy actress, who is in her early 20s and has a delicate face like a Barbie doll, has appeared in films such as Cowboy and Brothers, and Scream is her first movie as a female lead, and her partner is still John Travolta. But it turns out that this beautiful vase, who has always been very active in Hollywood in Simon's memory, does not have much commercial potential and can only be a vase. After turning over Scream, Simon looked at the data of the next movie. Strictly Dance Heroes is also a musical film, directed by a newcomer from Australia named Baz Luhrmann. Yes, it is the Baz Luhrmann who directed Moulin Rouge in the original Time and Space. Unlike Scream, which is more of an old-school disco style, Strictly Dance Heroes is more like a dance film. Moreover, this feature film debut of Baz Luhrmann has the director's strong personal style, which is passionate, gorgeous and bright. At the same time, the film does not have any pretentiousness. Whether it is the pleasing dance or the concise and clear plot, it has a very direct commercial atmosphere. Compared with the comprehensive media score of 4.6 points for Scream, Strictly Dance Heroes, which was released on February 7, has a very excellent comprehensive media score of 9.5 points. Because of the uncertainty of the box office prospects of this movie, the publicity and distribution team adopted a small-scale release mode for Strictly Dance Heroes. The first week of the film was opened on 38 screens. Driven by the excellent word of mouth, the first week box office of Strictly Dance Heroes finally reached $28,000. In the unpopular period of February, the average box office of 28,000 yuan in theaters can be called a dark horse. After quickly adjusting the distribution strategy, after the word-of-mouth fermentation of 76 screens in the second week, the publicity and promotion team expanded the screen scale of Singing Heroes to 681 screens on February 21. As of the last weekend, the cumulative box office of Singing Heroes has reached $9.31 million after 3.5 weeks of opening. The audience of musicals is limited after all. The main creators of Singing Heroes are all Australians, and they lack sufficient popularity in North America. Therefore, the publicity and promotion team has no intention of further increasing the scale of screening. However, in 3.5 weeks, the box office of $9.31 million can ensure that this musical will have at least $20 million in North American box office. On the other hand, although Singing Heroes is an Australian movie, it is actually a project selected by Simon himself, so it is invested by the Australian branch of Deaneries Entertainment. As a new work by a newcomer and there are no big stars, the budget cost of Singing Heroes is only $3 million, but even so, it also enjoys a part of the tax refund from the Australian government. Simon invested in Baz Luhrmann based on his foresight, mainly for his other two hit films, the modern version of Romeo and Juliet, Leo's famous work, and the later Moulin Rouge. Simon didn't have much memory of Strictly Dance, so he didn't expect it. The result was a big surprise. The film earned $20 million in North America alone, and it would be no problem to double it globally. After omni-channel operation, Strictly Dance, a film with a budget of only $3 million, will bring Deaneries Entertainment no less than $30 million in net income. Simon also marked Baz Luhrmann's name a few times and continued to look at the next movie. Les Amigos du Pont Neuf, a love film starring Juliette Binoche, left Simon with the impression that the hero and heroine stood on the bow of the ship and shouted an embrace. Later, this shot was used by Cameron in Titanic. The budget cost of Les Amours du Pont Neuf reached 160 million francs, which is the most expensive love movie ever made in France, equivalent to $28 million. The production process of the film has gone through many ups and downs, and the result is also a disaster after it was released in Europe. When Highgate Pictures got the distribution rights of Les Amours du Pont Neuf, their original expectations were not high. They only hoped to use the gimmick of highest budget cost and signed a pure agency distribution contract with a French film company. Facts have proved again that this movie is a tragedy. Highgate Pictures arranged a small-scale opening of 103 screens for Les Amours du Pont Neuf on January 10. The box office revenue in the first 7 days was only $130,000, and the average box office revenue was less than $1,300. It was directly withdrawn from the theaters for 2 weeks, and the total box office in North America was only $190,000. After calculation, Highgate Pictures will lose about $600,000 in publicity and distribution costs on this project, and can only hope that the later videotape distribution will make up for it. The release date of Reservoir Dogs is January 31st, the second week after the end of the Sundance Film Festival. Strike while the iron is hot. This time, due to the appropriate promotion strategy, the market performance of Reservoir Dogs is very good. The opening scale of 336 screens earned $4.37 million in the first 7 days, with an average of $13,000 per theater. Subsequently, the number of screens increased to about 500. In 4.5 weeks, the cumulative box office of this low-cost drama has reached $11.73 million, and it is expected to hit $15 million before it is off the shelves. Compared with a budget cost of $2.5 million, the project can be said to be a big profit. Before investing in Reservoir Dogs, Guillaume Films signed a priority contract for Quentin's next 2 films. Simon is also curious about what Quentin's next work will be without Pulp Fiction. Next, High Heels, a drama film by Spanish director Pedro Almodóvar, tells a torturous story involving incest and murder between 2 generations. Almodóvar's Tied Me Up, Tied Me Down last year caused quite a lot of controversy. Deaneries Entertainment originally had the opportunity to get this movie, but finally gave up due to the controversy of the film. However, Tie Me Up, Tie Me Down did not fall into the hands of Miramax, but was taken by Orion, and the box office was not hot. For the current High Heels, Guillaume Films signed a distribution contract with a $300,000 advance and a 50-50 profit share, including the full channel copyright in North America. After opening on a small scale with 166 screens on February 7, the cumulative box office of High Heels was $1.37 million in 3.5 weeks, and the total box office is expected to reach $2 million. Overall, it is a small profit. Finally, the 2 films released by New World Pictures, Hellraiser 4 and Twin Dragons were all successful. Hellraiser 4 is a long-term horror film series of New World Pictures. The box office volume of the project cannot be compared with New Line's A Nightmare on Elm Street series, but the revenue has been very stable. This time, Hellraiser 4 has a budget of $5 million, and the Valentine's Day schedule on February 14th, with a scale of 1,217 screens, and the box office in the first 7 days of the week was $7.39 million. As of yesterday, March 1st, 2.5 weeks later, Hellraiser 4 has accumulated a box office of $12.69 million, and is expected to reach $16 million before it is off the shelves. It can recover all production and publicity costs and generate profits just by relying on the box office. As we all know, horror movies have always been a genre that the video market favors very much. Twin Dragons is a Hong Kong film starring Jack Chang, who is very popular on the other side of the ocean. It is scheduled to be released on February 28th. Because Jack Chang's several attempts to impact the North American market were not successful, although the budget cost of Twin Dragons reached $10 million, New World Pictures only spent $1.5 million to buy out the North American full-channel rights of the film. After investing another $1 million in publicity and promotion costs, Twin Dragons opened on 761 screens and earned $2.87 million in the first 3 days of the weekend. In the unpopular period of February, the average box office exceeded $3,700, which is a small miracle for a Hong Kong film that has always had a weak presence. The box office revenue of $2.87 million in the first 3 days of the filming means that the total box office of Twin Dragons is expected to hit the $10 million mark. The full-channel copyright was purchased for $1.5 million, and the North American box office alone earned $10 million. It can be expected that Hong Kong films will receive considerable attention from major Hollywood studios in the future. Simon especially left some comments at the end of this film. Since it has already taken the lead, Deaneries Entertainment must of course try its best to maintain this advantage. Chapter 468 Online Rental Platform. In 2 months, 7 movies were released, but only Scream brought Deaneries Entertainment a big loss. Moreover, Scream was a project taken over from Universal Pictures. The film was completed last year, but it was delayed until the unpopular schedule in January this year. This was because Deaneries Entertainment was not optimistic about the box office prospects of this film, and the loss was completely expected. In addition, except for New Bridge Lovers, which made a small loss, the other 5 films, Dancing Heroes, Reservoir Dogs, Hellraiser 4, Double Dragon, and High Heels, have all been confirmed to be profitable. Such a start is enough to prove the feasibility of Deaneries Entertainment's 3-brand parallel operation strategy. After roughly browsing the box office report in his hand, the female assistant came to knock on the door to remind him. Simon came to a small meeting room next to the office. Deaneries Entertainment CEO Amy Pascal, Group President Mark Belford in charge of distribution business, and the specific persons in charge of the 3 studios Tom Pollock, Danny Morris and Ella Deutschman had all arrived. Everyone has seen the corresponding box office data. The distribution results of 7 movies in the first 2 months of this year have completely put everyone's initial concerns aside. This meeting is mainly to summarize the distribution results of the first 2 months' 7 movies, 3 labels, and then, each movie project actually has a dedicated publicity and promotion team. This distribution model allows each team to complete the promotion of a movie more focused and accurately. At the same time, this model can easily lead to internal competition among distribution teams. Simply put, different movie projects, the quality of the film, the size of the box office, the media reputation, etc. are definitely different. Therefore, each publicity and promotion team will inevitably be more inclined to take over excellent movies with promising box office prospects and reject inferior projects that lack box office potential. In addition, there are only a few popular movie schedules each year, which will also trigger competition. These are all very tricky problems. Movies are a very expensive business. Even a bad movie often means millions of costs. In Simon's view, what the publicity and promotion team should do is to find ways to make each movie get better box office results, rather than picky to pursue more potential movies. The better the box office performance of a film released by the publicity and distribution team, the higher the salary will be. This cannot be changed. However, If you want to reverse the picky phenomenon of the distribution team, it is definitely inappropriate to determine the salary based solely on the box office performance of the film. Otherwise, the team responsible for the publicity and distribution of Reservoir Dogs will never be able to compare with the publicity and distribution team of Wonder Woman, which will be released in the summer season. The box office volume of the two films is very different. This requires a more reasonable performance evaluation system. Simon is now more inclined to raise questions. As for the solution, the company has so many people, so naturally he doesn't need to do everything himself. However, this meeting also discussed a solution. In the final analysis, it is still necessary to ensure the integrity of Deaneries Entertainment's publicity and distribution team, and not to confirm the performance of an employee or a team based on the market performance of a single film. After all, the credit of the publicity and distribution team cannot be ignored for a movie to sell well at the box office, but the success of the film is definitely not just the credit of the publicity and distribution team. It can be said that it is the result of the joint promotion of all departments of the entire company. Therefore, in the future, when judging the performance of employees in the publicity and distribution department, team factors may be taken into consideration, but more attention will be paid to the overall performance of all projects in the entire department throughout the year. In order to avoid the emergence of various small hills within the publicity and distribution department, the specific publicity and distribution team members will not remain fixed for a long time. Of course, there will be some disadvantages in doing so. For example, if some people who work well with each other cannot be assigned to a group, it will inevitably reduce work efficiency to a certain extent. However, this disadvantage is not worth mentioning compared to the overall interests of Deaneries Entertainment. The entire Deaneries Entertainment should be integrated. This integration means that any group of people under the company should be able to achieve good cooperation with each other when organized. It is impossible to change the core culture of a company in order to accommodate a few people. In addition to the problem of the distribution team, there is also a problem of cost control. Simon thought of this because of Reservoir Dogs. Deaneries Entertainment has always attached great importance to cost control, and Simon himself has set an example. However, after all, large film companies cannot be as calculative as second and third tier small studios. The same project often requires more expenses for various reasons. The production cost of Reservoir Dogs in memory was only $1.2 million. However, this time, with no major changes in the actor's status and production specifications, the new version of Reservoir Dogs cost $2.5 million. Simon actually understands the problem. For example, in the original Reservoir Dogs, Harvey Keitel reduced his salary to star in it. This time, it was produced by Deaneries Entertainment, so Keitel naturally did not need to reduce his salary again. In addition, there is the issue of unions. If a project like Reservoir Dogs was produced by other independent film companies, the cost would be low enough to be free from the restrictions on the proportion of union employment, so it would be enough to save a lot of budget. However, a large studio like Deaneries Entertainment finds it difficult to avoid hiring more union members because of the agreement with the union. For the same position, the salary standards between union members and non-union members may sometimes be twice as different. In Simon's view, some budgets cannot be saved, but at the same time, there are many expenses that can be avoided. Many times, these funds that could have been avoided but were spent casually are all because the main creative team is lazy and wants to save trouble. This kind of thinking is easy to understand. Deaneries Entertainment is so rich now, it doesn't matter if she spends more. The discussion lasted for an hour. Finally, Simon closed the file in front of him, but did not announce the end of the meeting. Instead, he said to Amy Pascal and others, "I recently saw an article about Walmart. What do you think is the reason why Walmart can stand out in such a fierce competition in the retail industry?" Everyone exchanged glances at Simon's abrupt question. However, the boss's question must not be ignored. Mark Belford said first, "Cost control is a big aspect. Walmart bypasses the middlemen and purchases goods directly from the manufacturers. This not only saves costs, but also allows consumers to benefit as much as possible." "Yes, this is one point," Simon nodded, and said, "However, since even you know this, do you think other retailers will not imitate it? But in the end, Walmart is still the best one." Mark Belford opened his mouth, but he had no way to refute. Seeing that Simon was still staring at everyone, obviously waiting for the next answer, Amy had to say, It should be the overall business strategy advantage. From commodity procurement to warehousing logistics to terminal sales management, Walmart is better than its competitors in the same industry. Blockbuster, which Nancy is in charge of, is learning from Walmart in many aspects. As long as these studies are thorough, competitors can also follow up. Simon shook his head again and said, just like you said, Blockbuster, even the videotape chain can learn from Walmart. There is no reason why other similar retail companies would not do this. Simon kept chasing, and everyone had to express their opinions. After everyone had expressed their opinions, Simon said, actually, what you said is right, but also wrong. The article I read was about a very small business detail of Walmart. During the sales process, Walmart found that there was a positive correlation between the sales of beer and diapers. After careful investigation, it was found that many consumers would often pick up a can of beer when buying diapers. Inspired by this phenomenon, Walmart placed the shelves of beer and diapers at a closer distance. As a result, the sales of both products increased. The meeting room was full of smart people. When Simon said this, Amy said, Simon, you mean that details determine success or failure? Yes, details determine success or failure. Simon nodded and said, Walmart's advantage over other retailers is that they have been making every effort to continuously adjust their business strategies through almost inconspicuous business details. Small amounts add up to a lot, and the huge advantage they eventually form will leave their competitors in the same industry far behind. I hope you can remember this. Deanery's entertainment has indeed developed rapidly in recent years, but I absolutely do not want to see you lose your enterprising spirit because of the achievements you have made, and turn a blind eye to some problems in the company that you think may not be serious. Several people around nodded. Simon glanced around and said, I hope you will really do this, not just nod in front of me. I can tell you one thing very clearly, Deanery's entertainment can give you far more than other executives in the same industry salary and benefits, but at the same time, if I feel that you are slacking off because you are satisfied with your current achievements, even if you have not made any mistakes, I will not hesitate to fire you. Deanery's entertainment does not need employees who are content with the status quo. Moreover, it is not just you, the entire Deanery's entertainment is like this. You can pass my words to your respective departments. Hearing Simon's serious tone, several people in the conference room were startled. In the top 10 box office charts of the past year, films related to Deanery's entertainment accounted for most of them. At the same time, most of the businesses involved in Deanery's entertainment are thriving. It is impossible to say that the executives present did not feel complacent. Simon's words sounded like a warning to everyone. Moreover, with Simon's consistent strength in Hollywood, they knew very well that their boss would keep his word. Deanery's entertainment is already large enough. Unlike some second and third tier studios that would fall into chaos if they lose their core executives, the current Deanery's entertainment will not have too many operational problems, at least in the short term, if any one of them is missing. Because it is strong enough and the salary is high enough, Hollywood also has enough candidates to replace any executives who leave. Therefore, Simon also has the confidence to say this. After the meeting, Simon continued to work for the day and flew to San Francisco with his female assistant after get off work. The next morning, after breakfast, Simon rushed from the villa in the mountains of Woodside to the headquarters of Ygritte at the foot of the mountain. After the regular meeting on the progress of Amazon online wall and cloud computing development, Simon also met Nancy Brill, who was in San Francisco. Nancy came to San Francisco yesterday for the development of Blockbuster's online rental platform. A few days ago, Amazon's online mall opened. Because of the chaos caused by the hot sales of books, Simon asked Nancy to come and provide some suggestions on warehousing and logistics for the online mall. The petite female executive seemed very interested in the job, and was inspired by it to plan to develop Blockbuster's online rental platform as soon as possible. Of course, at this stage, it is definitely impossible to achieve Netflix's storeless model of leasing entirely through the internet, but an online rental solution combined with physical chain stores. According to the plan, after the online platform is launched, users can directly rent or buy the videotapes they want through the online platform, and then rush to the designated physical store to pick up the goods. This model of confirming the order through the online platform and then picking up the goods in the physical store seems to be a bit redundant, but of course it is not. When users rent or buy videotapes, there will inevitably be a selection process. Compared with rushing to the physical store to select videotapes in person, Placing an order directly through the online rental platform can not only save a lot of time, but also be more intuitive through the online rental platform to view the information of each film and even the recommendation of the same type of film. Of course, this is just one of them. The most critical point is that the online rental platform, like Amazon's online mall, can provide users with richer film and television content resources. Blockbuster's physical chain stores usually have only a few hundred square meters of internal space, and can provide thousands of videotapes for users to choose from. The Blockbuster online rental platform that is planned to be developed can provide tens of thousands of film and television content. Of course, except for a batch of popular film and television resources, most of the content will not appear in physical stores because they simply cannot be accommodated. Nancy plans to build more large storage centers in major cities in North America to store these videotape resources while developing the online rental platform. At the same time, she also plans to expand Blockbuster's logistics team. When users place an order online, a special logistics team will deliver the videotapes to the designated physical store, and then the user will go to the store to pick up the goods in person. Compared with Netflix's direct-to-home mail order model, this can save a large part of the budget. For Blockbuster, developing an online rental system can, on the one hand, allow it to enter the internet field in advance, so as not to be taken advantage of by other competitors, and lay the foundation for future transformation. On the other hand, the online rental model that can provide richer content can also be used to promote Blockbuster's membership system. Simon discussed Blockbuster's membership system with Nancy a long time ago. Over the past few years, although some value-added services have been launched, the simple discount model is still the only way to go. This model is often more suitable for high-frequency consumption users and is not very attractive to most ordinary users. Next, the launch of an online rental platform will greatly increase the content that can be selected, which will undoubtedly greatly increase the attractiveness of Blockbuster members. Even if it is the most basic sales performance, after establishing an online rental platform, Blockbuster can also guide users to consume more content through paid recommendations, email advertisements, etc., which is definitely better than the clumsy advertising promotions in physical stores. The threshold of the video rental industry is too low, and the competition has become increasingly fierce in recent years. Relying on the advantages of the online rental platform, the larger the membership scale accumulated by Blockbuster, the more stable its position in the industry will be. Of course, the early stage of the planned online rental platform will definitely be very expensive. However, once a sufficient scale effect is formed, the average cost will naturally decrease. By establishing an online rental platform and locking in the internet concept in advance, Blockbuster's own stock price will also benefit greatly in the next internet wave. In short, apart from the fact that it may cost more money in the early stage of operation, the development of Blockbuster's online rental platform will definitely bring many benefits to this videotape chain company. Of course, Nancy Brill does not intend to achieve success overnight. In the short term, Blockbuster's online rental platform will only promote its services in the relatively prosperous core urban areas on the east and west coasts of the United States, just like Amazon's online mall. After accumulating enough experience, it will gradually expand to other regions. Chapter 469 Role Selection. As a project proposed by Simon himself, Desperate Housewives did not need to go through the complicated and bumpy operation process such as pilot promotion, and was directly scheduled for the prime time of USA TV network this fall. However, although the production time was very loose, the preparation of the project was still rapid. After Simon arranged it, the Wisteria Street set planned to be built in Universal Studios was soon completed. After returning to Los Angeles from San Francisco, the TV department sent a list of candidates for the main actors to Simon. In this era, the status of TV series in Hollywood was still very low, and the same was true for TV actors, who were basically at the bottom of the Hollywood contempt chain. If it is a project of an ordinary TV network, it is usually difficult to cause much response in the circle, especially for cable TV network projects with a small audience base. However, when Desperate Housewives was linked to Simon Westeros, this TV series immediately attracted many Hollywood actresses who met the requirements, and even actresses who were originally in the film circle began to try to compete for the roles. After all, this is Simon Westeros. Simon launched several popular reality shows during the Hollywood screenwriters' strike in 1988, which directly ushered in an era of reality shows. Now, Although it is a cable TV network and a TV series, who knows if it will create a trend? As a key project of Deanery's entertainment TV department, the main actors of the series will not be cast on a large scale, but will directly select actors with suitable images and qualifications from the artist information submitted by major brokerage companies for small-scale auditions. Deanery's studios, in a dedicated audition room and office building number 1 of the administrative district. There is no audition here. Simon's exclusive casting director Linda Vargas is showing Simon the information of the main role candidates after the first round of selection through a projector. On the writing board on one wall of the audition room, the staff also made a detailed character map of the series based on the script provided by Simon. There are 5 candidates for Lynette Scavo, Patricia Wendy, 41 years old, who won the Emmy Award for Best Actress for 3 consecutive years for the MGM drama 30 Years Old, which just ended last year, Sanda Bergman, 41 years old, who previously competed for the role of Queen Hippolyta in Wonder Woman, debuted in the 1970s and has starred in many film and television dramas, Catherine Harold. The most satisfying thing about Linda Vargas is that this casting director never actively tries to influence his decision. Moreover, the casting results of every project she is responsible for can meet Simon's standards. Therefore, since being introduced to work with Simon on Run Lola Run, this shrewd and capable behind-the-scenes female filmmaker in her 30s has always been Simon's exclusive director. For projects that Simon personally follows up, Linda Vargas will personally monitor the casting matters. Even if he personally follows up on the casting of some projects now, Simon often only pays attention to the last 1 or 2 rounds. For this reason, although Linda Vargas does not have a very specific position in Deanery's entertainment, she has great power. It is obvious that if an actor wants to get a role where Simon personally follows up on the project, he cannot get around Linda Vargas. If this lady wants to suppress a star, unless the other party has enough strength to contact Simon directly, otherwise, don't think about getting ahead. After introducing the 5 candidates one by one, Linda Vargas turned her head and looked at Simon, who was sitting at the conference table with his legs crossed and looking at the information on the projection screen. From the beginning of Run Lola Run, Linda Vargas still feels a little surreal to see this young man who turned 24 last month soaring to the sky. Speaking of which, Linda Vargas was just an unknown person in Hollywood at the beginning. Initially, she wanted to be an actor, but although this appearance was not bad, she didn't make any progress after several years, so she decisively chose to get married. Her husband Joey Vargas also belongs to this circle, because his father has some connections in Hollywood and is doing better than her. Of course, it was only a little better. She was called a producer, but in fact, she was just wandering around the low-cost independent film circle, doing all kinds of errands and odd jobs under the title of producer. It was not easy to maintain a decent life in Los Angeles. Because she was not financially well off, she naturally could not be a full-time housewife after marriage. She used some of her connections to form a couple with her husband to do all kinds of behind-the-scenes work in the low-cost independent film circle. Until 6 years ago, she accidentally got a job as a casting director for a low-cost independent film. That film happened to be Run Lola Run. When Run Lola Run became a blockbuster, she gradually became Simon Westeros's exclusive casting director. 6 years have passed in a blink of an eye. Of course, there were opportunities to change careers during this period. WMA invited her to the position of vice president. Paramount, Fox and Warner Brothers had contacted her privately. Department executives and film producers seemed to be within her reach. In the end, they all chose to refuse. She is very clear about her own abilities, and she is not as arrogant as Ron McMillan, who came out of Run Lola Run with her. She always knows that keeping up with the pace of this young man is the wisest decision. Now, although there is no clear position, she actually enjoys the salary of vice president in Deanery's entertainment, which is actually equivalent to Simon's full-time assistant in film and television casting. The basic annual salary of $250,000 plus the generous annual dividend bonus is a good thing that she never thought of when she just took over the job of Run Lola Run. Hollywood filmmakers always give outsiders the impression that they can easily earn tens of millions of dollars, but in fact, these lucky people are rare in Hollywood. In a broad sense, Hollywood, that is, the entire film and television entertainment industry in the United States, has more than 1 million practitioners. Compared with such a large base of practitioners, most people in the circle are already satisfied with having a well-paid job. What's more, Linda Vargas is very clear about the hidden power in her hands. In recent years, most of the stars who have been made famous by Simon can be said to have been handled by her, the casting director. Because of this power, she is treated as well as the head of any studio in this circle. The high-end party clubs at the top of the Hollywood pyramid are open to her. Her husband has become a truly powerful film producer because of her power. In recent years, he has participated in many film projects, including those under Deaneries Entertainment. Last year, her youngest son was of elementary school age, and the couple had not yet taken any action. Michael Ovitz of CAA called them personally and asked if they were interested in sending their children to one of the top private schools in Beverly Hills. The couple knew about the school, and the enrollment targets were usually only for a small number of truly powerful children on the West Coast. Even ordinary wealthy people might not be able to send their children in. Although she politely rejected Ovitz's somewhat difficult favor, Linda Vargas once again determined to hold on to this job. If you want to keep this job, the first thing you have to do is to stick to the professional standards that a casting director should have. After working for Simon for so many years, Linda Vargas gradually realized the personality of this young man. Most of the time, the boss seems to be very easy to talk to. However, once he touches some of his red lines, there is no room for maneuver. Therefore, in the past 6 years, although Linda Vargas has accepted countless requests, she rarely mixes her own selfishness in the casting process. However, by inadvertently revealing her boss's personal preferences to some stars, or informing the casting results of some projects in advance, or even through some verbal hints that she actually made efforts, she has unknowingly gained countless favors, and the circle has no doubt that she can influence the casting results. The higher the position, the more Simon understands the truth that if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. As long as it does not affect the work to be done, he does not care about what private tricks his subordinates will play. When Ron McMillan, who participated in the production of Lola Run, was kicked out of Deaneries Entertainment, on the one hand, the filmmaker's actions had affected his job, and on the other hand, it was also to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, to warn other executives who were complacent and slack because of the rapid development of Deaneries Entertainment. Without paying attention to what Linda Vargas was thinking when she looked at him, Simon just signaled the staff next to him to play the audition videos of the 5 candidates one by one, and then asked Linda Vargas, who was sitting on the other side of the conference table, how tall is Sandra Bergman? They met during the casting process of Wonder Woman last time, and Sandra Bergman also called during the casting of Desperate Housewives. Of course, Linda Vargas still did not let her off, and the candidate list was selected by the entire casting team based on the comprehensive conditions of the actors. In Linda's opinion, Sandra Bergman's height is a hard flaw, not too short, but too tall. This actress, who is a dancer, is 6 feet tall without any water. A height of 6 feet is actually very suitable for the role of Queen Hippolyta. The requirement for Amazon female warriors is to be tall. However, this time, for a housewife who is exhausted by her family and children, a height of 6 feet is somewhat inappropriate. Linda Vargas thought so, but she said without any hesitation, 6 feet. 6 feet is equivalent to 182 centimeters. A woman of 1.82 meters is really too tall. Even if the audition video just played is good, and the appearance and temperament are more suitable for Lynette, the picture composition will often be very inconsistent when acting with other roles. After making up his mind, Simon shook his head and said, forget about Sandra Bergman. Among the other 4, Patricia Wendy is the first candidate. When other roles are released, we will arrange a group audition. If there is no problem, it will be her. The 3 consecutive Emmy Awards for Best Actress. Her acting skills are well known enough. This actress is not beautiful in appearance, but with a little makeup, she is completely in line with the image of Lynette, who is exhausted physically and mentally due to the destruction of family life. Linda Vargas lowered her head to write down Simon's decision on the memo, confirmed that her boss had no other questions, and continued, next is Perfect Housewife Brie Van Deeken. As she said this, the actor's information appeared on the projector screen again. When Simon saw the photo of Linda Carter on the first page, he said directly, Linda Carter is not suitable. She lacks a strong and tough temperament. Moreover, her breasts are too big, which can easily distract the audience's attention. Linda Vargas was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously asked, boss, don't you need to watch the audition video? Since she is a selected candidate, the audition effect is definitely guaranteed. However, The image of Linda Carter is too different from that of Marcia Cross in his memory. Even though they had a one-night stand, Simon chose to pass without mercy. For a woman who had had sex with him, unless the other party is really suitable, Simon would rather give the other party a check for $1 million than put it into an inappropriate project. Shaking her head again, Linda Vargas had to continue introducing the next candidate. The next two could not satisfy Simon. Until the fourth one, when Simon saw Cella Ward's information, he made a direct decision. Although they had slept together, Cella Ward was more suitable for the role of Brie Van Deeken than Marcia Cross in terms of appearance and temperament. After all, the memory of Marcia Cross's face, with an obvious overdose of Botox, still makes people feel somewhat uncomfortable. Cella Ward's appearance and temperament are natural. After Lynette and Brie, the candidates for the other two housewives, Susan and Gabrielle, have also been preliminarily finalized. Because this is a female-led movie, Simon is only concerned about the selection of these four core housewives. Simon will only pay attention to the final result of the husbands and other roles of the women. Busy with various things, another week has passed unknowingly. Simon flew to New York on Friday, March 6. Because Cersei Capital has accumulated a lot of things during her pregnancy, Janet has been staying on the East Coast for the past week, and Simon came to spend the weekend with the woman. In the Manor in Greenwich, New York, it was Saturday morning. The East Coast in March no longer has the winter chill. When Joseph Sclapp of Sclapp Consulting came to visit, Simon had just had breakfast with Janet. In March 1992, the quadrennial U.S. presidential election has officially kicked off. The current president, George Bush, will definitely be nominated by the Republican Party. On the Democratic side, major candidates such as Arkansas Governor William Clinton and New York Governor Marlo Cuomo have already surfaced and are competing for the Democratic Party's nomination. However, the North American media has paid the most attention to billionaire Ross Perot, who announced his participation in this year's presidential election as an independent candidate of a third party. In late February, during a live interview with Larry King on CNN, Ross Perot publicly announced that if he could obtain enough voter signatures from all 50 states and Washington, D.C., he would officially participate in this year's U.S. presidential election as an independent candidate. Since last year, Ross Perot has publicly stated more than once that he will participate in this year's presidential election. According to the U.S. Election Act, independent candidates who want to participate in the election must obtain a certain number of voter signatures in various states in the United States in order to qualify as a candidate. Therefore, compared with previous statements, this public collection of signatures announced that Ross Perot's road to candidacy has officially started. The U.S. stock market has started to recover since the Gulf War last year, but the U.S. economy is at its lowest point since the stock market crash in 1987 and the last bond crisis. In addition to winning a war, George Bush's 3 years of ruling as president have really disappointed voters. In addition, several candidates on the Democratic side are not very strong. Ross Perot's candidacy has aroused the interest of many voters who are very disappointed with both parties. Therefore, after participating in the CNN interview at the end of February, Ross Perot has collected enough voter signatures in 29 states in the United States in less than half a month. Obviously, it is only a matter of time for Ross Perot to collect enough signatures in all 50 states and Washington, D.C. Because Ross Perot's personal political inclination is conservative, similar to the Republican Party, once he runs for election, he will definitely dilute the votes that George Bush deserves. Therefore, as Ross Perot began to collect voter signatures, driven by some undercurrents, many media also began to observe everything about Ross Perot with a magnifying glass, and a large number of public opinion attacks followed. Some people always think that the power of the U.S. president is not great, that he is restrained by Congress, and that he is often attacked by the media. He is just a spokesperson for American capital forces, etc. But in fact, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, as the head of the world's only superpower, the U.S. president is definitely a job that pays the least but can gain the greatest power. Because the threshold is not too high, the payment is small enough, and the power is large enough, the competition is naturally fierce. In order to win the election, the candidates and the forces behind them have done everything they can during the election. Although Ross Perot is a billionaire, he has also experienced fierce business games in the process of starting from scratch. However, this rich man is still a novice in politics. After a combination of punches from all parties, the billionaire showed a tendency to be unable to resist. Chapter 470 CK. Horizontal ellipsis. The U.S. presidential election is not a general election system with a unified vote count across the country, but a special electoral system. The so-called electoral system means that each state in the United States has a certain number of electoral votes. In the U.S. presidential election, the voting results of voters in each state determine the target of the corresponding electoral votes in the state. The presidential candidate wins the election based on the number of electoral votes he finally obtains, rather than the specific number of voters nationwide. This winner-takes-all election system means that it is difficult for candidates from other parties in the United States to win the election, except for the deeply rooted Democratic and Republican parties. Facts have also proved that in the more than 200 years since the founding of the United States, except for the original George Washington, no president has come from a third party other than the Democratic and Republican parties. Although Ross Perot's candidacy has attracted strong attention from the media and the public, it is clear to everyone that Ross Perot has little chance of breaking the deep-rooted political monopoly of the two major parties in the United States. However, as Ross Perot attracted more and more attention, both parties in the United States dared not to underestimate this independent candidate. The recent attacks on Ross Perot and some conservative media are obviously deliberate. In Simon's memory, it was not only the media's attacks, but the Bush administration even used some dirty tricks to prevent Perot from running for election. Ross Perot once withdrew from the election under pressure, but after several twists and turns, this strong-willed billionaire finally participated in the election that year and won an unprecedented 19% support rate for a single candidate. Because of the large number of conservative votes that should have belonged to the Bush camp, it also largely led to George Bush's failure to be re-elected. However, in Simon's view, Clinton, who has little experience, can only find another way to win this presidential election. To put it bluntly, it is to ensure that Ross Perot's participation in the election can divide Bush's votes. A friend of mine has been doing media public relations work for the Perot family. I talked to him and took the opportunity to attend a cocktail party hosted by Ross Perot a few days ago. Overall, he is a very strong and conceited person. He tends to be stubborn and does not like to listen to other people's advice. In the reception room of Greenwich Manor, Joseph Sclapp introduced Ross Perot's situation. Perot was very angry about the recent attacks in the media and believed that he was treated unfairly. This has largely strengthened his determination to continue to run for election. Janet brought in the coffee herself. Joseph paused for a moment, and after Janet poured coffee for everyone and sat down next to Simon, he continued, "However, I think Perot's determination will not last long, because the Republican Party will definitely not only exert pressure on public opinion in order to prevent Perot from running for election. For example, recently, Perot's computer service company is planning to assist several major securities and commodity exchanges in establishing a new online trading system. This is a big business, and it needs to be approved by the SEC, U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, the Department of Justice and other departments. If Perot insists on running for election, the Republican Party may set up obstacles for Perot's company in these aspects. Perot himself should be very clear that the possibility of him winning the election is very low. It is definitely not worth the loss to damage the interests of the company for this matter, so he may eventually take the initiative to make the decision to give up running for election. Where there is a national government, there is no shortage of using public power to suppress opponents. The United States is naturally no exception. In the Watergate incident, the Nixon administration threatened to refuse to issue a cable TV license to the Washington Post Group in an attempt to prevent the Washington Post from reporting on it. The Washington Post Group almost gave in. Of course, everyone already knows the final result. But apart from this, there are countless other similar things. The two acquisitions of the Westeros system last year also encountered some difficult warnings from the Republican Party. Ross Perot has a large family and a large business. He is the opposite of those who wear shoes are afraid of those who are barefoot. If he insists on running for election, he will indeed have many concerns. Speaking of which, Ross Perot has been on the top of the Forbes rich list several times in the 1980s. With the rise of the new technology wave in the 1990s, the Perot family, which mainly engaged in computer services, has been silent. It is difficult to say whether it is related to the continued suppression of the family company due to his insistence on participating in the U.S. presidential election in 1992. After several years of cooperation, Joseph Sclapp has gained Simon's trust, so he also knows most of Simon's layout. Hearing him say this, Simon roughly understood that this is a reminder to Simon that if he wants Ross Perot to insist on participating in this year's presidential election, he should help the other party solve some worries. Simon and Ross Perot are not familiar with each other, but for example, the online trading system that Joseph just mentioned, using the connections established by the Westeros system, can indeed provide some help. Moreover, after Clinton explained the interests to the Democratic Party, the Democratic camp should also work hard to push Perot to continue running for election. Although the current White House cabinet is controlled by the Republicans, there is no lack of Democratic forces. The SEC is a government department under Congress. After the midterm elections 2 years ago, both the Senate and the Senate were under the control of the Democratic Party. After discussing the details of pushing Ross Perot to continue running for election, Joseph Sclapp handed over some documents sent by the Clinton team. For Simon now, getting involved too deeply may not be worth the loss. The main expansion target of the Westeros system in the political world is still the members of the Senate and the Senate, who are very powerful but do not attract much attention. Therefore, it took only more than 20 minutes on this matter. Joseph Sclapp then talked about the lobbying progress of several bills on the telecommunications and media industries that the Westeros system is concerned about. Simon's most recent concern is the bill to lift a ban on telecommunications industry operators from getting involved in the field of telecommunications equipment manufacturing. After releasing its first GSM digital mobile phone last year, Nokia has expanded rapidly in the European market. In the United States, AT&T, the largest telecom operator in North America, and Verizon Telecom, controlled by Westeros, have begun to lay GSM mobile communication systems. If Nokia cannot enter the North American market as soon as possible, even with the advantages of channel operators such as Verizon, it will fall behind step by step, and it will become increasingly difficult to expand into the North American market. Fortunately, it is not just the Westeros system. Telecom industry giants such as AT&T are promoting the opening of telecom industry regulation. Although it will take another year or two to lift the restrictions on the integration of long-distance and short-distance telephones, cable television and other services, the ban on telecom operators from engaging in telecom equipment manufacturing will probably be lifted by the end of this year. By then, Nokia can enter the North American market. In the media field, after Sony acquired Columbia, as more Japanese and European companies are eyeing the big Hollywood studios, in order to prevent Hollywood from being continuously occupied by foreign capital, it is almost an inevitable trend to lift a ban on mergers between content providers and channel operators in the media industry. The relevant ban will be lifted by next year at the latest. At that time, the three traditional TV networks and Hollywood studios can merge with each other. Fox TV, which is restricted in many aspects because of its ownership of 20th Century Fox, can also expand its scale and become the fourth largest TV network in the United States, along with the three major public TV networks. After the enactment of the Sherman Antitrust Act in 1890, the United States has been constantly restricting the expansion of large corporate giants for a century. In this process, Standard Oil was split, the Paramount Act was born, AT&T was split into 7, and many other industries were also subject to many restrictions of antitrust laws. It is just as the saying goes, after a long period of separation, there will be reunification. At least, in Simon's memory, the United States has maintained a laissez-faire attitude towards the expansion of corporate giants for the next 30 years. This country will also enter the next golden age of capital. The continuous expansion has enabled American corporate giants to maintain their global competitiveness in the context of globalization, but at the same time, this expansion will undoubtedly suppress innovation and hinder industry development, so it is difficult to say whether it is good or bad. However, for the Westeros system, the next 30 years will definitely be the best era. After discussing various matters for a whole morning, keeping Joseph Sclapp for lunch and sending him off, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It happened to be a sunny day, and the early spring sunshine brought a little warmth. There was a large lounge chair on a terrace of the manor villa, and the sun shone warmly. Janet was like a cat in spring, snuggling up to Simon and rubbing against him. It was indeed spring. After giving birth to the little guy, I rested for a few months. Last night, I was finally able to make love to my heart's content, so I got up very late this morning. When Joseph Sclapp arrived at 9 o'clock, the two had just finished breakfast. Simon also squinted his eyes comfortably, feeling the warm afternoon sunshine and the fragrant and soft woman in his arms. He didn't know how long it had been in a daze. When the sunlight was blocked by the partition wall on one side of the terrace, he whispered, "Baby, how are you going to celebrate your birthday?" The woman's birthday is March 13th, next Friday. Simon remembered it very clearly. Janet, who was wrapped around Simon, moved her body, and scratched the man with her little claws a few times, saying dissatisfiedly, "I don't celebrate my birthday. I don't celebrate my birthday." Simon smiled and said, "Just treat it as your 18th birthday, okay? AWW. Okay, okay." He reached out and patted the woman who was biting his shoulder. After thinking for a while, Simon said, "How about we go to Australia next week and see the child by the way?" "Well, it's only been a few days. Are you sure you want to go there to see the child?" He. Speaking of which, through video communication, the couple can actually see the little guy in Australia every day. When Veronica took him to Australia, Simon was originally worried that the little guy might not adapt to the climate. However, this situation did not happen. Surrounded by a big family, the little guy is even more precious than when he was in Los Angeles. Although Janet often nags about a little annoying person, she is not unqualified as a mother, and she has always loved children. It's just that women don't like the feeling of being bound by a little guy and living freely. As for Simon, the coma after his first encounter with Veronica caused a strange fusion between him and the original soul of this body. Simon's original consciousness still firmly dominated this body, but inevitably, many memories and emotions of the original owner of this body unconsciously affected him. In the final analysis, a body that merged the souls of more than 10 people could no longer be a simple so-and-so. Simon Westeros now is just Simon Westeros. Janet teased, and when Simon didn't speak, she propped herself up and looked up. "How about we go to Manhattan to watch the fashion show tonight? The two waist spirits and leg spirits you raised in Europe last time are here recently." Among the 4 major fashion weeks of this era, New York Fashion Week is still filmed after London, Paris and Milan. This year's New York Fashion Week officially opened yesterday and lasted for 10 days. Simon casually brought out 2 models, Yasmin Gary and Nadia Orman, in Milan last year. His fame has continued to rise in the past 6 months, so he naturally won't miss the catwalk of this New York Fashion Week. Reaching out to wrap his arms around the woman's waist again, Simon pretended to be worried and said, "You're not going to beat them up, are you? They're just ordinary little fairies, and they can't stand the torture of a big devil like you." Janet bared her little white teeth and said, "Little bastard, if you want to hit me, I should hit you." Simon leaned down with his head slightly raised, pretending to be ready to be bullied. "Go ahead and hit me, I won't resist." Janet hit Simon lightly and whispered again, "Little bastard." Then she came close again, listening to the man's strong heartbeat. Boom, boom, boom. In fact, she knew more about the 2 models, with beautiful waists and legs. He spent a lot of money on them for ordinary people, but he didn't sleep with them, and he didn't feel anything special. In fact, she knew that he probably liked the feeling of controlling everything. God said, "Let there be light." It seemed like a long time ago, but it seemed like just yesterday. When her wrist was tightly grabbed that time, she knew that this man was her God. Simon. Suddenly she couldn't help but call out softly. A response came from her ear. Yet, then she felt very satisfied. Perhaps they were in sync. The man's big hand patted her waist again. Time passed by and she watched until it was completely dark, and she finally left the terrace. After some discussion, they took a car to Manhattan and chose a good restaurant. After dinner, they went to Bryant Park in Midtown to watch the fashion show. It was arranged in advance, just in time for CK's fashion show. Even though the fashion trend of celebrities participating in fashion shows has been formed, Simon and his wife's appearance at the CK show still feels like 2 big dinosaurs appearing at a chicken farm. The photographers at the show probably consumed more film on the couple than any model on the catwalk. The brand show will not take too long, and the 2 happen to arrive on time. In less than 20 minutes, the show that may have taken several months to prepare privately was over. After CK founder Calvin Klein bowed, he personally came to invite Simon and his wife to the next brand party. He seemed very attentive. Simon actually understood the reason. The couple's appearance at the CK show tonight would definitely bring a high exposure rate to the brand. Moreover, on a deeper level, CK is now on the verge of bankruptcy. This is what Janet whispered to Simon after entering the show. Sophia has noticed this American high-end fashion company since the end of last year. CK's main business of jeans, underwear and other businesses just happens not to form too much competition with Gucci. Therefore, taking over this company with a history of more than 20 years and a brand that is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people should be a good compliment for Melisandre's fashion business. Of course, coming to see the show tonight is just a matter of interest for the couple. Unlike Gucci, although CK has been established for more than 20 years, its overall scale is still small, and its turnover has just exceeded $100 million in recent years. Even if it chooses to acquire the whole thing, the price will not exceed $100 million. A business of $100 million is not something Simon can pay too much attention to. Of course, he did not refuse Calvin Klein's invitation to the party. Perhaps due to the tight financial situation, although several newly rising famous models such as Nadia Ullman, Yasmin Gary and Kate Moss were invited, the subsequent party was a bit shabby and was held in the banquet hall of an ordinary hotel near Bryant Park. If it weren't for the Simons, many models participating in the show and celebrities who came to support them would probably not have attended. Perhaps because of the news, soon after the Simons appeared at the CK party, people kept coming one after another. The party scene, which originally had only 50 or 60 people, seemed a bit crowded after half an hour. Including Cindy Crawford, Linda Evangelista and other top supermodels in the fashion circle all came. Nadia Ullman, Yasmin Gary and the newly emerging Kate Moss, even though their careers are rising rapidly, are actually not worthy of the title of supermodel now. This shows the value of supermodels in the 1990s. Then, when they found Janet next to Simon, many ambitious girls at the scene had a bit more disappointment in their eyes. The rapid rise of Nadia Ullman and Yasmin Gary in the past 6 months has made many fashion girls who spare no effort to get ahead feel the magic of Simon Westeros's Midas touch, which is even more attractive than Westeros's billions of dollars in wealth. Who doesn't want to be the next lucky person to be touched by the golden finger? Chapter 471 Four Housewives. Simon, Dean Rees is preparing for the film Desperate Housewives. Do you think I can try the role of Gabrielle? At the after-show party of Calvin Klein, the person who spoke was Brooke Shields. The controversial commercial that Brooke Shields shot for Calvin Klein jeans is well known. The actress has always maintained a good relationship with Calvin Klein and came to support the show tonight. After completing the acquisition of New World Entertainment a few years ago, Simon personally took away the heroine of the comic book adaptation film Angel Meets Me, which originally belonged to Brooke Shields. He was not interested in this actress who won the first Golden Raspberry Award for Worst Actress. At this time, Brooke Shields mentioned the Desperate Housewives that was being prepared, and cast a charming look at Simon without leaving a trace. Simon was not moved at all, shook his head and smiled. "I'm sorry, Brooke, the role of Gabby is a Latina." Brooke Shields did not give up. "I can speak Spanish, and it seems that there is no problem to play a Latina. Besides, Simon, as long as you are willing, isn't it a very simple thing to modify the script?" But Simon shrugged and directly dispelled Brooke Shields' idea, saying, "The role has been confirmed." "Okay." Brooke Shields' expression flashed with some disappointment. She glanced at Janet, who was chatting with Cindy Crawford and other girls not far away, and quickly stuffed a card into Simon's suit pocket, saying, "But, Simon, if there is a suitable role, you can call me at any time." Simon glanced at the corner of the card sticking out of his chest pocket, with a bit of ridicule in his tone. "If there is no opportunity, Brooke, can I call you?" Brooke Shields raised her eyebrows slightly, and quickly nodded. "Of course, I am already looking forward to it now." As they were chatting, Calvin Klein, the founder of CK, came over and chatted with her for a while. Brooke Shields then walked away tactfully. After Brooke Shields left, Calvin Klein asked casually, "Simon, what do you think of CK's fashion show just now?" Simon nodded and said, "It's a pretty good design style." "Well," Calvin Klein hesitated for a moment, but got straight to the point, "CK has just encountered some financial troubles. I was wondering if you would be interested in investing in my company." During the show, Janet revealed that Sophia had already set her sights on CK and might start contacting him in the near future. Simon didn't expect that Calvin Klein would talk to him about this directly. Shaking his head, Simon said, "Carl, the problem is, I don't know anything about CK. If you are interested, Simon, I can send you some information tomorrow. The problems facing CK are not big. In addition to the main product lines, the men's underwear and perfume products we recently launched have sold very well. It's just that the funds are a bit tight." If you are willing to invest in CK, I believe you will get a very generous return in the future. Janet just said at the show that CK was on the verge of bankruptcy. Now, Calvin Klein said that the problems facing this company are not big. Simon certainly didn't believe it, but he also understood why Klein said so. If it were him, he would definitely do the same. In any case, he would fool potential investors on board first. No need for information, Carl, Simon thought for a while and said, I will take the time to learn about it privately. If CK is really worth investing in, I will have someone contact you. Calvin Klein was a little disappointed. He has been looking for financial support for CK recently to get through the current difficulties. Hand a piece of information to Westeros. If the other party is interested in CK, that would be the best. Even if not, he could just use the tiger skin that he is in contact with Westeros to fool other investors. It seems that this trick has been discovered. Of course, there is no difference in his expression. Calvin Klein continued to introduce the situation of CK before walking away. After Simon finished chatting with Klein, he also walked towards Janet. Janet's height is not short, but this is only relative. She looks a little petite next to a group of goblins who are generally 6 feet tall when wearing high heels. However, the temperament that a woman born in a wealthy family has cultivated for a long time is not comparable to other girls. Coupled with her current status, she can easily become the leader of a small circle when standing in the crowd. Putting his arm around Janet's waist, Simon looked at the fairies around him and asked with a smile, "What are you talking about?" Cindy Crawford looked at Simon with her eyes wandering and said, "When women get together, they will talk about men, of course." Simon said regretfully, "It seems that I have missed a lot of wonderful scenes. Why don't you continue and pretend that I don't exist?" Linda Evangelisted, who was standing next to Cindy Crawford, said boldly, "But, Simon, you are so dazzling that we can feel your presence with our eyes closed." Simon looked at the legendary supermodel next to Cindy and smiled. This kind of compliment can satisfy a man's vanity too much? "Linda, please do another one." They had only seen each other from a distance at the opening party of Milan Fashion Week last year, but they didn't talk to each other at that time. Linda Evangelisted didn't expect Simon to call out her name directly, and her tone seemed very familiar, so she said unexpectedly, "Simon, do you know me?" Simon showed a bad expression. "Oh no, I'm exposed. It seems that Jenny will question me when I go back." Janet rolled her eyes at Simon in a cooperative way, making a wait expression. Everyone laughed. Of course, they knew it was just a joke. If they were to question her, the girls thought Janet Westeros might want to know more about the waist beauty and leg beauty, as Yasmin Gary and Nadja Orman were standing next to her. However, from the previous contact, the girls also noticed that Janet didn't seem to care about her husband's various gossips, and didn't show some common instinctive hostility towards them among the wives of wealthy men. Maybe this is an opportunity. After chatting and laughing for a while, Simon took Janet away from the CK party when he saw that it was almost time. The next day was Sunday. Although there was no work scheduled, the schedule was full. The couple rushed to East Hampton, Long Island in the morning to visit Steve Ross again, and came back in the afternoon. In the evening, there was another cocktail party at the Raybould family. Many senior executives of the East Coast of the Westeros system specially attended. After the weekend, Simon returned to the West Coast, and Janet still stayed here. Not only the acquisition of Victoria's Secret's parent company Limited, Janet also plans to sort out the finances and personnel of the entire Westeros system. During this period, in addition to Deanery's entertainment, the quarterly or annual financial reports of a series of listed or private companies such as Verizon Telecom, AOL, Melisandre, Ygritte, Cersei Capital, Nokia, Sun, Oracle, Cisco, Microsoft, Intel, etc., which are held or owned by the Westeros system, have been released one after another. As the scale of the Westeros system becomes larger and larger, Simon has neither enough energy nor the corresponding professional ability to deal with these. In the past, Janet was responsible, and women also have extraordinary talents in these matters. During the 1 year of pregnancy, Janet put down many things, and now they are picked up again. Just last week, for various reasons, Janet fired more than 30 people in Cersei Capital in a swift and resolute manner. Next, as long as there are problems in some other companies in the Westeros system, it is absolutely inevitable that many people will lose their jobs. Because there was a lot of work that had accumulated for almost a whole year, Janet would have to stay on the East Coast for the next few weeks, so Simon had to fly from the West Coast to spend the weekend with her. Simon returned to Los Angeles, and after another round of auditions, the 4 housewives of Desperate Housewives were basically finalized. The 4 housewives: Susan Mayer was played by Connie Sellecca, Brie Van Deeken was played by Sela Ward, Lynette Scavo was played by Patricia Wendy, and Gabrielle Solis was played by Laura Herring. Simon was familiar or unfamiliar with the actresses of the housewives, but they all fit the image of the 4 housewives in his memory, and their acting experience was richer than that of the original housewives. Patricia Wendy, who won 3 Emmy Awards, and Sela Ward, who was directly selected by Simon, are not to be mentioned. In addition, Connie Sellecca, a 37-year-old actress who looks more mature and sexy than the original Terry Hatcher, debuted in the 1970s. Although she has never been famous, she has appeared in more than 20 film and television dramas. Laura Herring, who plays Gabby, is 26 years old this year. She was born in Mexico. After immigrating to the United States, she won the title of Miss America in the 1985 Miss America pageant. She is 100% more in line with the role setting of Gabby than Eva Longoria, who is unknown before becoming famous in the original Time and Space. Not only that, Laura Herring also starred in David Lynch's 2001 Mulholland Drive with Naomi Watts. The 4 housewives were confirmed, and the selection of supporting roles in the series was immediately launched. In addition, the Wisteria Lane set planned to be set up in Universal Studios will also start construction in the near future. After gradually moving most of the office departments to the Deanery Studios in Malibu, Universal Studios has vacated a lot of areas, and the operations team was originally looking for these extra spaces to add project attractions. If Desperate Housewives can be a hit, the Wisteria Lane scenery can just be used as a new attraction for Universal Studios. When all the preparatory work is completed, Desperate Housewives will start shooting in July and will be officially launched on the USA TV network in September. Because March 13th is Janet's birthday, Simon only works until Thursday this week and flies to New York again. New York Fashion Week is still going on. Because of some brand activities of Gucci and Van Cleef & Arpels, Sophia will also fly here this weekend, and will also try to contact CK. After attending CK's catwalk and party last week, Simon did learn about the company's operating conditions. Unlike Calvin Klein and Simon's understatement at the party, the problems facing CK are very tricky. In addition to the cash flow problem caused by the economic downturn in the 1980s, as CK's fame continued to rise, Calvin Klein, who is eager to increase the scale of the company and pursue more profits, also unrestrainedly authorized the CK brand widely. Simply put, it is to allow other manufacturers to OEM the CK trademark. OEM operations can indeed increase a company's revenue in the short term, but any business operator with a little long-term vision knows that this is not a long-term solution. Now, Calvin Klein has also reacted. For the sake of headquarters expansion and brand reputation, Klein has been trying to withdraw OEM authorization in the past 2 years, which has triggered a series of disputes and lawsuits. Of course, combined with the information in his memory, Simon can see that these problems are indeed temporary. As long as the current series of difficulties are overcome, CK will have a very good development prospect. Simon's memory is that CK has always been a first-line luxury brand until many years later, which is enough to prove this. However, no one can see the future like Simon. Most of the capital that can help CK through the difficulties only sees the company's mess, which may go to the meeting at any time. Moreover, CK is deeply affected by the economic downturn in the United States. In fact, many American companies are also in the same situation now, so they are very cautious when investing. All in all, this is a good opportunity to pick up bargains. Sophia Fessy had her first contact with Calvin Klein on Saturday, March 14th. Melisandre does not intend to completely swallow up CK, nor does she intend to replace Calvin Klein, the head of CK. After more than 20 years of establishment, although there are many problems at present, Calvin Klein has been able to build CK from scratch to its current scale, and its own ability is beyond doubt. However, Melisandre's requirement is to take at least more than half of CK's shares to achieve absolute control of the company. Calvin Klein took the initiative to mention the investment to Simon at the party last week, and did not respond for a week. It was originally thought that the super-rich was not interested in CK. Sophia Fessy's contact seemed to be a turn of events, but it also made Klein want to wait for a price. Calvin Klein himself does not hold many shares in CK, but Melisandre directly asked for absolute control of CK, which is probably what no company founder wants to see. In recent years, Gucci has risen rapidly, and Van Cleef & Arpels, which was acquired later, has also developed rapidly. Melisandre has become a banner in the luxury industry, not to mention that Melisandre is backed by the behemoth of the Westeros system. Therefore, other capitals will definitely be very interested in the company that Melisandre wants to acquire. However, Sophia did not give Calvin Klein a chance to wait for a price. After the two sides contacted, Sophia only gave Calvin Klein 1 day to consider, either agree to Melisandre's invitation to acquire absolute control, or the deal would be directly abandoned. Simon actually instructed this to be done, which was learned from Warren Buffett. Because of Berkshire Hathaway's reputation in the investment industry, companies that Buffett is interested in will often wait for a price after receiving an invitation from the other party. Therefore, Warren Buffett often gives the target very little time to consider during business negotiations to prevent the other party from raising the price with the name of Berkshire. Deaneries Entertainment started using this trick very early when acquiring the copyright of the script. Simon created a huge business empire in just 6 years. The current Westeros system is much more famous than Berkshire Hathaway. Therefore, if Westeros Company or even its subsidiaries want to acquire a company, it will often attract the attention of other capitals, which will have to adopt a similar ultimatum approach as Buffett. Chapter 472 Possible Bidding War. On Janet's birthday, the couple flew to Miami together. Taking advantage of the low point of the U.S. real estate industry, Janet purchased a 6-hectare seaside land in North Palm Beach, Miami last year. The land is located in a high-end wealthy area, with a golf course to the north, a private beach to the east, and a forest park to the south. It is a prime location. If the real estate industry's cold winter had not forced the developer to cut development plans, and the buyer was Simon Westeros, who could bring great fame to the wealthy area, this plot of land that was enough to build 7 or 8 luxury houses would definitely not be sold in a package. Even so, the transaction price of just this 6-hectare land reached $10 million. Janet plans to invest $20 million to build a seaside manor. The main villa was started last year, and the entire manor will be completed and occupied in the second half of next year. As a transition, Janet also purchased a 1.5-acre mansion next to the manor, intending to directly incorporate this half-hectare mansion into the manor after the manor is completed. Because the news of Simon's purchase of property in this wealthy area spread, the surrounding housing prices have risen by 20% in just the past year. Several luxury houses around Simon Manor have become the target of many people's rush to buy, and the offer price is even more than double the average housing price in the wealthy area. Smart developers also hold on to the properties around Simon Manor as a signboard and do not let go, hoping to sell them to more wealthy celebrities in order to further increase the popularity of this wealthy area. Shopping, fishing, attending parties. Janet arranged a colorful 3-day vacation schedule from Friday to Sunday. The couple returned to New York on Monday, and it was already March 16th. Sophia Fessy had not left yet. Having done a very detailed investigation of CK in advance, Sophia offered CK $50 million on Saturday, of which $40 million was used to purchase 55% of the shares held by CK shareholders, and $10 million was injected into CK as a loan to ease the company's cash flow pressure. In addition, Sophia also promised that after completing the acquisition of CK, Melisandre and even the entire Westeros system will provide the company with channels, legal affairs, marketing and other resource support to help CK quickly reverse the difficulties it is facing and further develop and grow. In addition to the family infighting, many of the problems CK is facing at this time are similar to those of Gucci. Gucci's rapid rise is visible to everyone. Although Sophia's price is low, it is not harsh. It also reserves 45% of the shares for other CK shareholders to be reserved for future appreciation. Therefore, although only 24 hours of consideration time was given, after several attempts to discuss the price and bargain without success, CK's founder Calvin Klein and the company's board of directors finally accepted Melisandre's offer at the last minute. The news of the acquisition agreement was on the important page of the New York Times on Monday. After Gucci, Latour and Van Cleef & Arpels, Melisandre has once again acquired a well-known luxury brand and continued to move towards the goal of becoming a comprehensive luxury group. CK is not a listed company. However, with the announcement of the news, The shadow of bankruptcy that had been hanging over CK was swept away. With various media reports, even the sales of CK products showed a significant increase. The attitude of the brand licensors who had been entangled with CK also eased. Although they were more reluctant to release the license in their hands, they also said that they could make corresponding concessions in terms of licensing fees. Simon did not return to the West Coast this week, but participated in the next stage of development planning of Courteney Capital with Janet. The first is the hedge fund Courteney Funds Management. After the completion of the oil market operation last year, Courteney Fund Management faced a transformation problem. In order to avoid the entire Westeros system from being targeted, Courteney Fund Management will try to reduce the macro hedging that may affect a country's economy. In fact, when the Berlin Wall fell, analysts at Courteney Fund Management predicted that the European monetary system would encounter a reshuffle. In 1979, the 8 countries of the European Community, led by Germany and France, established the European monetary system to counter the US dollar. This system determined a relatively fixed exchange rate mechanism based on the strength of each country at that time. The United Kingdom, which has always been maverick, did not announce its joining until 1990. That is, 2 years ago. However, after the merger of East and West Germany, Germany's economic strength has greatly increased, and it is very unfair for Germany to continue to maintain the original exchange rate system. In order to attract Britain to join, the exchange rate of the pound was significantly overvalued when it joined the European monetary system 2 years ago, thus creating a strong imbalance that needs to be reshuffled. Of course, Britain, which has taken advantage, certainly does not want to reshuffle, which requires some external forces to promote it. In the original time and space, Soros's Quantum Fund launched an attack on the pound in September 1992, which ended with a sharp depreciation of the currencies of European countries such as the pound, Italian lira, and Spanish peseta. Soros personally made a net profit of $1 billion in this currency sniping and became famous in one battle. The Quantum Fund and other hedge funds involved in the sniping of European currencies also made a lot of money. On the other hand, the result is that Britain withdrew from the European monetary system after the pound crisis, the European community suffered a heavy blow, and the status of the US dollar was further consolidated. Not to mention the deep-level great power game involved, if you want. With Simon's prophetic advantage, Courteney Capital can now make a layout for European currencies in advance, and slowly establish short positions in currencies such as the pound and lira that are bound to plummet. However, the Westeros system is not as pure as the Quantum Fund. Once this is done, Courteney Capital may make a lot of money, but the entire Westeros system will definitely encounter hostility and targeting from European countries in the future, and other aspects of business will not be done well in the future. Therefore, after reading the relevant reports of Courteney Capital analysts, Simon personally issued a statement prohibiting Courteney Capital from participating in this operation. Not a penny is allowed. With the big heads of Quantum Fund in front, even if Courteney Capital makes a small profit, it seems that it will not attract too much attention, but there is no need to get greasy for some leftovers. Of course, the most important thing is that Courteney Fund Management Company has a more suitable goal. Technology stocks. The new technology wave with the internet as the core has already emerged in advance. The stock prices of new technology companies such as Microsoft, Intel, Oracle, Cisco, and AOL have been rising rapidly in the past 2 years. However, according to the information in his memory, Simon is very clear that the current stock price is far from the craziest moment. Therefore, now is definitely the best time to enter the market and go long on US technology stocks. In the original time and space, the Tiger Fund, which followed the Quantum Fund in Southeast Asia in 1997, was liquidated in the following 2 years because of betting on shorting technology stocks. Hundreds of billions of dollars of funds lost more than 80% in just 2 years. Hedge funds are a zero-sum game. The case of the Tiger Fund's liquidation actually proves from the opposite direction how lucrative the hedge funds that went long on the technology stock market at that time were. It may be a few years before the craziest period of technology stocks, but with the overall trend of the Nasdaq market, it is still very profitable to start going long now. More importantly, going long on technology stocks does not have the strong political risks that macro hedges such as speculating on a country's currency need to bear. The overall market value of the Nasdaq technology stock market is over $1 trillion, which is enough for Courteney Fund Management to roam freely in it. In the apartment on Fifth Avenue. The time is Wednesday, March 18th. Simon and Janet went home from get off work together from Cersei Capital headquarters in Midtown. Sophia also came to visit and stayed for dinner. They talked about some things about CK. Although the two parties have reached a basic agreement, the formal signing of the acquisition contract still requires Melisandre Company to conduct a more detailed operation and financial audit of CK to ensure that there are no unexpected debts and legal risks. If everything goes well, the acquisition will be completed by the beginning of next month at the latest. After the acquisition, CK's main focus will be on the three product lines of men's and women's high-end fashion, jeans and underwear. Although high-end fashion will form a certain competition with Gucci, it can still enrich the diversity of Melisandre's fashion business overall. The two major businesses of jeans and underwear are more important. This is also my original intention to acquire CK, because these two product lines are areas that Gucci has not involved in. In the restaurant, Simon listened to Sophia's introduction and asked, at the last party, Klein said that CK's perfume products are also selling well. Sophia shook her head and said, the perfume business only accounts for about 5% of CK's total sales, and it is difficult to compete with brands such as Dior and Chanel. This product line will not be cancelled, but we will not invest more. Our focus in recent years has been to develop Gucci's perfume business. Janet, who habitually sat next to Simon, asked, what about brand licensing? Sophia said, this aspect is a bit complicated. In the 1980s, CK licensed many product categories such as pajamas, swimwear, glasses, socks, shoes, and household items. It is very difficult to take them all back now, especially after Melisandre Company took over CK. However, these authorizations will expire within 5 years at the latest. My goal is to cancel some authorizations through negotiations as much as possible. If they cannot be taken back, the quality of the licensed products must be ensured to the greatest extent possible to avoid affecting CK's brand image. Simon added, if it is confirmed that there are no major problems with this company, some exposure for the CK brand can be arranged at the Oscars at the end of the month. I've been in contact. Sophia nodded, then looked at Janet and asked, how is the limited acquisition negotiation going? Limited is the commonly used abbreviation code for Victoria's Secret's parent company Limited Brands. Janet said, recently, both KKR and Blackstone have shown interest in Limited. There may be a bidding war. If the final offer is too high, we will have no choice but to withdraw. KKR is the private equity firm that created the record-breaking RJR Nabisco merger a few years ago. Blackstone is the former employer of BlackRock Asset Management, which Lawrence Fink is currently in charge of. Both companies are top private equity firms on Wall Street whose strength cannot be underestimated. In February, the acquisition negotiations were quietly launched. The two sides failed to reach an agreement after several contacts. Then, the news inevitably leaked out. Although Limited firmly denied that it leaked the news, the facts are obvious. Affected by the leak of the acquisition news, Limited's recent stock price has also risen significantly, and its market value has exceeded $1.5 billion. KKR and BlackRock have not yet made a formal offer, but it is obvious that once the two companies make a move, a bidding war will be inevitable, and the plan-friendly acquisition will be out of the question. On the Cersei Capital side, the acquisition team of Apollo Management has readjusted the acquisition plan and raised the upper limit of the offer for Limited to $2.5 billion, which is $800 million higher than the $1.7 billion transaction price expected in the initial friendly acquisition stage. With two competitors eyeing them covetously, even so, it is not a sure thing. However, the acquisition team has already secretly absorbed 4.9% of Limited Group's shares. Even if this acquisition fails, after cashing out the shares in hand, Cersei Capital will not be in vain. In Simon's memory, Limited Group's peak market value once exceeded $20 billion. Even if the company is bought with $2.5 billion now, according to the private equity company's usual holding period of about 5 years, based on the upward trend of the U.S. economy in the next 5 years and Limited's own development potential, Simon also believes that in 5 years, Limited Group's stock price can at least double by 100%. 5 years, an average annual return of 20%, such a return on investment is not low for private equity. Simon returned to Los Angeles the next day. It was late March, and the 64th Academy Awards, which was to be held on March 30th, was approaching. According to the voting process, The judges of various Oscar awards had recently sent their ballots, and the results of the awards were basically settled. Daenerys Entertainment's two key nominated films this year, The Piano and Thelma and Louise, were destined to be runners-up. Other nominations such as Frozen for Best Documentary Feature and Raise the Red Lantern for Best Foreign Language Film did not invest too much energy in public relations. This is destined to be a year of silence for Daenerys Entertainment in terms of awards. After calculation, among the total of 22 nominations under Daenerys Entertainment, the only one that is relatively guaranteed is Holly Hunter, the heroine of The Piano. Relying on her outstanding performance in The Piano, the actress's nomination for Best Actress is simply what everyone expected. Moreover, compared with several other candidates, Holly Hunter also has a deep network of connections in Hollywood. You know, this actress was once Spielberg's girlfriend. Holly Hunter's agency, ICM, also invested a lot of resources and connections in public relations for Hunter to win The Little Golden Man. Easter in 1992 was April 19th. A month in advance, Daenerys Entertainment's key project for Easter this year, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, entered the sprint promotion stage. Simon was quite satisfied with the film effect of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2. However, in the original time and space, the box office of several Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles sequels released by New Line in the 1990s fell sharply, which also made him a little worried about the box office performance of this sequel. If the budget cost of the sequel was not only $30 million, and it was also necessary to cooperate with Blizzard Studios' Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles series of games, Simon would have considered canceling the production of the sequel like flying over innocence. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles did not immediately strike while the iron was hot and launch a sequel last year after the release of the first part in 1990, which was also because of Simon's concerns. After all, although Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is well known, its IP image tends to be younger, and adult audiences are likely to lose interest in the sequel after the initial novelty. For children, even if the film itself has been rated PG, the live-action Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are not as popular with children as the cartoons. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473 Layout. Next month, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 will be released. As the actress of the film's heroine April O'Neil, although she is just a vase in this movie featuring 4 turtles, Nicole Kidman took a week off from the set of The Ring in Melbourne, Australia, and rushed back to Los Angeles when the Oscars ceremony was approaching. The Oscars of this era generally have more than 40 million viewers, second only to the annual Super Bowl in popularity. This year, two Daenerys Entertainment-focused films, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 and The Ring, were released. Whether for the purpose of maintaining personal fame or promoting the films, the Oscars ceremony must be attended. Of course, Nicole Kidman is also happy with this kind of running around. Too many men and women in Hollywood climb all their lives, but they may not be able to sit in the Oscars ceremony hall. Returning to Los Angeles on March 25th, while preparing for the Oscars, WMA also arranged a series of other work schedules for her. Daenerys Studios. The time is Friday, March 27th. After attending a script audition at the MGM headquarters in Century City in the morning and having lunch, Nicole Kidman hurried to the Daenerys Studios in Malibu. The image design of Poison Ivy was determined last month. While Nicole was back from Australia, Simon wanted to see the effect of the character after she personally put on makeup. After the total box office in North America exceeded the $200 million mark at the end of January, The Flash has been released in the past 2 months. As of yesterday, the cumulative box office has reached $251 million. The weekly box office of the film from March 20th to March 26th has also fallen to $1.78 million. It is expected to be withdrawn around Easter next month, and the total domestic box office is about $255 million. Overseas, The Flash has performed even better. The various ticket warehouses that have been released have accumulated a box office of $363 million in more than 3 months. With a continued overseas release, it is only a matter of time before The Flash accumulates more than $400 million overseas. The global box office totaled more than $650 million. Even if it cannot be compared with the 2 Batman movies, Such box office results are enough to make other Hollywood studios envious. The DC movie universe has sold 3 films in a row, and the subsequent project plans have naturally received further attention from the two companies. According to the information recently collected by the media, Daenerys and Warner Brothers will officially announce the main creators of the 2 major projects of Superman and Cyborg in the DC movie universe in the near future. Batman: The Dark Knight Rises has long been gossiped about too many revelations. Nicole Kidman herself knows some news that is not heard by the outside world. For example, her role of Poison Ivy actually signed a 3-film contract. In addition to the villain in Batman: The Dark Knight Rises, she will also join the subsequent Suicide Squad series. Someone once talked about this role and said that if Poison Ivy is good enough, her popularity in the future may be no less than Catwoman. Looking at Valeria Golino's scenery in Hollywood in the past 2 years, if Poison Ivy can really do so, Nicole believes that she can maintain her position as a first-line actress at least throughout the 1990s. Thinking back to the beginning, she had such a good starting point with Pulp Fiction, but because of some self-righteous little calculations in her heart, she almost missed her most solid backer in Hollywood. Fortunately, it was not too late to react. However, every time she thought of the experience of the guy at the premiere of Batman Begins who made her drink 2 bottles of water in a row and rush to the lobby to endure for more than an hour, an indescribable strange emotion would linger in her heart. It took nearly 4 hours to put on makeup for Poison Ivy. After the makeup was completed, it was almost time to get off work, but Simon still did not show up. He just took a set of makeup photos and a video in the studio. It was not until 6 o'clock in the afternoon that Simon and Warner Brothers CEO Terry Semel appeared together. Not only Nicole was busy with Poison Ivy all afternoon, but Simon and Semel were attending the discussion meeting of the DC movie universe team all day today, mainly to sort out and finalize the plot framework of the subsequent projects of the DC movie universe. The DC movie universe team has a special office area in the number 3 office loft on the 2nd floor of Daenerys Studios. In the previous 3 films, the crossover of the DC movie universe basically existed in the Easter eggs. However, starting with Wonder Woman in this summer, the entire DC movie universe will officially start to merge. According to the plot plan, this fusion will be connected with 3 mother boxes. In the first Wonder Woman, the story still takes place in the First World War, but the plot is very different from the Gal Gadot version in Simon's memory. British Air Force pilot Steve Trevor accidentally crashed on Paradise Island, breaking the tranquility of the Amazons who had been secluded for hundreds of years. Knowing that there was a war in the human world outside Paradise Island, and discovering that the intelligence Steve Trevor accidentally collected was similar to the mother box that caused wars among various tribes in the history of the Amazons, Queen Hippolyta decided to send her daughter Diana Prince to leave Paradise Island with Steve Trevor, trying to find the mother box to avoid a greater disaster. Diana finally defeated the god of war Ares, who used the mother box to make humans kill each other, and brought the first mother box back to Paradise Island. Subsequently, finding all 3 legendary mother boxes became Diana Prince's ultimate mission. The second mother box will appear in the 1993 summer movie Superman. Clark Kent's biological parents used the energy of the mother box to send their newborn son away from the impending destruction of Krypton, and the second mother box also came to Earth with him. In the plot setting, after the adult Clark Kent and General Zod fought a battle, the mother box fell into the hands of humans, which triggered the plot of Cyborg scheduled for the end of 1993. Silas Stone, the father of football player Victor Stone, happened to be a member of the mother box research team. Victor was seriously injured and dying in a car accident. In order to save his son, Silas Stone privately used the energy of the mother box to turn Victor into half-human, half-mechanical bioman. Because he did not understand the role of the mother box, Stone accidentally created the villain Grid in the Cyborg series during the process of being rescued. The ending of the story is that Cyborg, who has accepted his cyborg status, defeats the Grid, but the second mother box is accidentally stolen and falls into the hands of Lex Luthor, a metropolitan entrepreneur who has been paying attention to Superman's events. This mother box also becomes an important clue in Batman v Superman. At the same time, the loss of the mother box triggered the federal government to secretly form the Suicide Squad to try to find the lost mother box. The third mother box appeared in Batman: The Dark Knight Rises, which was scheduled to be released in the summer of 1994. The Joker, who was blessed with the power of the mother box, was eventually defeated by Batman. Diana Prince, who took it as her personal mission to find all three mother boxes, also appeared in this film, but did not reveal her true identity. She just quietly took the third mother box away in the end. Subsequently, Suicide Squad, which was triggered by the loss of the second mother box, was confirmed to be released at the end of 1994. The result of the story was that the Suicide Squad was initially formed, but the mother box that Superman brought from his own planet was still not found. Next, Batman v Superman was released in 1995. Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman jointly fight against Lex Luthor, who uses the mother box to transform into an alien species. The setting of the alien species is actually similar to Doomsday. However, the death of Superman event in the DC Comics series has not yet occurred, and Doomsday has not been born. In the original time and space, DC Comics will launch this major event at the end of this year. Therefore, in the story setting of Batman v Superman, Lex Luthor wants to use the mother box technology and Kryptonian genes to transform himself into a cyborg more powerful than Cyborg, but he turns into a monster similar to Doomsday. When the story of Batman v Superman ends, Wonder Woman finally finds the last mother box, and all three mother boxes are stored in the Amazon Paradise Island. In the summer of 1996, Justice League. Steppenwolf invades and takes away the three mother boxes guarded by the Amazons. Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Flash, Catwoman and other superheroes gather together to form a Justice League to fight against Steppenwolf's army. Simon and Semmel watched Nicole's poison ivy makeup and lens effects together, and Semmel said goodbye and left soon. After 4 hours of makeup, it is not easy to remove the makeup on the body. In a dressing room in Deanery's special effects office. After confirming the effect, the makeup artist began to help Nicole wipe off the paint on her body. Because the paint is specially made, it is not effective to wash it directly with water. Most of it needs to be wiped off with a prepared detergent first. Simon did not leave immediately. He sat next to him and watched the makeup artist help Nicole remove her makeup. By the way, he asked about the filming status of Midnight Ring. Due to the long distance, Australia will only send the shooting samples back to Los Angeles every week. Simon did not know much about the specific situation of the crew. You know, Philip and I worked together once on Over the Horizon. He is a very serious director, and he is fully aware of the effect that needs to be achieved for the ring. I will return to Melbourne next week, and it will be finished in 2 weeks at most. Nicole turned her neck slightly to let the makeup artist wipe the paint on her neck. She glanced at the man next to her and said, "Simon, do you know the movie Heat of the Body that I auditioned for at MGM this morning?" Simon nodded and said, "I know. It's Aaron Sorkin's new script. I asked MGM to contact you. The heroine is very suitable for you. Aaron Sorkin is the screenwriter of last year's Hide a Few Good Men. This project that Deanery's cooperated with MGM, although the production budget eventually reached $40 million due to the starring of three big names Tom Hanks, Robert De Niro and Demi Moore, but the film earned $117 million in North America alone. As of now, the global box office has exceeded the $200 million mark, which is a big profit overall. With the success of A Few Good Men, Aaron Sorkin also joined the ranks of Hollywood's gold medal screenwriters. The new script The Edge once again cooperated with MGM. However, this time there was no participation from Deanery's Entertainment, but MGM was solely funded. Nicole was a little surprised when she heard Simon say that he arranged it personally, but then she reacted and asked, "This project doesn't seem to be a cooperation between Deanery's and MGM. If Deanery's Entertainment is not involved, the box office prospects of the film seem to be less guaranteed." Simon just smiled and said, "Yes, but the script is still good, and you must know the current situation of MGM, whether it is cooperation or sole investment. In the memory of The Edge, the heroine is Nicole Kidman." Simon doesn't remember the box office data of this film, but he can confirm that the market performance is not bad. Moreover, compared with A Few Good Men, the budget of The Edge, which does not intend to use too heavy a lineup, is only $20 million. Even if it really fails, MGM can afford it. After shelving the 007 series, MGM's plan for the next few years is to carefully produce a batch of low and medium-cost commercial films, and Simon will also appropriately insert a few dark horses into it. At the same time, MGM will also try to act as an agent for distribution, and take projects from second and third-tier Hollywood film companies for pure agency distribution. Simon's ultimate goal is to slowly restore the vitality of this major film company that has experienced continuous turmoil and extreme decline in the 1980s. After 2 or 3 years, when the first stage goal is achieved, Simon will make the next arrangements for this company. Nicole's eyes flashed slightly when she heard Simon say this, and she no longer hesitated. She already has the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles series, The Ring, and the role of Poison Ivy, so even if body heat fails, it will not affect her much. What's more, this was arranged by Westeros himself. She had promised to be obedient before, and although she didn't know if he still remembered it, she didn't intend to go against this man's wishes. Following the makeup artist, she changed her posture again. She noticed the man raised his wrist to check his watch. After thinking for a while, Nicole asked, Do you want to have dinner together later? Simon shook his head and said, It's already arranged. There's a cocktail party at Marvin Josephson's house. Do you want to come? Nicole hesitated for a moment and quickly nodded. Although she was an artist under WMA, it seemed a little inappropriate for her to go to the cocktail party of ICM founder Marvin Josephson's house. However, if she was with Westeros, it would definitely be fine. The 2 female makeup artists who were quietly surrounding Nicole and helping her wipe the paint off her body were a little envious when they heard this. They had just thrown some hints to the big boss next to them, but the other party did not give any response. As for the content of the conversation between the big boss and Nicole Kidman just now, they must pretend not to hear it. First of all, there was no important gossip. Midnight Ring and body heat had nothing to do with them, the little makeup artists. As for the big boss bringing Nicole Kidman to the cocktail party, it was definitely not gossip. Secondly, if the rumors got out, they would definitely not be able to continue working at Deanery's Entertainment. Nicole, 25, was at the peak of her beauty. Janet was not in Los Angeles, and Simon had no other plans tonight, so he certainly didn't mind tasting this Australian beauty again tonight. Since Nicole agreed, Simon patiently waited for her to remove her makeup, and even had someone send her a dress for the cocktail party, and then the 2 left Deanery Studios together in the night. Chapter 474 Phantom Hero. The cocktail party held by Marvin Josephson in his Beverly Hills mansion is a large social event for ICM's artists before the Oscars. On Wednesday before, Deanery's Entertainment officially signed the contract with the actor who plays Clark Kent, the male lead of Superman. Because he is an artist under ICM, Marvin Josephson personally attended the signing ceremony and also invited Simon to this cocktail party. The actor's name who is officially confirmed as the male lead of Superman is Brad Pitt. Simon had noticed Pitt 2 years ago. As far as I can remember, Brad Pitt actually intended to star in Warner Bros.' 2006 reboot version of Superman Returns, but at that time, because Pitt's fame was too great, Warner had to give up on him. Brad Pitt is now 29 years old and made his debut in the mid-1980s. However, unlike Tom Cruise, who is only 1 year older than him, who has a smooth sailing, Pitt has been playing various small roles at the bottom since his debut. The most famous role recently is just a male voice in Thelma and Louise, which originally belonged to him. This was the result of Simon's special arrangement. In order to pave the way for Pitt to play Superman, after Thelma and Louise, the actor will also star in A River Runs Through It, which is invested by Deanery's Entertainment and directed by Robert Redford himself. A River Runs Through It, an art film adapted from an autobiographical novel, happens to be Pitt's famous work in the original timeline. According to the arrangement, A River Runs Through It will be released at the end of the year and will impact the awards season next year. Brad Pitt also signed a 15-year 5-film contract similar to Adam Baldwin, the male lead of Batman. However, unlike Adam Baldwin's 5-film contract with a total value of $30 million, Brad Pitt's starting salary is $250,000, and the next 4 films will increase by $2.5 million each. If the box office of the Superman series meets expectations, the total value of Brad Pitt's 5-film contract is about $25 million. The $25 million package contract is nothing compared to the potential value of the Superman series. However, for an actor of Brad Pitt's caliber at this time, he may not get a chance to move up even if he tries his best. Not only Clark Kent, but also the actor of Cyborg's Victor Stone has been finalized recently. The actor is Will Smith, who has turned from the rap world to Hollywood in the past 2 years. Will Smith debuted as a rapper in 1985. Although he won the Grammy Award for Best Rap Group 3 years ago, he can only be considered a second tier in the music industry. The total sales of the album that won him the Grammy Award were only 500,000 copies. Because of excessive spending and tax evasion after becoming famous, Will Smith was found out by the IRS 2 years ago. The $2.8 million fine directly bankrupted the rapper, and he had to try to turn to the film and television industry to earn extra money. Later, the ABC sitcom The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, which premiered in 1990, allowed Smith to successfully gain a foothold in the film and television industry. In this era, black actors have far fewer opportunities to succeed than after the new century. The DC movie universe is booming, and the actor of the black superhero Cyborg naturally attracted a large number of black actors to compete, and Will Smith is no exception. Under Simon's promotion, Will Smith, who is indeed very suitable for the role of Cyborg, successfully got the opportunity. The same 5-movie contract, because the popularity of Cyborg is far lower than Superman and Batman. Smith, who has only played a TV series, is not a big star. Therefore, the total value of this package contract is only $20 million. 5 movies, starting salary of $200,000, and then 4 movies with a maximum salary of $2 million each. Simon brought Nicole Kidman to the cocktail party at the Josephson family. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening, and the cocktail party had already started for a long time. The atmosphere of the cocktail party is mainly relaxed, and the organizers usually do not set the opening time, so Simon and the others are not considered late. What's more, Simon Westeros is late. Well, this may sound like a joke in Hollywood today. Upon learning of Simon's arrival, Marvin Josephson and his daughter Nancy Josephson came out to greet him. ICM went through several reorganizations in the 1980s. Now Marvin Josephson has basically withdrawn from the management of this talent agency, and only serves as the chairman as a major shareholder. Nancy Josephson is the next generation leader of ICM, trained by Marvin Josephson, and is now one of the agents who have emerged in ICM. As a latecomer, Simon knows that Nancy Josephson will serve as the co-president of ICM in a few years. This agent also has a very famous client, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp became famous with Edward Scissorhands 2 years ago. Now he's a well-known young actor in Hollywood. Depp had previously tried to get the role of the Flash, but Simon did not use him because he thought Depp's style was not suitable for Barry Allen. Next Monday is the Oscars, and many big names under ICM will gather in Los Angeles like Nicole Kidman. Therefore, this mansion covering more than an acre on the top of Beverly Hills is full of people inside and outside the villa and on the backyard lawn. Mel Gibson, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Denzel Washington, Susan Sarandon, Demi Moore, Julia Roberts, Jodie Foster and many other ICM pillars and second and third tier artists appeared at the reception. Of course, there were also executives from production companies. Many Hollywood film projects were finalized unconsciously in such social occasions. Marvin Josephson strongly invited Simon to attend, of course, not just to enhance personal feelings. After greeting Mel Gibson and others who were more familiar with him, Marvin Josephson took Simon to a corner of the backyard lawn, where Arnold Schwarzenegger and Columbia Pictures CEO Peter Guber were already standing. "Simon, Amy said you are not interested in the script of The Phantom Hero. I think you should listen to Arnold's own thoughts. This will definitely be a blockbuster that is no less than Terminator 2. After last year's Terminator 2, Arnold Schwarzenegger's popularity has returned to its peak, and the next movie of this action star has also become the focus of Hollywood. A few days ago, the news that Schwarzenegger is preparing an original script called The Phantom Hero spread in the circle, and the script of the film was also spread in Hollywood at the first time. Simon didn't need to read the script. Just by hearing the name, he knew that this was the most severe fall of Schwarzenegger in the 1990s. The Phantom Hero tells the story of a little boy who is obsessed with an action hero on the screen and accidentally gets a movie ticket that can travel between the movie world and the real world, so he embarks on an adventure with his idol. Arnold plays the action hero named Jack Slater in it. As far as I remember, the production cost of The Phantom Hero alone was $85 million. After the film was released, the North American box office was only over $50 million. The huge loss made Sony pay an expensive tuition fee again, and Schwarzenegger's career almost hit the rocks because of The Phantom Hero. With such a big hit, Deaneries Entertainment directly chose to refuse when ICM promoted this project to major studios. Looking at the situation at this time, Columbia Pictures, controlled by Sony, obviously wants to take over this project, as in the original time and space. However, After the failure of projects such as The Ultimate Condor and Captain Hawk last year, Sony has obviously become cautious. Peter Guber still wants to pull Deaneries Entertainment in and make it a cooperative project. Simon will definitely not get involved in The Phantom Hero, and of course he will not kindly remind Sony not to participate. The release of a box office failure like The Phantom Hero means that a large market share will be vacated in the same period. This kind of increase and decrease will definitely be beneficial to Deaneries Entertainment. After patiently listening to Arnold Schwarzenegger's views on the project and chatting with Peter Guber for a few more words, Simon verbally said that he would consider it again. Of course, he actually planned to let Amy refuse again on his behalf in a few days. Seeing Simon walk away, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Peter Guber and Phantom Hero screenwriter Zach Penn and others were a little disappointed. After being in this circle for a long time, just looking at Westeros' ambiguous attitude, everyone basically confirmed that Deaneries Entertainment should definitely not participate in this project. However, Simon's indifference did not reduce their determination to make this movie. In the past year, although the projects participated by Deaneries Entertainment occupied most of the top of the box office list, there are still many hit films from other film companies. Marvin Josephson did not show any abnormality in his expression about Simon's failure to agree to participate in Phantom Hero, and still warmly took him to another tall male star. This is also an artist under ICM, Liam Neeson. In addition to filming Jurassic Park, Spielberg was already looking for the protagonist of Schindler's List. Because of the special meaning behind Schindler's List, many Hollywood big-name male stars such as Harrison Ford, Mel Gibson, and Warren Beatty expressed their willingness to reduce their salaries to star in the film. However, Simon still prefers the original Liam Neeson. Liam Neeson is 40 years old this year. He debuted in the 1980s and was only a second-tier star in Hollywood for 10 years. Thinking about Liam Neeson's career development later, it has to be said that Hollywood male stars who basically have no shelf life restrictions have too many advantages compared to female stars. In private discussions, Spielberg believed that Schindler should be a person like Steve Ross, so he wanted to find a male star of the same category. Since he hoped that Liam Neeson would get the role, Simon specifically gave some instructions in person and asked ICM and Neeson to find some videos related to Ross for reference. Unlike Jurassic Park, Simon only made some suggestions for the project Schindler's List, and the decision-making power was in Spielberg's hands. The box office of Schindler's List in my memory was actually quite good, but Simon didn't care whether Spielberg would still choose Neeson as the male lead in the end. For this project, Simon was not interested in profit at all, but in an attitude expressed to the Jewish community in Hollywood. For the outside world, because of his unknown background, Simon's race is actually a frequently discussed topic. However, most media generally confirmed that whether based on Simon's surname before changing his surname to Westeros or his appearance, Westeros should be a standard Anglo-Saxon, that is, the mainstream WASP tribe in the United States. If you don't consider the inner soul, it is actually the same. Although some people hope that Simon is a Jew, including the Jewish community in Hollywood, and some people have even tried to test whether Simon wants to join Judaism, most people basically have a judgment on the specific situation. In the impression of outsiders, the Jewish community in the United States seems to be particularly powerful and glorious, but in fact it is not the case. If you go deep into American society, it is not difficult to find that many Jews, whether they are politicians or wealthy businessmen, actually have a deep-seated inferiority complex in front of WASPs. Many top clubs in the United States still do not accept Jews to join. At the same time, many Jews will try every means to squeeze into the WASP circle after they become rich. Why is the racial issue so sensitive in the United States? The fundamental reason is the deep-rooted and ubiquitous racial discrimination. This discrimination is definitely not just between whites and blacks. Even among white groups, there is discrimination such as rednecks and white trash. Simon certainly will not declare himself a Jew or join Judaism in order to cater to the Jewish community in Hollywood. However, as his own power in Hollywood grows, it is actually very necessary to express an attitude by supporting the filming of Schindler's List. Just after chatting with Liam Neeson, Bruce Willis and Demi Moore took the initiative to come over to say hello. The current situation of this couple can be said to be a bit bad. Bruce Willis' 2 consecutive films, The Condor Heroes and The Last Boy Scout, were box office failures, making Hollywood doubt whether this actor who rose to fame with Die Hard still has the potential to be an action superstar. After Ghost, Demi Moore's A Few Good Men last year once again consolidated her position as a first-line actress in Hollywood. However, after becoming famous, this actress may be too eager to make money. After filming A Few Good Men, she took on 2 more films back-to-back. One of them, The Medium, produced by Paramount Pictures, was released in October last year with a budget of $20 million and a total box office of more than $9 million in North America. The other one had an even worse result. 24 Hours of Haunting, produced by Columbia Pictures, with a budget of $40 million, co-starred with the Ghostbusters actor Dan Aykroyd, trying to replicate the success of Ghostbusters and Ghost. As a result, the film was released on February 14, Valentine's Day, and the box office in the first week was only $3.26 million. It was off the shelves for 2 weeks, and the total box office barely exceeded $6 million. Logically speaking, Demi Moore and the male stars in the film would definitely not be in such unpopular schedules as October and February. Both films were thrown into the schedule graveyard, which is enough to show that the studio itself was very pessimistic about the quality of The Psycho Wife and 24 Hours. After 2 consecutive starring films failed at the box office, even though the popularity accumulated by Ghost and A Few Good Men has not dissipated, Hollywood studios are almost labeling this actress as a box office poison. Everyone can see that Demi Moore's performance in Ghost is indeed remarkable, but the success of A Few Good Men should be more due to the support of 2 big names, Robert De Niro and Tom Hanks. Moreover, behind the scenes of Ghost and A Few Good Men, there is a young man. With this sorting out, Demi Moore's box office appeal is even more doubtful. 6 years after Simon's rebirth, Hollywood has changed beyond all recognition. The era of blockbuster movies has begun ahead of schedule, and large-scale productions, special effects, and large IP projects will gradually replace the personal appeal of stars. After a series of failures, it is very difficult for the couple to make a comeback. Simon, I talked to Ms. Fessy on the phone yesterday to discuss the Oscar dress. I am really sorry about the last time about a Van Cleef & Arpels endorsement. I have fired my public relations manager because she felt that the brand positioning of Van Cleef & Arpels was not very consistent with my image. However, if CK, which Melisandre has just acquired, needs my help, I will definitely try my best. When choosing Van Cleef & Arpels as a spokesperson last year, Sophia's first choice was Demi Moore. The 2 sides also tried to contact each other, but Demi Moore chose to endorse Cartier, Van Cleef & Arpels' most direct competitor. It's okay, and I don't ask too much about Melisandre's affairs. Simon shook his head and said so. He never had too high expectations for women, so he didn't have any special feelings about the incident. What's more, the current spokesperson for Van Cleef & Arpels was standing next to him. Facts have also proved that Nicole Kidman is more suitable than Demi Moore to endorse a jewelry brand in terms of image and temperament. Demi Moore couldn't help but look at Nicole. She obviously wanted to say something, but she hesitated. She just chatted about a few more meaningless topics and walked away with Willis. Although he felt Demi Moore's flattery and regret when talking to him, and even made some hints when his husband was not paying attention, Simon didn't intend to waste much attention on her. This actress probably really exhausted all her spiritual energy in a movie Ghost. After socializing with a crowd of 100 or 200 guests for about an hour, it was past 9:30, and Simon left the backyard lawn and planned to leave the cocktail party through the villa. However, in the hall of the villa, Simon met a figure that surprised him a little. Chapter 475, Honesty. Linda Evangelista, one of the top supermodels in the 1990s, was not expected to appear at the ICM party. However, after a little thought, Simon roughly understood. This supermodel probably signed an acting contract with ICM. You know, ICM has always been very close to the fashion circle. Renee Russell and Cindy Crawford, who is still thriving in the fashion circle at this time, all have acting contracts with ICM. What a surprise, Linda, I didn't expect to see you here. Linda Evangelista also showed a surprised expression, stretched out her hand and shook hands with Simon, and said, I just saw you coming, Simon, but it's a pity that I, a small shrimp, don't dare to come forward and say hello to you. Oh, and Miss Kidman, hello, I've seen Pulp Fiction, and the dance Maya performed in the movie is so cool. Thank you. Nicole shook hands with Linda Evangelista, wanting to compliment each other, but found that she was not familiar with the short-haired beauty in front of her. Fortunately, another voice relieved Nicole's embarrassment. Linda, try the drink I made myself. Wow, Mr. Westeros, you, hello. Simon looked at the woman who came over with a cocktail in one hand. She looked to be in her 30s, and her height was the same as Nicole and Linda. She wore a very elegant silver gray silk dress, had brown hair, and had a relatively soft but perfect face that would definitely make most men's hearts beat. Noticing Simon's gaze, the woman who had greeted him also reacted. She smiled and handed over the cocktail in her hand, saying, Mr. Westeros, would you like to try the cocktail I mixed myself? Okay. Simon nodded, and handed the glass he was holding in his hand to Nicole beside him. He took the cocktail handed over by the woman, tasted it, and praised, very good. Linda Evangelista next to him said dissatisfiedly, Joan, this glass of wine should be mine, right? My name is Joan Severance. The woman did not immediately pay attention to Linda's little complaint. She introduced herself and shook hands with Simon. Then she handed over the other glass of wine in her hand and said, you drink this glass. Linda Evangelista took it unceremoniously, realized something, and asked, what about you? Joan Severance looked at the glass that Simon originally had in Nicole's hand. Her beautiful eyes turned over, pointed at Nicole's hand, and said, Simon, do you mind if I drink this one? Simon raised his eyebrows slightly, smiled and nodded, of course not. Nicole really wanted to hand over her glass. However, she didn't dare to act so petty in front of Simon. She reluctantly watched the powerful goblin opposite her take Simon's wine glass away and even took a sip of it in a very charming way. She felt a little depressed. Linda Evangelista looked at the situation in front of her, opened her mouth slightly, and said, Joan, I declare that you will also be my idol from now on. Joan Severance said with a bit of arrogance and self-righteousness, thank you. Simon was puzzled, what idol? Linda Evangelista seemed very surprised and said, don't you know Joan? Simon shook his head slightly. Hollywood is sometimes small, and sometimes really big. With so many people's memories preserved in his mind, Simon would have some impression of anyone in this circle who had a name. He also felt familiar with Joan Severance when he saw her for the first time. However, as long as they were not important people, Simon didn't want to pursue them now. Linda explained, Joan was much more famous than Renee Russo more than 10 years ago. I put her poster on the wall of my room. It was because of Joan that I decided to become a model. So Joan is the real first-generation supermodel. Simon listened to Linda's enthusiastic talk and felt that such words really exposed her age. I really don't know if Evangelista did it on purpose. So he looked at Joan Severance again. This actress looked 30 years old, and people would definitely believe it. Of course, it would be inappropriate to say that she was under 30 years old. The temperament of this actress could not be concealed, but it was more charming. Since Linda compared her with Renee Russo, the two should be about the same age. As an artist under ICM, after having a ridiculous night with Demi Moore and Simon, with Simon's support, Renee Russo was nominated for the Best Supporting Actress Oscar for her performance in Scorsese's Goodfellas. Later, she starred in Jurassic Park, which is being filmed in Hawaii. Because she signed a contract for the Jurassic Park trilogy, it is not surprising that Renee Russo will definitely be able to secure her position as a top actress after Jurassic Park. Hollywood actresses who want to become popular after the age of 30 have little hope. Therefore, Renee Russo, who entered Hollywood after the age of 30, is undoubtedly an outlier that many of her peers envy. The inside story is of course not an absolute secret. Joan Severance's attention was obviously on Simon. After Linda finished speaking, she still looked at the young man in front of her with her beautiful eyes and asked, Simon, does Deanery's Entertainment have any interesting film projects recently? Simon nodded and said, yes, there are a lot of them. Which one do you mean? The one that suits me more. Joan Severance glanced at him again, and added, you drank a cocktail of mine. Before Simon could answer, Linda Evangelista couldn't help but interrupted, Joan, I think you should be more tactful. With a cocktail, you can only appear for about 10 seconds. Simon said with a smile, and asked back, what movies have you acted in recently? I played a villain in Gene Wilder's The Hearing Man, and I also participated in The Frightened Bird co-starring Mel Gibson and Goldie Hawn. Joan Severance said, recently, I just finished filming a comedy called Almost Pregnant, which tells the story of a couple who use sperm to have a child. Joan Severance was talking when another female voice rang out, what are you talking about? Simon turned his head. Just when he was thinking of Cindy Crawford, the supermodel appeared. There were too many guests tonight, and Simon had not noticed her during the previous socializing. Cindy Crawford came closer and greeted Nicole, but stood on Simon's other side without any courtesy, looking at Linda Evangelista and Joan Severance. Nicole saw Cindy and remembered that the two of them were put together by Simon after the celebration party for Batman, The Dark Knight. Looking at the situation in front of her, she inexplicably had a very bad premonition. She wanted to run away. Simon answered Cindy very honestly. Joan asked me if Deanery's Entertainment has any movies that are more suitable for her to act in. Cindy looked at Severance and Evangelista again and smiled. If there are, I think I should be more suitable. Simon had just noticed the hostility that Cindy showed, and the feeling became more obvious when he said this. However, Simon also reacted quickly. Not to mention Joan Severance, Linda Evangelista suddenly got involved in the Hollywood circle, obviously to grab resources. Hollywood can't give them many opportunities to be big vases who are supermodels. Moreover, noticing that Severance and Evangelista had a relationship with Simon made Cindy even more alert. Relying on the small role in Batman, The Dark Knight that had few scenes but was very eye-catching, Cindy made millions of dollars just from her personal figurines. She didn't want this opportunity to fall on other women in the future. Joan Severance glanced at Cindy and said, "That's not necessarily true. Everyone has their own style." Nicole felt the sparks flying around her, and finally couldn't help but pull Simon's sleeve and said, "Simon, maybe we should leave." Simon raised his wrist to check his watch, then looked up again and noticed that several women were looking at him. He said in a serious tone, "How about this? Let's go to another place and discuss your respective styles in detail." Nicole suddenly said something in her mind. Bastard, it turned out to be like this. Cindy subconsciously glanced at Simon, then turned to the two women in front of her, with some amusement in her eyes. Joan Severance obviously didn't expect Simon to make such a suggestion, and her red lips slightly opened. Linda Evangelista stared and blurted out, "Simon, you are so greedy." After saying this, Linda couldn't help but lower her voice. There are a whole room of people around, and there must be a lot of people paying attention to this place. Simon remained serious and said, "Linda, you must have misunderstood something. I actually said that I just decorated a seaside holiday villa in Hawaii at the beginning of the year. It's on Kauai Island and has a private beach. Maybe we can fly there. Think about it, sunshine, beach, facing the sea. This kind of scene is easy to inspire inspiration." Linda Evangelista rolled her eyes. "What does this have to do with Hawaii? It's night now. Are you planning to fly to Hawaii overnight?" "Yes," Simon nodded and said, "You know, I have a good plane. I can fly there overnight and spend a wonderful weekend there. Well, I can also visit Spielberg's crew. They are shooting a dinosaur movie there. The 30-foot-high mechanical dinosaur model is very shocking." Linda Evangelista suddenly remembered the Boeing 767 that appeared more than once in newspapers and magazines, and couldn't help but feel a little moved. If it was just her, she would definitely agree. But 4 women. Bastard, can you handle it? So he stared at Simon and said, "Then, will all 4 of us become the heroines?" Simon said non-committally, "How about a bet?" As he said that, Simon took out a mini straight-screen mobile phone that was obviously not available on the market, dialed a few numbers, and whispered to the other party to prepare for the flight. After hanging up, Simon looked at the women with different expressions again and said, "Well, if you don't go, Nicole and I will leave." Without waiting for a response, Simon finished speaking and walked out of the villa with Nicole. Cindy Crawford followed without hesitation and held the man's arm without any hesitation. Seeing Cindy Crawford's actions, Linda Evangelista, who obviously had some competitive thoughts, couldn't help but follow. Joan Severance finally hesitated for a moment and also walked out. In the parking lot on the front yard, Cindy, who was holding Simon's arm, noticed the 2 women following behind him, and leaned into Simon's ear and said, "You need to thank me." Simon understood what Cindy meant, and smiled, "I'll thank you later." Cindy gave the man a helpless look. This guy, even if he made an empty promise, it would be fine. The character in Batman, The Dark Knight was actually the little promise that Simon made to several girls at his 20th birthday party. At the party, many people saw Simon Westeros leave with 4 stunning beauties at once, and most people were envious. While the male guests were fantasizing about how sexy and charming Westeros and the 4 women would be, some female stars had already begun to follow the details of the women who left in the hall, and were worried about whether some competitors would appear again. From Sandra Bullock, Nicole Kidman, Julia Roberts, Valeria Golino, Demi Moore, Renee Russell. Over the years, Westeros has brought up many actresses. After thinking about it, some women have even begun to feel disappointed as to why they were not one of the 4 women. Compared to the many unscrupulous guys in the circle who are used to not admitting their mistakes, Simon Westeros is really too honest in some aspects. In the Hollywood circle, there are many people who can get 4 or more women at a time. However, the 4 that Westeros just took away are not something that everyone can get together. Even if it is the head of the 7, if he dares to make a request to the 4 girls, he will probably only be rolled his eyes, and if he is not careful, he may be slapped by the beautiful women. However, when it is Westeros who does this, things are not so surprising. This young man, who is only 24 years old this year, has a kind of attraction that women can hardly resist, whether it is power, wealth, status or even his handsome appearance that is no less than that of a Hollywood star. Women who are in the Hollywood circle and know the influence of Westeros are even more difficult to resist. Of course, such hot gossip is destined to become the talk of the circle for some time to come. However, it is obvious that it will only be limited to gossip. Not to mention that there is no evidence for Westeros gossip. Even if there is, it is difficult to appear in the media. In the final analysis, the Hollywood gossip that ordinary people see is basically just the gossip that this circle allows outsiders to see. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.